Ooh, that was close. But ouchies, those level 2s saved you. They must be shredded like cheese. Oh, they're not dairy, they're toast. Oh, those'll do. Swap your armor out while I give you the lowdown. There are 3 levels of vests and helmets you'll find scattered around the Battlegrounds. First up, level 1s. They're the weakest and most common of the bunch, but you'll still be glad to have them in a pinch. A strong step above are level 2s. They're a bit harder to find, but they're the standard of protection. Most desirable are level 3s. If you're lucky enough to come across one, put it on. They're pretty rare in the wild, but there are surefire places to find them. Just know it's going to be risky to get that drip. It's important to remember that the best armor is what's available to you. If your vest is at half durability and you find a fresh one but it's a step lower, swap it out. But since a single headshot can bring you down, keep the best helmet you find to dole that fatal shot. That's why I always wear this one. You've got a long, painful run ahead of you. That circle is not in your favor. Don't stress, my little friend. That's what meds are for. Down an energy drink, keep moving, and listen up. Just like in real life, staying in good health is important. If you're hurting, you can heal immediately using meds, or over time using boosts. Med kits will get you back to full health, but they take a while to use, so be sure you're safe before you heal up. First aid kits take less time to apply, but they can only get you back up to 75%. The same thing goes for bandages. They're quicker and they heal in smaller increments. There's also EMT gear, which takes up a weapon slot but amplifies your healing potential. Then you have boosts, which are key in staying healthy. Consuming a boost will add to your boost bar. Energy drinks will give you 40%, while painkillers will give you 60%. There's also adrenaline syringes, which will get your boost bar to 100% in one fell swoop. Each quarter of the boost bar grants more effective health regeneration, and the last 2 quarters give you a little extra pep in your step, too. So stock up on meds and stay boosted to stave off any damage you may take. And I know what you're thinking. No, there is no pill for immortality. Hey, do you notice anything wrong here? The smoke, the lack of control or speed? You're driving a lemon. Well, too late now. Keep this sucker straight and floor it while I take you through driver's ed. First things first, you want tires on your vehicles. And the quickest ones around come with 2. But if you need an extra seat or a stealthier approach, you have options. Bikes will leave you pretty exposed though, so if you want more protection, stick to cars. Just make sure you got enough gas to get to where you need to go. And if you're tired of the ground, take it to the air or rule the sea instead. There are also public transportations to use at your leisure, but you might have to contend with some unruly passengers. But you don't have to worry about any of that because I'm your duo partner and I'm driving. So hop in, bubby, and let's wrap up your little boot camp. Time flies, doesn't it? Seems like only yesterday you were this terrible player, and now you're approaching competency. I'm so proud of my teaching capabilities. Oh, I got an idea. Yeah, that's ours now. Come on, it's Safari wrap-up time. So I think you're ready to graduate from boot camp. But there's a couple of things I should point out before giving you your diploma. I was a little worried I wouldn't be able to protect you long enough to teach you anything in the field, but thankfully we've got this BRDM. Ooh, look, a drone! That fake bird is likely looking right back at us, and by extension, its owner, who's probably plotting against us as we speak. Those things are pretty good at picking up an item in a risky area. That's how I got this helmet. Oh, I knew it. Those hooligans. Pop quiz time. Let's see if your weapon training paid off. Wow, look at you. I am so proud. Oh no, I got you, bud. I'll carry you to safety. What a pleasure. Maybe you'll do the same for me when I'm old and weak. Hold on, you heal up while I take care of these pests real quick. The circle's closing, and we don't have time to drive. We need an emergency pickup. It's like flying first class to the center of the circle. You're gonna get so spoiled. I was just thinking, there's so much more I can teach you, and we got a good thing going here, so let's continue it. But let's take those training wheels off.
Hi, I'm Roth from Bing Bang Boom, and these are my top 5 clutch moments in PUBG esports history. This is probably, for me personally in my career, like, this is one of the coolest moments for me. I was inspired by all these people to be in this moment. Obviously, no one wants to be in the LCQ. No one wants to have it be where you have to win. But going into this game, we knew that if we didn't win this game, our hopes at Worlds, our hopes at our dreams were completely washed away. For me specifically, like, it is what it is. I don't have any vendetta with ex-teammates, but to be on a new team now, and to have seen them all already qualify, like, I had something to prove. There was an extra chip on my shoulder. I wanted to go too. I wanted to show that I could do it again with a different team, with my boys now, and to have this moment with Sharp and with my guys where we're able to come through and close this game out was incredible. And kudos to Sharp, the man's actual animal.
Done, and now it's just a 2v1 for SSG. Can they get the clutch victory in the final game? Can we see the impossible now with SSG clutching out in the final game? Yes, God. We will. SSG leaving it to the final game.
This one in the top 5 as well from Longster here is kind of very similar to everything. Everything has like a common trend here with me. It's like he's patient. Look at him. He's in the water. All right. When do you see a guy come out of the water to win a game? Let alone in any game, whether it's a casual, a ranked game that you're playing, or just a scrim. But look at him stand up here. He kills all of group by himself, and then he turns around and kills BXG as well. And to be able to come out of the water and do this is incredible. Hands down, one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world.
There's another? Where did he just come from? Out of nowhere! The beast from the water emerges, and now 1v1. DXG, 40 battles, but IQ 500 trying to keep cool under pressure. Looks in, gets attacked, but there's an answer right, but he's won it! He's only gonna won it!
These guys are fighting right now. They're fighting the best players in the world. And to be able to, he gets down to at some point he has no HP left, and he 1v2s K-Mind and H-Win, who, like, H-Win is playing with the Sonic still. K-Mind obviously is retired, but H-Win's a top tier player in the world, and, he still is to this day. So to be able to do that in any point in time is a feat in its own. So, hats off to him.
Insane! 4 kills now from a solo position now in a 1 versus 2. They've got no idea how close he is. He wants to get to the bush. If he can get it, it'll be a quick transfer because they're so close to each other forever. With the 2 times and a prayer, he spots H-Win. He gets his spray. Get K-Mine as well. Get behind the tree. K-Mine lands a tag, but it's not enough. It's only 18 damage. He lands a second one. He gets a third one. Can he land any more? The headshot somehow forever at 1 HP. He has somehow stayed alive. K-Mine on 4. What a finish. The revocation. He went for the heel. Are you serious? Forever. I see it, Burrow, but I don't believe it. That's a bad man.
A lot of these moments that we're talking about, it's all about the scope of the moment, right? If FaZe didn't have this insane game, if FaZe didn't come through and win this game, you'd have one of the top tier orgs in the European region not qualify for the finals, one of the biggest events in the world. We always talk about FaZe Sunday. We always, everyone goes FaZe Sunday, FaZe Sunday. Like, listen, I'm a competitor. I'm done hearing about it. But with this moment, watching them clutch up, it just proves to everyone how determined not only they were to make that final, but how talented they were, and especially in this iteration of the roster, to be able to have all that pressure. There's so much pressure, and to be able to come out in the final game of their qualifier, of the semifinal, and to put such a big game, 10, 15 plus kills at the end of this, and clutching this win up to solidify their spot in the final is just what makes this moment so memorable. Watching this moment live and just the excitement and the anticipation of the nade.
He could go for the grenade. What's he gonna do? He's just sneaking up back behind it. Is this gonna be the turning point? Can Captain come up big? It's gonna land right on their feet. Oh my God! Captain!
And then it goes off. And this man full solo wipes the entire team. He gets up. He comes over here and he ends up winning this game. And watching him end up killing Cow and clutching this game from what seemed almost impossible actually is one of the reasons why, like, I wanted to play the game. I wanted to do that. I felt I was good enough to try to achieve that same level that I'm watching these players do right now.
Around one, Hill Captain playing around the other. Waikakamukau trying to figure out where these grenades are going to be coming from. Waikakamukau, what angle does he have? Everybody's going to be making their way up and forward. And here we go. Circle is closing in. Grenades raining down. You can see Waikakamukau trying to get away from it. A lot of damage back over towards him. He's going to have to move in just a second. It is just unrelenting from the amount of grenades that Captain is carrying right now.
All that utility they can pick up off of the dead members of 17. He could make it rain here onto Waikakamukau. Waikakamukau does get the first aid off of that grenade. Just a little too far, but he's so weak. 4AM getting good. He just misses the shot.
He makes it into cover, but it doesn't matter. 4AM run away with that and get 8 kills on the Captain's massive play.
My goodness, look at this crowd. He has set them on fire. Unbelievable.
PCS7 North America Group Stage, day number 2, top 5 plays. Number 5. I'm just gonna sit in silence and enjoy it.
Oh my god. Okay, so I didn't even realize that. I didn't even get to see it.
That almost makes it worse what happens next, doesn't it?
Wait, so man, wait, he didn't even grab the first aid.
Nope.
Did he grab the so he just
Nope.
Interesting.
And then walks in back behind it, hits the shotgun blast, and
dude.
Number 4.
Corsac is just sitting here in this shack. I think his vehicle was out front too, so they might suspect him. Nope, I lied.
Oh, they're all orange. They're all orange team. They should just join together.
No, actually,
rally, fight everyone.
Just ran here and Corsac. Oh, what a play!
Oh my god!
Oh, he thought he knocked him. I felt that in Corsac's bones.
Number 3. Okay, so Purdy's gonna watch these go down, take the shot.
Camp from LG. Can they actually get something?
Oh, there we go. An exchange back.
Oh my god, they get everything.
Luke 12 and Pizza goes down as well.
That's 2
this
for
was a messy fight for both of them, so let's see how this is going to line together. Donix is down that hillside. You can see Halo's trying to see if he can spot him out. Does manage to get it, and now should be able to get the rest. Number 2. They were running a split. The rest of reinforcements are going to be coming. Colton running in with, I believe, still his stolen vehicle, is going to find an angle into this one and get the knock-in rolling through. So Abstract has got to be careful. Tokyo Manji gang is going to have multiple angles to try to hold them out, even now leaving the compound that they have control over, because they just know that they have that much control on this area.
Yep, they absolutely do, and this is a really nice way. Abstract is kind of being funneled into this point. Now, obviously, a lot of smoke's being utilized, but they're going to make that push inside, and Juarez, the lone member inside the warehouse, has to hold this, and he can't. He's knocked. Zealot now.
Messier and messier by the second. Tries to go through. You got to be careful not to shoot his teammate. Doesn't work. Well, this is down. That was, man.
That was some trigger discipline, though.
And your top play of the day. Instead, it looks like Sonics are going to recollapse back into Dodge's position, much to their dismay.
Oh my goodness, the plays.
He's just coming in. He's going to just drops right on top of them, and it looks like they're just going to jump out. And no vision to be really had, but it doesn't matter.
That was awkward, but I mean, I love the fact that those flashes came out as Quinn was hitting over that. Those were perfectly timed flashes.
Here we are, the last day of group stage for PCS7. We do have Group B that's finally out, and their dominance is not going to be influencing what's going to be going on, most notably led by the Sonics. So now, just Groups A and C have the opportunity to try to climb their way up and see who's going to be going on to last chance qualifiers, and who's going to go ahead and get that automatic berth to the next stage. I'm Matchroom, but I've got myself a friend, and that's going to be Porosaurus, that's going to be joining us through all of the action today. Poro, good to finally see you.
I know, it's good to finally be here. I've been watching intently the last couple of days, and it's kind of been the Sonic show, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty ridiculous altogether. We're going to go ahead and run through everything that you need to know on how we got here and what the prizes are and what everybody's going to be looking at. We've already gone through the Open Qualifier. Rounds 1, 2, and 3 are done. We're in the regional playoff with 18 matches over 3 days, and then going to be coming up next week is going to be the last chance qualifier. After that, a few weeks later, it's going to be when we have the grand final. But we do need to make sure that we're going over exactly what's going to be going on today. You can see day 1, day 2 already done. We're over here at day number 3, and that's going to be groups A and C. So like we were talking about a second ago, Sonic's now out, Group B out, and now the chance for everybody else to try to figure out how to rise their way through this. On the line, we've got money as well for just the group stage. $25,000 altogether, $4,000 for first place, and that's going to diminish down after that. But also $1,000 in bonus pricing, $250 for the player with the highest kills, highest assists, highest damage, and let's be honest, $250 that are going to be going to the Sonics because they're probably going to have the most chicken dinners. Poro, what else we got on here?
I would think so. It looks like the top kill or top chicken dinner spread definitely in the bag for them. But this is where it's all about, man. This is those PGC points. Obviously, first place of the grand finals will get that free pass all the way to PGC, but you can't be guaranteed anything right now. And there's a lot of teams that are playing today that have a lot riding on this. They need to get these points.
Well, we're going to take a quick look at where we are standing right now. We can see the fact that the Sonics are feeling pretty good about their chances of going on to PGC, as well as E United. Then it starts to get much, much closer for. We've got the race that we're probably going to be talking about quite a bit today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Bing Bang Boom, they've got a lot of work here to do today. Luminosity already stepped up after having not qualified for ESL 2, so they're feeling a little bit better about their position going into the grand finals. But Wildcard, their work's not done yet either. Dodge still has a shot at this as well. You know, there's a lot of stuff still up in the air with this, and it all starts right here. It all starts in this last day, Matt, to make sure that everybody can get to those grand finals.
Yeah, this is where the nerves are going to start kicking off. We had some teams in Group B that had an amazing showing. Talking about Abstract, Tokyo Manji Gang, got into a good position. Now we're going to see if that's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough for Abstract, but yesterday Godspeed was talking about 95 to 105 is probably going to be the cutoff. Are you agreeing there, Port?
Yeah, I think that's, given the history of what we've seen so far this year, every tournament that we've had, 6th place cutoff has been right around that 95 to 100 point mark. And even with the fact that Sonics have kind of sharked a whole bunch of points here more than anybody else. I mean, you go back to ESL 1, United had 165. So, it's still, it's making things a little bit closer, but I still think you're going to not really feel comfortable until you break that 95 mark. I mean, even Dodge now is going to have to be sweating this out.
I mean, Wildcard is sitting pretty good already in that bracket, going to be playing today. You can see the fact that we do have some heavy hitters still in here. E United, Yoho, Wildcard, as well as Bing Bang Boom. I know a lot of eyes are going to be drawn to Bing Bang Boom and Wildcard in their performances today, but let's not forget some other teams like Train to Go. They had a phenomenal showing, and that's one of the teams that I want to talk about right now, as we have seen a lot of success coming out from them as they managed to get all the way into 7th place just with 1 day played so far. So doing a great job of climbing up there and already trying to assault skipping out that stage to where they don't have to go to last chance qualifiers. Even if they don't have the best day today, that's already enough momentum and positioning to where they should feel very good if they do have to go to last chance qualifiers. But if they can repeat what they did yesterday, I don't think that that's going to happen for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of good stuff to build on from yesterday. I mean, they won some pretty salty fights with really good teams. So if you're trained to go, you're coming in here with all the confidence in the world. So I'm excited to see what they can put together here today. Now, another team that I'm keeping my eye on is Bing Bang Boom. Obviously, with the PGC point race being full swing, Bing Bang Boom, they had a rough first day. There's no two ways around it. It was a rough first day. They have a lot of work to do here, even to just make sure that they can get to the LCQ. But that being said, obviously they would prefer to make that jump into the top 6, get to the grand finals without having to worry about the LCQ and all that nonsense that goes along with it.
There is so much to be said about trying to avoid the LCQ. It goes back to that old saying, like a master swordsman isn't afraid of another master swordsman. What he's worried about is like the farmer with a pitchfork, because you never know what they're going to do. That's LCQs in a nutshell. You can be as formulaic as you want, know how to do the rotations, but then the chaos is just going to kick off and you have no idea what's coming.
Well, yeah, and you add into the fact that you're playing against a bunch of teams that you probably rarely played against. You're getting one week maybe of questionable scrims, at best. So you could probably figure out where drop spots is. After that, it's all up in the air. You don't know what the rotation paths are going to be. You don't know what the typical patterns is. You could try to do as much research as you can, but it just feels like it's so wheels off once you get to that LCQ, and you don't want to have to rely on that when you desperately need to get to PGC.
If you're in that PGC race, that is going to be, I wouldn't say demoralizing, but it's going to make you sweat more than you want to. Circles have also been very, very cruel. So whenever we're looking at it, 3 on Erangel and then 3 on Miramar. We're going to see if that chaos is going to continue, because there were a lot of very interesting hardships that teams were having to deal with. And then now stacking having to go to LCQ and deal with those, that's going to be a beast entirely its own.
Yeah. I mean, it's been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough for the better part of this year, honestly, with these hardships and these circles. So, it's been great. It's been awesome to watch. And honestly, I think it's doing great things for these teams as well. The IGLs, you're putting yourself into these rough situations and having to fight your way out. And now, you're doing it with that added pressure. So, I think we saw earlier, we saw that video of Roth talking about one of his favorite moments when his squad SSG managed to qualify at the last minute for I think it was the last game they had to win in order to make it in. They're kind of in that same position today, but how much confidence do you go in to these grand finals knowing that you were able to produce when you absolutely had to?
And that is so key for a lot of these teams that are coming through. But I'm a sucker for new teams that are on the rise and trying to find new talent. If you've been watching over the past couple of days, that should come as no surprise. We did get a chance to sit down with Spartacus on Train to Go and get an idea on what's going on and just kind of get to know that team a little bit better. Let's go ahead and take a listen. Hey everybody, we're just getting ready for the last day of PCS7 group stage. I've got Spartacus from Train to Go. We're going to do a quick interview with Spartacus. Thank you for coming in to start off with. And to follow up, tell us a little bit more about you and your team. You guys are kind of a new front runner in a lot of this, as you guys are already in 7th place with still a day to play.
Absolutely, yeah. So basically, this is the first tournament with me with Train to Go. I joined this team, I think, 2 months ago. We've been trying to grind the game, grind scripts, trying to improve our gameplay, trying to improve our games to get good results, let's say, yeah.
So how did you guys form the squad? Is it just people that knew each other, playing through like different discords and competitive scenes? Like, how did you guys all mesh together to create the squad?
So I would say I knew Kater from 1 year ago. I've been playing with him some ranked games, and then it was just me and him trying to form a team. So we played me, him, Vinny, and Fee the last ESL tour, and then we made a change. We just bring Karam and Battlegrounds in order to improve our gameplay. And that's it.
Well, you've already been getting a lot of love. We did have Gunner actually put out a tweet and saying the fact that Spartacus is the most underrated player of this PCS group stage. Big facts, a nutty player. So already getting some love. Any comments on that one?
Probably not. I would only thank Gunner for that tweet. I've been grinding the game lately and hoping to improve my own skills, competitive skills, let's say, and that's it, yeah.
So you guys had a very good day, getting 46 points on that first day. What do you guys think are your keys to success? We saw a lot of good in-game fighting. Like, is it comms? Is it just a plan of approach? What's working so well for you guys right now?
I would say we always trying to chill. We always trying to clear comms, playing calm, you know, having patience, and we only like do what is good for us. Don't try to take every single fight we see, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, it is definitely working. Thank you for coming in. We're going to go ahead and give you a quick second to give some love, shout outs, whatever you would like to do. Floor is yours.
I would only say thanks to everyone who's encouraging me, trying to give me some advices since I'm new in the this comp scene, and hope to qualify in the grand finals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. Chad is Spartacus. Everybody is Spartacus, but you are the real Spartacus, and good luck today. Hope to see you in that final grouping.
Thank you.
There you go. Is a Spartacus joke too dated? I don't even know. Like, that's before my time, but I just ended up watching it because like it was like a requirement at school, which I don't even know if they can show that in schools anymore, the way that the laws are going in Texas. But it's because I don't know.
It's a very long list.
The oyster scene, I think, would just exit right there. Just be like, nope, not allowed. There you go. So if anybody knows
God, you are
60s
old.
movies, isn't that what it came out?
I mean, like, I'm a big fan of the old school movies, right? Like, yeah. You talk about The Longest Day, like, oh my God, that's like one of my favorite movies of all time. I mean, it's black and white, and all the Zoomers in chat are like, oh my God, it's not even HD. What are you talking about? But hey, I'm a big fan of it. I think you should be a big fan of it too. But let's take a look at our leaderboard once again, Matt. You know, we talk about the sixth place cutoff, obviously being the priority, right? The mid 90s, but that eighth place cutoff, or the 14th place cutoff, actually is also going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, Snow Patrol is holding on to that one right now. That does mean the fact that Hustlers Academy is done. They are the only one in Group B that is already disqualified to go to the LCQ even. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the cusp for that. I wouldn't be surprised if Ace's crew, as well as Mercy Gang, could be passed quite quickly, as, I mean, what, 3-4 points are going to be all it takes across the day to climb up there. So just clinging to life, a couple of these teams, but it's going to get messier as we go. Make sure you're paying attention to which group is B and which teams are playing inside of B, are played in B. That way you can know who's kind of like staled out right now and could be passed.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing we got to obviously mention, Sonic's. What else can we say about them at this point? 6 wins in 12 games. Absolutely nuts. I mean, they were popping off at a historic rate. I mean, it was insane. They were just getting everything that they could possibly want, and every fight seemed to be going in their direction. But now that they are done, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see now that the raid boss essentially is down, and Luminosity as well. I mean, not obviously to the extent of Sonic's, but Luminosity as well, doing really, really well. Those two guys are out. So now who's going to be the one to pick up the slack? Are we looking at E United? Are we looking at Yahoo? Teams that had a little bit of a rougher first day.
See, I feel like we might see a jockeying for respect between E United and Yahoo. You know that they were participating in those matches, seeing what Sonics were doing, and we're like, oh, to hell with this. I'm going to try to do it as well. And now that we've just got them against each other, you know that there's going to be some level of flexing coming up. We know how those players are. They've got some ego to them. You know, Snakers is just like the most humble guy ever. He's going to be perfectly fine with watching what Sonics were doing.
Oh, I love Snakers and Kickstart, man. Those guys, look, they it's crazy, man, because they are such a good team and they are such amazingly talented players, but they get outshined a lot of the time by Sonics. And when you have guys like Tig and Mime and H-Win and Shrimsy that have these huge fan followings as well, and you got guys like Kickstart and Snakers that are more than deserving of that same kind of adoration. They are amazing players in their own right, and they, you know, I gotta imagine that they play with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, seeing chat just pop off, and you know, and I know they get tired of the whole rats thing and all that nonsense, but I mean, these guys are so good, and they had a little bit of a rough angle on their first day. They turned things around on Miramar, 3 fourth places in a row, but it's definitely been a little bit of a slower start than we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, I do want to take a second before we get into this. As we're talking about all these things, it should be noted that Luminosity also had a phenomenal run. He was just outshined by what Sonics were doing. They are done, and I'm pretty sure they're comfortable. They were, I think, they were like 117 or something like that. So they should be good to go. We'll have to see how that one goes. And another slow playing path, Poro. You know what that means. Baby.
Let's go.
I don't even know. This is going to be...
I'm telling you, man, the last day of these quals, the last day of these grand finals have just been giving us the most, I mean, just wheels off planes from... They're not forgiving anybody at all. They are throwing you into the deep end of the pool from the start.
That's where the fun comes into play. So if you're going to want to see the best teams, then you want to see them rise to the occasion, because while we are talking about how cruel those circles are and everything else like that, remember we did see a 50% win coming out from the Sonics, even in those cruel circles. So
God,
you can't blame the circles sometimes. It's just got to be how you adapt to them, and that is what PUBG is all about. Also, it's about stealing vehicles on drop to make sure that somebody else's rotation life is way harder.
Love seeing Tetra back, yeah?
Dude, yeah.
I haven't seen Tetra in a long time, and there you go. Well, that's pretty much what we were expecting, weren't we? Yeah.
I know. I'm astounded, Poro. Just shocked.
Look at Snow Patrol taking over Pachinki. They said Sonics is outside of the lobby today, so we're going to go ahead and take that. Now, I'm interested to see what SCG does. We know SCG has typically been camping bridges on this and given, well, in the past, we're giving Sonics a little bit of fits. I know Sonics, I know they're doing watch parties, and I know they're rooting for SCG to lose here. We'll see what happens here if SCG decides to try to play this the way they have been.
I mean, with this plane path, I don't blame anybody for making a secondary drop into Pachinki or into these areas. Just there's not a lot that's going to be easily droppable anyway, just due to the plane path being so, I guess, near water. Most of it was on land, but it sure didn't feel that way whenever you were probably trying to figure out how you were going to jump out of it. I do have to say, is this really the way that we're starting, Poro? Are we really just going to start off with a melee game on the get-go?
I mean, honestly, as far as melee games go, or melee circles go, with that plane, this is probably the best they could hope for, because it's still got a lot of the mainland still involved. So if you do want to take that time to make the drop, drive off to the north, like we see for Funners, T8, Rumblers, BBB, even Train to Go, all of these teams, they have the time to go to their normal loot locations, take their time, come in a little bit later. They don't have to worry about making that cross over to the military island just yet on C1. So that's giving them a little bit more time. So that's even though it's not great, it's probably the best possible outcome they could have hoped for here.
Well, the best possible outcome you can hope for is also going to be variable on different maps and different situations. I just want to remind everybody while we're moving forward into this one, if you want to make sure that you're paying attention to the map and all the rotation discussions that we're talking about, remember that we are doing squad streaming. You can click on the squad mode button right next to the follow button and make sure to watch us on the map stream at the same time. Get it all, and yeah, that's see, things like this are why the map's important.
Sometimes that happens, you know?
It do be like that.
It do be like that. Well, Snow Patrol's had a little bit of an interesting first 6 games. You know, I was one of the new stats I've been kind of keeping track of, Matt, is the amount of damage done at particular ranges. Right, so we have anything over 300 meters is considered long range. 100 to 300 is medium range. 25 meters to 100 range, short range. And then there's also CQC, right? Solid snake, close quarters combat. Anything 25 meters and under. There's only 7 players that have not done any damage in under 25 meters. 3 of them play for Snow Patrol.
They got goals. I mean, I guess, is that just the way you live the life?
Any, like, short range fights, I think. It's, I don't know, or either that or they're making rotations and they're just kind of getting, they're pulling in late into things, disadvantaged fights where they just get roasted. I don't know. I have to go back and watch again to see how exactly that kind of played out the way it did. But it's really interesting that that 3/4 of this team just has not done any damage to anybody in 25 meters or under. It's nutty.
Well, while not doing damage at close range, we'll have to get an idea on what the goals for Snow Patrol are as we do get some time with Mitchy Boy, and let's see his take on what's going on in PCS7.
Yeah, so our goals for today are mostly just going to be to keep playing well. We're really happy with how we played on Friday, so our goal at this point is going to be to make LCQ. It'd really be an honor and it'd really be awesome for us to get to compete at a level past the group stage. It would be our first time doing that. Something I really preach to the team is playing confident, not playing scared. I tell the team I would rather play aggressive and confident and know that we did our best and put up 0 points than play passive and scared and maybe miss some opportunities and kind of wonder what if. So going forward, we're really going to think about sticking to our game plan, keeping up the aggression, keeping up the confidence, and hopefully it works out for us.
While we've got this going on, Never Surrender was trying to cross that eastern bridge. That's where Fool managed to get some shots onto them. So actually leaving Military Base Island, as Snow Patrol needs to be careful. They might get spotted out. This is starting to get much more populated than I think that they were expecting. They have Immaculate that's coming over there, as well as Bing Bang Boom. It's just all the yellow teams coming over to hang out with Snow Patrol.
It's got to be all the yellow teams, and then the gray teams are going to hang out on top of each other. It looks like Mitchy Boy, though, got some kind of inkling that somebody was up here, so he's going to spot out Dirty Zen. I don't think Immaculate has any idea, because remember, Snow Patrol was on foot. They were the 2x or 3x rather on the sniper. That just any other scope, man, any other scope you wish you had.
Wait. Look at what's going on where Snakers in their bottom right is getting these knocks. ETG is trying to rotate in a boat, but E United spotted it from the Milta Peninsula and is shooting them down as they go. And that is a harsh way to start your game.
Ooh, Never Surrender going to lose another one now too. I think they're down to just Veronica. So already on both of the on that eastern bridge and this shark fin cliff over here, a lot of scrapping going on. Looks like this one, at least for now, is going to settle down a little bit.
United never done in a boat of their own and just driving parallel to it, so that way they can continue to mess with them. ETG has just got their eyes set. Looks like they're trying to wrap to the south. Never Surrender did leave Fools, like we were talking about, on that eastern bridge and tried to hold the north of it. Yoho came in, and that's where we saw the kills off of that. So Never Surrender has now left that position. A few moving factors for it, as we see our downed player limp swimming his way into...
Get out of the water! The blood attracts sharks!
I don't think it matters at this point. He's shark food one way or the other. I guess he could be either crab food, fish food, or shark food. So get your choice. Boop.
Goodbye, ragdoll.
I think it's funnier now because remember, like they used to just fall in the water and just be insta dead. Now it's almost better because you see the struggle. Like they're like, "Oh, somebody come back and get me!" And then your teammates are always gonna be like, "No, we're not jumping out of the boat to try to res this." And then you get the drop in afterwards. It's
you
like
are on your own. Yeah. It's fun to watch. It's always I love everybody loves a good ragdoll animation. As we see Yoho doing a little bit of camping over here on the north side of the east bridge. Now remember, Fools was doing the south side, so both sides of this eastern bridge camped. SCG doing the south side of the western bridge. Nobody on the north side of that western bridge though. So T8 4 Funners, our teams that are still coming in from that northern side, still taking that long rotation. Looks like Fools actually going to take Radio Tower. I like that move, Matt.
Yeah, for Funners making they're not going to be bumping into anybody anytime soon. The vector that they're making a path for looks like they're probably headed to the western bridge. They're pretty much straight up onto that angle, and they're not even going to bump into anybody until they try to cross over. Maybe then they would see SCG, but that's about it. Tactics, the only other team that hasn't managed to make it in the circle, but I mean, most of them are in now, and they don't have anybody that's really around them to the north either.
Yeah, and that's the thing. 4 Funners has all the time in the world, and if they have half a brain between all of them, they should know that SCG is going to be there. I mean, everybody knows that SCG camps that bridge. So 4 Funners, they've got all the time in the world to kind of spot that out, scope that out, decide how they want to deal with it. As we check in with E United, haven't made that push yet. They've got the boat, so they don't have to really put a rush on. It looks like Novo should be pretty open, and yep, they're scouting that out. Snaker's going to see the landing zone unoccupied, so here we go.
It makes sense, especially after they're harassing TTG a second ago. They want to make sure that TTG isn't just sitting there waiting for him. So
yeah,
get some vision first, head over. Circle's still going to be closing in, but you can see really it's just about what happens next. Everybody is going to be positioning up, getting ready to jump in vehicles, getting ready to defend up. That's going to be the name of the game, is what's going to go down in just 1 minute. Oh, yep.
He's actually going to swim for it.
That's what I'm talking about, E United. See, this is that pride. You know what I was talking about? They're not going to leave this one behind. They got some gold.
Oh, okay. The Western. No, I wish we could have done our jump in on comms with that one. It's like, look, there's a crate over there. Go pick it up. Go pick it up. I'm not driving over to the pick it up. You want it? You go swim for it. Fine. Stop. I'm getting out. Okay, I'm getting it. But, it kind of sucks for Fools here that they get that hard Western shift, so the radio tower now all of a sudden becomes irrelevant, and they're already having to make moves over. You can see Yoho making their way down on that Western bridge, and it looks like they have pretty free and clear rotation path here as Rumblers kind of backfilling them as well.
This is a very open circle. When we look at the southern area of it, most of it's fairly flat. You can see teams are trying to cross, doing the swim. It's going to be Snow Patrol. We saw them prepping up for that a while ago. Immaculate is taking the shots into him. The Ferry is doing some work for this as well for Snow Patrol. Looks like they have to be careful about that because Bing Bang Boom is also defended on the other line. And I'm surprised that we see so many people just kind of chilling right now, but also feel bad for SKZ.
I'm wondering how did they leave Skaz behind? He didn't have time to get his ticket before the ferry took off, and he got left behind. The rest of the team inside of a ferry. So
I mean, he's doing a good job of surviving. Really.
Yeah,
Oh, ADR.
I mean,
look at good guy ADR.
Well, Innate always there to help out if he can. A good guy Innate. There's still okay. The shots are landing. I feel like this is probably not too much longer for this world, Matt.
Yeah, this is. I know we make the joke about shooting fish in a barrel, but this is just shooting fish in a canal. As I gotta say, the sharks and fishes are feeding well today, Poro.
They are very full. As somehow managed to make it away. That might be just drown it out and not give away the kill. Well, Rumblers. Looks like they found a boat. We haven't really gotten to talk too much about this. I'm loving the addition of Show, and honestly, I'm actually more surprised that this is the first time that we're seeing Show play with Rumblers, because you go to Los' stream. I mean, Light Show is playing with Los all the time. I mean, all the time. Light Show is always down for some pubbing and for some playing. So it's actually good to see Show get on this team, and I think that he's going to fit in pretty well, pretty quickly.
I like the way that they set this one up 2 over, so that way they could scout, and then once they were certain that it's clear, let the rest of them come in with that one. Issue is E United is still pretty close to this point, but I don't think that we're going to see them bumping into each other as the Ubers are now coming for pickup. E United did hear what was going on, but
step car.
They're I guess trying the vehicle mating ritual, so that way they can get some more cars, maybe get themselves like a. Is that how buggies are born?
Look, well, I'll explain it to you later with dolls, but it looks like United was just spotting out Rumblers. They're not going to see anything they like, so just trying to find somewhere new to play here. Now the yellow team's running right on top of each other. Bing, bang, boom, instantly getting the 2 knocks onto Immaculate.
Bing Bang Boom wants to skip some LCQ, and they want to make sure that they have a chance at those PGC points without a doubt. We've got more mess that's going to continue to go on as Immaculate looks like they're just trying to get away. Remember, they were harassing everybody that was making a swim a moment ago, and they've got to make a pick because BBB is still roaming around here fairly close to it. T8 is also taking shots into what's going to be happening over here as they are still on the main island, and it looks like they're just kind of camping. They might be actually rewarded with this based off of Bing Bang Boom's rotation angle.
I mean, this is T8's play style, isn't it? They like to take their time. The circle does pop, and it's going to go west again. So SCG getting a little bit of love there in the compound. That is the make it to late game with 0 kills compound though for SCG. We'll see if they can manage to get some points from that. But T8, I'm interested to see if they hold this out, knowing that Bing Bang Boom is right behind them, or if they just try to make the run now while they know that western bridge is free.
Slow rolling it. Got to be careful. I mean, there's so little land in on this one. T8 also going to be rotating right in front of them, so that should make this much easier to figure out what's going to be going on than it was a second ago. Isolation coming in, and going back to the circle and what we were talking about just a moment ago, this is going to be a circle that everybody should be very, very familiar with. It's pretty common whenever we see the military ones, they lean into this. But let's see how Bing Bang Boom is wanting to respond to this as we're going to take a listen in on their comms and rotation.
Remember the glass.
Is he in the glass still?
Oh no, he was on the barrier outside towards Wizard.
Run through.
They're still here, It's T8.
Left.
Nice, good knock. Ross got knocked. One's on the barrier in the street.
On your side of
Sharp on the barrier, got 1 HP.
Barrier.
I'm healing.
Barrier's
1 HP.
Yep.
You guys play together, Sharp. See,
I knocked the guy.
I'm pushing
Don't
him.
see
I'm
12, just
pushing.
take your time. Just get these kills.
How many
They're two up.
Behind
One's on barrier. One unknown.
I need
Looking
a
for you,
barrier.
Sharp.
He naded his teammate from barrier.
Play together.
Barrier's
Nice.
knocked.
One active.
Where?
He's propped down bridge or something. Get your flushes on healing.
I'm not kidding.
Get these flushes.
I'm trying to res Roth.
Hurry, you gotta go quick.
Yep.
Sharp, look for the other guy. Yeah, he's down bridge.
He hit me. I have to heal. I'm
You're
healing.
good. We're in the smoke together. Sharp, you kill this guy. You're so much better. Insta stick this gats?
I'm med getting and then I'm gonna res.
He's 1 HP.
Okay, I'm resing.
We got him.
Sharp's gonna kill him, prob. You have a nade, Sharp.
We just all drive by. Heal and then we all drive by.
Do I have time? Do I need a bandage first?
Sharp's gonna kill him right now with a nade, prob.
Get in.
Take your time,
Heal in
Sharp.
and get in the car. Heal in and get in the car.
Sharp killed him, nice. Now slowly work down the bridge. Just drive to yellow and reset, okay?
Yep, get info.
We have a
Shit,
boat.
boys.
We have a boat. We have a boat.
No,
Use
just
it.
drive the bridge, you're fine. Just go to yellow and stop on the rail.
And this is one of the reasons that we joke it's not the worst thing whenever your IGL dies, because then he can point out things like, hey, you've got a grenade. What are you doing?
God, I need somebody in my life to gas me up the way that Keenan gasses up Sharp Shot pushing a 1v1. Honestly, like, you got this guy, man. You're so much better. Yeah, he's gonna kill him with this grenade. Don't worry about it. You guys do what you need to do to res Roth. Sharp's got this guy. Like, the confidence to Sharp Shot the Keenan has in Sharp Shot, and I mean, very well placed too. I mean, Sharp Shot's insane.
And a reminder that they did do some IGL change-ups, so we'll have to see how that's going to continue to affect everything. Given how they handled that, it seems like it's going pretty well. Spicy Fish, you can see that are going to be playing right up next to Collector, as they're going to be coming in pretty close. TTG could come on a similar angle. This one is the circle is going to go down into the compound of no kills that Poro was talking about, and the hills to the east of it.
United in a nice spot right now, and actually Snow Patrol in a pretty decent spot as well. We'll have to see what comes out of this military base. That's what's kind of drawing my eye right now. Fools Yahoo, and then a couple of stragglers off to the south. It looks like Rumblers and Veronica, the last player from Never Surrender, still up. Still 15 teams alive though, Matt. Oh, nice shot, Moody.
Moody coming back. Dude, there's no cold aspect to Moody. He is still finding his angle. Is going to get taken down from Thunder, but that's not the worst thing. As you can see, Simply Matt is coming in to reinforce. Should be able to spot out what's going to be going on. Catcap also trying to defend up. Just Moody down right now as they are still continuing to harass, and they've got all the angles to work with. TTG is going to be coming into a similar angle off of this one, like we were talking about a second ago. Have to see how they pass through, but it looks like they're going to be leaning into the trench, and it's still going to be just a high ground fight. Catcap looks in through the window, is going to get the drop on him. Collector's out, and should be able to get the res on Hydonix as well.
Clean stuff there from Patrick Kaplan. They should, as you said, I think Moody maybe got flushed there, but now Fools has decided to come up here as well after leaving military base. Simply Matt, though, holding the line. Oh,
so outnumbered, no time to really reset. Looking in, and that is going to be all she wrote for Spicy Fish as the burning body rolls down the hillside.
Good stuff from Fools. That was a real quick decision to leave military base and go for these hills, and I think they may have heard that firefight going on. They came over at the exact right time. As we now check in with Adrenaline down to just Ray. Oh, Ray.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's no cover over here, and this is going to be so hard to navigate. You're just trying to break sight lines with these hills. See, smokes are already down. There is the fights that we're watching right now into the north with everything that's going on with United, probably about to intersect in what's going to be going on with Bing Bang Boom. But in the south, we still have a party that's going to be going on as well, as looks like Wildcard is getting aggressive into Rumblers, as we're going to start losing teams quite quickly, it feels like, as Rumblers doesn't look too much longer for this world. Lo's going to go down as well.
And Wildcard been holding the south side for a while now, but now they're getting shot at from the behind by Mitchy Boy. You see taking out White Kick and Mukau there. Greg Shot now the last one up. Going to try to push that grenade with the... Oh, nicely done. Valiate saving the team there, saving Rumbler's chances, and Wildcard going down a little bit early.
Now they have to make the move around Yahoo, who knows exactly where they are. Have to see how this one goes. Zray dealing with that, hey, somebody knows exactly where I am situation, as well as United is finding flank angles onto him while also dropping airburst grenades right on top of him. So Zray, unless you get some assistance from BBB, this doesn't feel like this is going to be too comfortable for too much longer. You can see the hillside positions coming out, and Snakers, I don't know if that nade's going to go that far.
Yeah, United having to be careful about how they get rid of this guy, because as you mentioned, Bing Bang Boom, look at Sharp Shot starting to creep down here. Roth already just kind of looking off to the south.
I'm wrong. He airbombed it from there. That is a long throw.
A heck of a throw. We take those. Okay, well, United now can turn their attention towards getting that high ground into the circle. You can see Bing Bang Boom, Gats, Sharp Shot, Roth all still making their way in. Meanwhile, Vegas creeping back down to the south after moving over, trying to clean up whatever they can find of these teams coming out of military. Yahoo! Oh no. Oh, Shin Boy. Oh, Vegas, you're a snake in the grass, my dude.
I love the way that Fool's been playing so aggressive. They leaning into their gunfighting skills because there is a lot of experience on this team. Gets the drop onto Shinboy. Now revealing themselves. Snow Patrol's going to know where they're at as well. Two different teams going to now be looking into Fool's direction. And to peek back up there, now has to step away. Vegas is taking some damage, but reinforcements are coming in. See, throwable starting to be dropped, and looks like they're just going to now lean into the north, having kicked the Hornet's nest and seeing if maybe these two teams will scrap it out between them.
That's a good pullback, but now United has vision on this. You can see shots coming in from Kickstart, actually going to get the knock on the Oldless as well. So Fools, they kind of have to decide what they want to do here. They're between a rock and a hard place, trying to make the push onto Snow Patrol. Will get that flush onto Mitchy Boy, secure that point in the bag. 8 kills now for Fools as they try to see if they can maybe take a few more off of these two teams.
Grant just being forced into the smoke. He was willing to make the play around this one to continue their aggression, but now being forced that way due to how E United's playing. Grant still on the look around through this one. Gonna have to be very, very careful as E United just will not let anything go right now. Only 2 kills, but look at this. They see so much from this angle, and it is just going to be so hard to take a fight. Yoho was coming into this thinking that they were in a strong point, but it is just getting torn apart over.
Yeah, Lamborghini. Nice shooting, Cam. Oldless, though, there to back up his boy. Cam going to get knocked pretty low here. Grant won't be able to get flushed out, but Maji, from behind, J-Sank. For Funners, they have the compound down on the low ground here. They've managed to find a little bit of an angle here. Will get the knock. Flood will steal it away. Cam will finish it off. Nice hold there from Snow Patrol.
Still not done as we have Yoho that's going to be moving in back behind this. You know all those times we talked about be careful profiling up a hill? We do have the flush that's going to come out, and this is going to be exactly why, as everybody's going to be looking in. Multiple members of Yoho still on the look for this one, but I think that we might see this one stall out more unless Funners is going to just continue to harass this one away.
Yeah, Yoho, I mean, they have all the time in the world to stop down, make sure they get this res on the Poonage. They know that Snow Patrol down to just 1 here. So Sinzo, we're calling him Sinzo, huh? It's gonna survive a little bit. Actually, using that time to escape. I think he read that situation pretty well there. As we look at the map, Snakers kind of caught in a no man's land there. I think they maybe lost track of TTG.
Got to be careful now as the circle has shifted and stayed on the no kills compound as it's living up to its name. Well, at least half of it is. 4 Funners are finding some ways to at least get some damage out of it. To the north, it's going to get more and more dicey for TTG as Bing Bang Boom, as well as the remnants of E United, are going to be trying to make a push along a similar path. Team BB still on the hunt for more kills if they want to make sure that they're going to get that qualifying position. E United has got to be cautious as this position coming out from E United is a complete encirclement.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for them to be in. I mean, they're still in pretty decent position against this to hold against Bing Bang Boom, but as you said, I mean, both of these teams outside of the circle right now. Bing Bang Boom has a little bit more of a clear track in for the moment as Flood landing some good shots there, at least enough to keep Roth pinned back at that rock. His teammates can't really support him either. They'd have no angle onto him.
Yeah, but the way that these hills are lined up, even if you do leave this hillside and try to go to the south, remember E United was harassing all the way to Yoho. So Yoho is still alive. We still have 1 member up for Snow Patrol, and the harassment from TTG is just not going to make it too much cleaner. But it feels like with the pressure that they're starting to get, they're going to lean that way. They're even still getting shot at from the no kills compound on top of this. So this valley run is going to be treacherous, but if they can manage to get through it safely, they will come out a lot better off than having to contend with 2 teams at the same time while still running against the blue.
Keep an eye on Yoho here. They have that really good high ground position off to the south and maybe an angle enough here. It looks like they had an angle on the Flood. They maybe lost track of the kickstart, so he'll get in, but train to go again. Sneaking everything. That's
not the angle.
It's not going to be the one that does it. Oh, Sharp Shot will be the one that does it to him, though. He United out in 7th.
Yeah, that valley run was going to be a problem. With BattleX down, BBB has a chance to pounce right back behind TTG with just Spartacus still alive in this one. If Snow Patrol is going to do anything to stall it, no, they're not really going to do anything at all to stop that, as Yoho looks like they're moving into a more aggressive positioning and are wanting to start taking control over this area of the circle. BBB hears this and is now shifting back into the north, and it looks like we're starting to get up sector control setups.
Okay, Bing Bang Boom, 11 kills. This is exactly the kind of performance they needed to start their day off, as they have just leapt up that leaderboard, now sitting in 10th place. Could stand to make even bigger jumps if they can manage to figure. Oh my God, Roth. He's bolting, baby. He's gonna find Richie B. Can't get the flush though.
Moving in, being BB. Looks like they've realized where the harassment angle is going to be coming from. Yahoo now coming alive. 7 kills that they're sitting on right now are going to get the knock onto Gats. And the continued push out. They have got to be careful because they do have Spartacus that's going to be off to their right. They did take some shots into this a while ago and know that somebody is probably still alive on this vector. Do spot it out. Sparking's going to go ahead and get that one. And now the kill fiesta continues.
That is so huge for Sparking to be able to spot out Spartacus like that. And, you know, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, how much damage these snakes can do, as another one from Bing Bang Boom will go down. Despite what happens in this, I mean, they've made it, there you go, they're going to go down, but they made it to top 4. They had a nice stack of kills to go along with it. So a team that needed a big performance here to start things off, having won Yoho, another team that needed something big. Both of these teams doing big things now that Sonics and Luminosity are out.
That's big. They were tattered in armor, and now they're going to be able to pick that up at the perfect time. SCG trying to make sure that they can hold out the smoke wall that's being thrown out from 4 funners. Nade starting to come through, but no firm movement just yet. So shift coming out onto this one. Neferhor looks like he's just trying to make sure that he can hold the long angles onto this one, but doesn't have the cleanest line. Nade is going to land. Extreme is going to connect onto Matthew. And so now the throwables coming out on the opposite side of it. Looks like we do have 2 that should be able to cross and at least touch the buildings, but they touch the fire beforehand.
No.
And that's going to make it more complicated, as this is going to stall them out.
Oh, this is bad. This is real bad for Short Circuit. They needed to take care of this push from 4 funners without losing anybody. Unfortunately, they lose Extreme right off the bat, so this is opening things. I mean, this is looking so nice for Yoho here.
Being patient with it, you can see that Short Circuit does not want to reveal the way that they're moving through this one. With the way that the circle has set, and this firefight means that Yoho has taken complete dominant position or whatever is going to go down. Sparking doesn't even care. He's like, sure, I'll get involved in this. I'll go ahead and get some damage into what's going to be going on, blow out the door so that way we can see an angle into it and harass. And yeah, sure, just teamwork. It is working so well right now. Molotovs, hey, it worked beforehand. Catch somebody on fire and just continue to watch them roast. 4 funners not having too much fun as they're having to dodge all of this that's being thrown their way.
I mean, the fact that the 4 funners were able to get 3 across the road in the first place was pretty impressive. Unfortunately, now it's starting to fall apart a little bit here as it's down to just Yaxley. But Yaxley can cause a lot of problems here for SCG. And there you go, a nice knock from Punij onto Richie. May open things up for the push from, oh, Yaxley, there it is!
Oh my God, turns this one back around. Neferhor knows where the push is going to be coming out from. Goes for it, doesn't get enough damage to make it matter. So now he's having to come in 18 bullets to work around, make that 10. He's going to get dropped, and 4 funners goes down. So now looking through, oh, sorry, 4 funners get the kill. What am I thinking on that one? Now Yoho is going to come in and make the push into it.
Oh, man. The only thing Yoho is upset about is they didn't manage to get any of the kills here, as they will manage to collect at least 1 more Yaxley against Laxi, unless Yaxley can pull off the impossible here. There you go, Punij will be the one that does it to him. 12 kills and a W for Yoho in the first game of the day.
Well, we were trying to figure out who is going to start off the dominance between A and C, and it looks like Yoho is going to be able to step up with a ton of kills, but let's not forget the fact that it was pretty violent in a lot of different areas of that circle. Poro, is this is already starting out exactly as we were expecting, and with the teams that we were wanting to see go for their climb, picking it up early.
I mean, it's great news for Yoho. It's great news for Bing Bang Boom. United, I'm trying to figure out how they got 8 assists off of 3 kills. I mean, they kind of went off a little bit early. I mean, they looked okay. It just kind of fell apart in the end. They got put in that bad position. But you know, you're looking at teams that have the capability of coming in here and just sucking up a whole bunch of points. I mean, you've got Yoho, you've got Bing Bang Boom, you've got E United, you've got Wildcard, all likely candidates. And right off the bat, Yoho and Bing Bang Boom stepping up.
Yeah, this is just going to be the opening salvos. We still have 5 more games that are just going to make this more and more, I guess, nail-biting for everybody that's going to be sitting back in Group B and watching as it unfolds. One of the things I like to watch unfold is all the action that goes on to Destin. It's the latest 8x8 map in a rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. There is so much to be had in Destin, be it from swamps, into Ferris wheels, into the city, and even a hydroelectric dam. Everywhere is fun to play as. It just feels like there's so much in this map for it.
A lot of fun stuff. A lot of fun environments to play. A lot of fun just fighting areas to play around. So get in there, get your squad together, go play around that chicken, go zoomies up the buildings with the zip lines. Lots of fun.
The zip lines are actually they're oddly fine. There's something about it. I don't know. Whenever we see the way that these go through, it's just these little bitty things like that this map brings in and adds some more spice into it is just one of the reasons I love it so much. But I also love all of the action that we've got going on, and we've got to take a second to reset and get everything prepped for the next game. So you guys stay tuned. We still have 5 more games of some ridiculously awesome action lined up for you. Be right back. Got dicey for just a second, but Yoho not only climbed the hillside to get into a dominant position, they are now going to be climbing that leaderboard after a very strong finish inside this game. We saw a lot of teams picking up kills that were very needed and making in the later stages, which means that this compacted leaderboard that we have, Poro, is just going to stay fairly close. And it means the fact that every single game from here on is just going to be more and more pivotal.
Well, we knew it was going to be that way, didn't it? I mean, we knew it was going to be just trying to think of the appropriate way to put this. That's not the southern phrase that I'm used to saying, but very close. Very, very close between these teams as the day progresses. So definitely not surprised at all to see it start off this way.
How about this one? We got the woo-wee. This one's going to be a barn burner. How about that one, Boro?
Okay, we'll take that. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
That's the, I guess, the more culturally inappropriate way to say it from the South. Yahoo maxing out some damage there and doing 1,700. And on top of that, utility fairly diverse. We've been seeing a very heavy lean into a lot of stun grenades. With the firefighting and the way that they were having to take those fights, it doesn't surprise me that we don't see a lot of usage coming out from them on that one. It was close range with smokes for their hilltop fight, and then it was just shooting down the hill after that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty tough road for Yahoo. If you go back and think about it from a couple of circles there before the end, they were coming out of the military base. And, you know, they had that little fight with where they got pinched between fools and snow, and it looked pretty dicey there at times, but they managed to kind of collect themselves and bring everything back together and take that high ground over. And once that was it, it was done.
Well, military base is going to military base. That was a lot of hard shifts and continues the trend. So military base with hard trend. Let's just make it all go on as we've got the highlights we're going to be looking back through as BBB's fight here against T8 also got dicey there for a moment.
Boy, it sure did. I mean, and we got to listen in on the comms, which is awesome, by the way. I love hearing the comms from these guys. But I mean, they knew that these guys were here. They knew that they were there. They knew that they were pushing in. They thought that they were in the building. They thought they were in glass at last time they saw. So T8 actually took them a little bit by surprise, but a nice kind of. They managed to pull it all back together and refocus that fight and end up coming out of there with 3 up.
I mean, you can see it was all about this valley. The terrain defying so much of the firefighting here at the end, as it's just going to be vision and angles. Teams that managed to win their fights and get up on these hilltops had just so much vision in what was going to be going on around them. And that just continued to be the theme in the last couple of circles, as even a high ground. We saw a push coming out like they were trying to take the building, but still the high ground angle was too strong, as we're going to see Yahoo walking away with 22 points, Bing Bang Boom with 15, Forefunners with 11, and Fools with 9.
Yeah, good to see Yahoo and Bing Bang Boom back in the double-digit kill column. It's been a little bit rough the first days, but nice way to start things off here today with 5 games left to play. Now, United, only 4 points that game, and we know that they got a lot of work to do. Now, all things considered, Matt, everybody's like, oh, well, United, they're fine as far as PGC points are concerned. Well, yeah, but you also don't want to have to sit here and wait around and not play in a grand final. Like, that's not the United way, all right? They would not be happy with that at all.
Well, it's also demoralizing to a degree if you think about the fact that you are potentially, you might not qualify, right? If you're in a United, let's just throw out this high level, like potential. It's not going to be very likely. We do think that they're going to climb, even if they do go into LCQ. But if somehow they don't end up playing PCS7 and then play a Worlds event after that, there's going to be a whole bunch of mental barriers that are going to have to be overcome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, add on to that, I mean, like, obviously it would suck for teams like United, but imagine if you're an LCQ team and all of a sudden you're having to fight the LCQ for 4 spots against United and Bing Bang Boom. You're like, oh my God, come on, man. Give me a break here.
You thought that Sonic show was like intimidating? Oh. That means that it's going to be some very pissed off teams that are just going to be after the LCQ. And that's what's crazy. We've seen so many strong teams over these last couple of days. I think that no matter how the LCQ goes, it's going to be a ridiculous event to watch. There's going to be so much strength.
Fun. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, especially some of these teams coming out of LATAM as well. I mean, it's going to be a blast. Now, hopefully, it doesn't come to that for United for Bing Bang Boom, and Bing Bang Boom already making strides in that direction right off the bat. Man, they're just hopping up already. Look at that.
You can see the major difference. We do have a high kill count coming out for Yahoo, but if you factor in the fact that average placement for Bing Bang Boom is going to be closer to 9th versus a 6th, means the fact that early game fighting has been how we've seen Bing Bang Boom secure those points. That does also mean the fact that if you look at their damage, since they are going out earlier and going for those earlier fights, they don't get to harass for as long, and that leads to the damage differential that we see on Yahoo's side.
Yeah, I mean, that's Yahoo's bit, isn't it? I mean, they're a scrappy team. They like to fight, and you know, a lot of the times, most of the times, it works out in their favor just because they're so much more mechanically gifted than most of the teams they end up scrapping against. But you know, it just didn't work for them the first day. This time, it looks to be working a little bit better.
I do want to see some more, I guess, dominance. I was spoiled yesterday, man. I want to see some more VSS. So I want to see some bolty combinations in with that one. Look, I need some pan throws. Give me some.
No,
I
you
know.
don't.
Yeah, I do.
You saw a pan throw yesterday.
No, I want more.
I'm
addicted now, Poro. That's the way it works.
You got it. Get it once, and now all of a sudden,
Got the hit one time. I'm like, I needed to get
I tell you, it's like I took you out for a steak dinner. Now all you know, McDonald's isn't good enough for you anymore. You only want steak dinners.
That is true. I am kind of defensive like that. So I don't know.
Classy.
But okay, I do understand though. Whenever we're looking at this, we're not going to see those types of plays. That was really the joke that I was going to be leading into. Is there's too much at stake for these teams, and they know that they need to try to climb into those positions that are fairly secured by B's stellar performance. So unless we see Yahoo string together, I don't know, several games like they just managed to do and feel more secure, it's going to be a much sweatier day today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, the good thing about it, though, is that these teams are starting things off on Erangel, which has been kind of a rough map, at least in the first day for them. Yeah. So they managed to kind of get things a little bit more squared away on the reset once we switch over to Miramar. But to start off here with nice points gathered on Erangel, it's setting you up really nice for when you have that map reset. You just go over to Miramar, and that's the spot where they're used to getting more of their points anyway, right?
I just feel with this event and this group stage so far that people are probably sighing whenever Miramar comes into rotation because Erangel circles have been just ridiculously vicious. Like we're looking at Quarry here and we had a circle that ended in this location and it's so harsh to play around these areas.
It's tough, man. It's tough, but I mean, the thing though about Erangel that makes it even more tough is that this is the OG, isn't it? I mean, this is the original. Everybody feels comfortable playing on Erangel. Everybody knows by this point every square inch, every blade of grass, every moderate slight dip, all these guys know like the back of their hands. So, you know, it makes it a lot more difficult to catch teams unaware.
I wouldn't say formulaic at times because no part of PUBG can ever be formulaic. But you have the capabilities of variables you know how to expect. So if you're trying to make a push, let's say to the north around Stallbring, you bump into somebody, you know the secondary path that you want to take because you've played it so much. And even if that's filled, you know the tertiary area that you want to go to. It's all about, it's more like an algebra equation whenever we look at how you're playing Erangel, because you go, okay, if this doesn't work, then this works, then this doesn't work, then let's try this one. And you've tried them all before in some level of comp, so you know exactly what's going to work for you and what isn't.
Oh yeah, your backups have backups.
Yeah,
that's fine. So I mean, your backups have backups. We'll see if they end up having to use them this time, as this is a little bit farther north than I think we've been seeing. Or at least, well, I guess obviously today we went to military once, but you guys were getting some north circles yesterday.
Yeah, we danced into that area around hospital for the end of one of those games, and that was a fun game, I will say. It was chaotic, as sometimes that can go. Erangel still manages to surprise me sometimes. While we do talk about the fact that it is a lot of variable navigation just a moment ago, whenever you look at it, sometimes it's still hard to handle the way that these circles can just hard shift in the location and how fast teams can rotate. You can see the way that the circle is going to be lined up. Sure, it's a pretty easy circle, but I have to put the parentheses on that and say, for now.
Well, yeah. I mean, where's the hard shift going to take us, right? Yep. I mean, it's almost guaranteed that we're going to get, Simply. Okay, well, they should be able to res him. He's up by Kamishki. There's nobody near him. But yeah, no, I mean, it's... the hardships have just been the story of the year, really, as far as these the qualifying games go, at least, and it's been rough to deal with. I mean, if this thing goes hard to the north, it's going to play a lot different than if it goes hard to the south. I mean, I know it sounds really simplistic to say, but that's just the way it is.
Oh, simply Matt, I feel you. Is it a Matt thing that somehow we just fall and drop?
As he space bars his way down.
Oh, hey, I don't think that's where you want to stop at, Yo. You had a strong game last time, but it's going to be Show with an Uzi early on, finding himself first blood, and Yo is going to have to figure out a way to handle that one. While the action is starting to brew up over here, we do want to remind you the fact that there is also some action that's going on in Latin America. While North American teams are scrapping it out right here, Latin American teams are going to be doing the same. Make sure you check out stream at twitch.tv/PUBG to see who's going to be going on to the grand finals and who's going to be competing in next week's last chance qualifier. Who's going to be going home. Make sure you don't miss it because you know LATAM, man, they're going to bring it.
Always do, man. That, we talked a little bit about the addition of Show onto Rumblers. That play right there is kind of I guess symbolic of what show can kind of bring to it. Rumblers always loot, yes. I mean, they've always looted, yes, but the sending Light Show out there this early to take over that Heaven spot, obviously Yahoo wasn't ready for that, and they weren't expecting it, and it pays off dividends this time around. So it's good to see the addition of the new player kind of yielding some benefits already for Rumblers here.
Motorcycle drive to get us over to Milton Power, and the biggest shock in the world that E United is going to be going over here and getting their looting phase together, especially in this circle, because this is a circle that they want to play well. I want to point out a modification did come in for E United though, and Relo is actually in Lipovka right now doing his looting phase.
Yeah, they had to hop down and take the vehicles, so I think Relo is just kind of hanging out on that edge of Lipovka, just kind of having a foothold in. He's going to loot up really quick. Yeah, he's already in a vehicle, so he might be looking to see if he can at least secure some kind of foothold a little bit closer towards the center so that E United doesn't have to play all the way from the southern edge here. We check in with Bing Bang Boom. Now, Rumblers, they've sent Los over to show in Heaven, so they're in a little bit of a 2-2 split here. I'm curious to see as to how far Bing Bang Boom will try to send it towards the middle.
While this rotation is going on, I want to remind you guys, keep an eye on that right leaderboard. We're trying to see the positions on who's going to be going to LCQs, and you can see BBB, or BBB, Group B. They're all Bs anyway, so I guess it would be BBBBBB.
Lots of Bs.
So they've all finished out playing, so it's going to be about moving up and trying to usurp those points, and as we look down through this, you can see that going from wildcard just down into E United's 21 points. So there's the capabilities for a lot of jumps, and it's going to get very, very interesting to watch how this is all going to lay out. Also, very interesting to watch Snow Patrol try to navigate right in between Yahoo and Rumblers.
It's working out for him so far, but where are you going to go now? I mean, the eastern side of the circle is still pretty open. They've got Mansion, they've got the woods around there. Los just kind of taking shots over towards Cam. Nothing going to hit, but Rumblers now full, well, 3 actually. They still got 1 left in his 9. It's going to be Valley 8 bringing up the rear is going to find Arbins, and Collector is going to lose 1.
That is a good angle coming up. Rumblers doing a good job on defending up in position. Collectors coming into the territory that Rumblers knows oh so well. Now it's just a matter of trying to bait this one out, slow it down.
Get out of here, though.
Yeah, it's the question is when reinforcements can come. But remember, Snow Patrol just stopped. The BBB is just going to be the west of Rumblers. So just regrouping to even try to support Valley 8 is going to make this very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of putting Rumblers in a tricky spot here, because do you send people away from Heaven to come over here? And it looks like that's what they're going to do. And they give up a great spot in the center of the circle to come and defend Valley 8.
Yeah, Show even leaving the position over here as Los is going to just crash into that wall. Looks like they are not going to get there in time to try to stop the res, so going to be a full reset with just Valley 8's positioning revealed and nobody wanting to push up that stairwell just yet. I think that we saw a shotgun shift on weapons too down there.
Yeah, this is Rumblers prioritizing kill points here over late game position. I think they like their chances. They know exactly who they're fighting in Collector.
I just got to point this out real quick. Look at how Valley 8 lined up on this doorway. He knows exactly what the approach is going to be, and instead is kind of using the pieces of terrain that are in front of him, those things that are hanging out on the rooftops, the vents, the fans, everything like that. So every single time he's repositioning to a new angle so that way somebody part is covered. That means he's going to have a better angle to work with. Los doesn't need that much cover. He just needs you to show his head, though.
Yeah, double peek that and Show with that AUG in hand, going to find it. As now they push in. Rumblers being the aggressors in this fight, they like their chances against Collectors, but they got to figure out where everybody is. They think they've spotted out Thunder. They know exactly where he is. Ribbon's kind of still playing against that wall as Hazel will get flushed out. And we'll check around here. Yep, there you go. Snow Patrol. It looked like they were kind of taking over Heaven, but it looks like maybe Bing Bang Boom did that instead.
TTG also coming down on a similar pathing, but while this was going on, you did see the Valiant did get knocked, but that res should be pretty easy to pick up from Waldo. Now it's just a matter of how do you deal with a very... This is a very weird place to fight in general, just due to the verticality coupled in with the walls and so many angles. It's a lot more complex than a lot of the cityscapes that we tend to see, and that says something in and of itself.
That was good from Collector. I mean, the knock, they immediately use that knock to get their man away from that wall, so they're back up to 3 strong. They have the compound, so this is basically just put the hard brakes onto this fight for the time being, as TTG now will send at least 2 just off to the east here, and they're sending 2 off to the north as well. So maybe anticipating a hard north shift.
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential of that, or maybe just trying to take more territory. Four Funners now coming in, going to be passing right next to Wildcard. They're on the opposite side of the river, though, so we have to see how they choose to navigate this. They might just take that bridge just south, or just bypass Wildcard entirely, as there's not going to be anybody on the opposite side of the bridge except for T8, and it's going to be after the bridge before they're even going to get vision on this rotation from Four Funners.
It's not over here for Wildcard either, as you said. Four Funners will make their way past, but Never Surrender just off to their north as well, as now Wildcard's going to open up on the trailing members, but do they know that Never Surrender is just off to their north? Oh, good shots though. And there you go, Rafa's going to find Adam.
Taking the shot at the exact moment that NS has the angle to park it and then turn it back around. That is going to be brutal. 2 members now down. Never Surrender with a high ground looking directly into Wildcard. And hey, remember Four Funners were being shot at a second ago? Now they can turn back around into this one, and they could even assault Wildcard. Now Wildcard in a very wide pinch, as Yaxley is going to spot out Waikakamukau, and Greg, the last one up, just has to hop in a car, and it's time to go. It doesn't even matter. Just try to find some way to get around this, and it's going to be Never Surrender that are going to be taking those pot shots in. This has got to be Wildcard surviving here. They need these points. They want to continue their climb, as it's just going to be the rest flushing out. Where can Greg Shot even go at this point?
God, that is so brutal. I mean, Wildcard, they want to try to get as many points as they can. They camp this bridge. They feel pretty good about their odds against any of the teams that are going to be wrapping around from that north side, but the timing, man, the timing just does not work out. And there you go. The circle is going to go into those Yasnaya fields just off to the south. So Greg Shot does manage to survive. He does get away, but where do you go from here?
Yeah, I mean, he's around that no-lean area. He could wrap, maybe come in the Yasnaya. That's not the worst idea for Solo to kind of hang out there. We still have Collector and Rumblers that are just kind of chilling. They're going to be inside a circle, so that's just going to continue. It looks like Never Surrender is aware of what's going to be going on with the runners in their position, so they are going to juke over to Rajak, and that's going to be how they make the approach. So that fight's pretty much done. Well, this fight is never going to be done, it feels like.
I mean, Triple OG and Valley trading pretty well there, as they get each other both really low, but no knocks coming through.
Wait a minute. It seems like we've got a problem, and we're going to have to do a lobby remake from what I'm hearing right now.
Okay.
So going to be closing that one down, and all of the fun and action. See, look, this is the way it works. I guess if we don't get a lot of hard shifts on an early circle, then something's got to be wrong with the lobby, and we've got to reset it, right, Poro?
I guess so. Why not? You know what? All that stuff that we saw there, no harm, no foul. Full lobby reset coming in. Not exactly sure why. We'll let you know as soon as we know. Yeah, I think we'll stop down here for a little bit, Matt.
Wildcard really going to benefit from that one. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few minutes once we get the new lobby set up. are back, and I do want to let you guys know that it is confirmed we did have a bug in the last game. We are sourcing that out, making sure that everything is going to be set moving into this next game, but that is slowing us down a smidgen. Apologize for that, but last day, PGC points, remember all that stuff we've been setting up and how important it is? We want to make sure competitive integrity is right and good to go, so that's going to take us a while to get everything set up, but don't worry. We have a player that's going to walk you through his top 5 plays that they found very, very interesting. So let's do a listen in on that while we finish getting set up in the new lobby.
Hey guys, this is Rello from United, and this is my top 5 throws from PUBG Esports history. What I mean by throw is having a significant advantage in a 2-team situation and throwing it completely away and losing the game anyways. This is in my top 5 throws, not only because it's me and my team, but because, like, we had such a huge game, we had so much momentum, and I just threw it all away in, like, 2 seconds at the end of this game here. It's hands down the biggest mistake of my, like, career, individual mistake of my career, and I would have never forgiven myself if we didn't qualify for the grand final, or the weekly final after this, because it was the grand final of PGIS, and there was so much money on the line. And we also would have made money from this game, and it would have just been like probably one of the biggest games of the tournament if we won here, and I threw it all away. So there's a few reasons why this throw was so bad. One, it's weekly survival, and the only thing that matters is the win. So none of those 16, 17 kills that we had in this game mattered at all. 2, there was like $8,000 on the line for this game, and if you include the money that was on the line in the weekly final for this week, which was the grand final of PGIS, which was like millions of dollars, God, just like the hypothetical idea of us winning the grand final, it was huge. So this is another top throw, and it deserves to be here because Sonics, being the previous champions of PGIS, is such a dominant team throughout like their entire history as being a team. They're in a 3v1 situation, and it's so crucial for them to win this game because it would allow them to have the opportunity to make the grand finals, because they hadn't made the weekly final before this, and they needed points so bad because I don't think they made any of the weekly finals, but they're obviously like a super strong team, and they would have had a good chance of winning if they made the grand finals. And this is just such a huge throw, and it's such a huge clutch by Batoons. I think Tig kind of misplayed here. He could have just stayed in the US and taken the tree, or just sat behind the US as cover, but he had put Batoons to 1 HP, and I guess kind of ego-chowed him, which is respectable, and he probably still should have won it because he was hitting his shots, but nonetheless, it's still a huge throw.
DMR running around the outside of it, see if maybe he can tap into it, and hits the shot on the other side of it. It's gonna be Batoons, and Virtus Pro that qualify.
This is a throw for another few reasons. 1, they're in a 4v2, and 2, they have so much utility. I'm pretty sure, like, judging off the amount of smokes that were thrown, I'm pretty sure they were all of TSMs. They might have been a few of Africa's, but like they could just throw the smokes into the zone and take all of them. I'm pretty sure there's a tree by dot that they could take as well, and they don't do any of that. Instead, they all line up on a wall and make themselves free kills for a COD. And he just kills like all of them in a matter of like 5 bullets. So I don't really have much to say other than TSM literally just threw this game for no other reasons other than not using their utility.
Will they win this? No, they find one more. They find the last one. A COD, you absolute beast.
Why this one's a throw is honestly just mostly because Africa's 4-up, and it's a 4v2v2, and they see kill feed, Genji's getting knocks on the infantry, and they have info from where like Genji and infantry are shooting, so they know where they are. And the big mistake here is Africa smoking themselves instead of Genji. If they throw their smokes 50 meters further to the east towards Genji, then the game is literally free for them. But they had poor util usage, and all peaked 1 by 1 and lost aim fights, so that's why this is a throw. It's just a huge throw by Africa.
They're looking really strong on the side, and Onyx is gonna do it. Genji's gonna get the win.
I don't want to put a title on this clip, but it is hands down the biggest throw in PUBG Esports history. Brazil has the entire zone. They have 3 people holding angles on Duckmans, who is in a tiny little spot on hay bales. He has no time. Like if they're patient enough to wait another minute, like they have zone on him. There's so many things wrong that I could say about this clip, but just the basic part of them being a 3v1 with almost the entire zone is why it's such a throw. Like, this is such an easy win for them, and they just threw it all away. They're in a 3v1. They have 85% of the zone. And for some reason, RDNX decides to go for a seat swap. Proceeds to miss every shot on a player who's 35 HP. Dies to blue. And also, Rusty Zero could get a res. I'm pretty sure he could res his teammate here. Chooses not to, sticks to the 1v1. And also isn't in the west side of zone where he could have more zone control and more hard cover. But proceeds to just wait, aim duel from a bad spot, and I don't know. There's just so many things bad.
They've got to be aware the blue zone is right behind both of them. And boy, it's not going to tickle.
Rusty Zera, he's calling in the mindset. He's calling in the help from Cold Zera from another game. He needs that aim. He needs the God skill right now. Looking across. He's done it! Oh my God! 3 versus 1 Brazil! They ballsed it up! Are you serious?
Oh, Duckmans. I love Duckmans so much. As now Brazil is part of our region, we will just ignore everything that was said there and just compliment Duckmans on a very well taken.
Hey, I mean, we saw what Brazil did at PNC 2022. I mean, that was pretty disgusting. A long way from the days of the drive-by, die-to-blue worst throw in history. And you know what? All respect to Rilo. On some of those, you could call those actually, instead of throws, you could say they were just big clutch plays by the other guy, right? Maybe.
Look, I try to be a positive guy, and whenever he was going through those, I was like, nah, they just kind of stood there and let somebody kill him.
Oh, we're not allowed to say that anybody throws anything, Matchroom. All our players are the best in the world, and if they never throw anything. It never happens.
Except for pans, which I'm still addicted to.
Yes.
I want to see more of. All right, so Sonics
won it now.
Not playing today. Luminosity not playing today. Dodge not playing today. Tokyo Maji Gang not playing today. Abstract not playing today. So what we're looking at is groups C and A. Most notably Wildcard Gaming, who's going to need to make their climb. Yahoo, Train to Go, and Bing Bang Boom. It's almost like we were talking about these teams and United for a reason, Boro, as that's going to be way too many teams to be able to fit in the amount of slots that we've got.
Yeah, Wildcard holding on to that 6th place spot tenuously at best. I think they had like a 1-point lead there, but all right, let's run it back, Matt. We all that stuff we saw earlier doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that Sparking got killed early by Light Show. Doesn't matter that Wildcard had a failed bridge camp. It's wiped clean.
The circle was trash. That's the whole reason we did it. See, this is why they give me the button. Whenever I get us back into game, if I don't like the circle, see, I can just randomly kick players, and I just went on a field day until finally somebody caught it and was like, we got to reset.
Don't say that. They're going to believe you. Like they already think we have all this power over when to start the game anyway. Now they're going to start thinking we have the power to cancel games. It's not true, chat.
I mean,
we're just here to watch and talk.
I have the power to choose who wins through caster cursing, choose how the circles go based off of caster cursing, start the game whenever I please, and now also can cancel games as I please. I am RNGesus that you must pray to for certain.
Power. Are you going to use your power for good or evil? Okay.
Absolute evil, dude.
Evil is.
Despicable me. That's the way I'm going to be casting the rest of this. Give me a circle with 90% water.
Oh my god! If you start making minion jokes, I'm out of here. I'm done.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go down that line.
Okay.
It's the reason I don't log into Facebook anymore.
Oh, thank God. At least we don't have to deal with that. Well, oh no. Oh, what happened here? Veronica.
Dude, Veronica has been pretty lit lately. And oh, there's a VSS on the other side. I see how this one's going to go. Veronica is going to dance. Well, I was joking, chat. Anyway, let's just continue looking at what's going on with this fight right now.
United haters absolutely mauling right now. Oh, VSS. Come on, VSS.
I love the way playing the outer wall. 24 bullets, though, means the fact that this is about to get brutal. Hey, but 24 bullets and a nade is pretty big. Oh, no. The window peak. That was sick, bro.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, his team left him so fast. They're all the way up in Zarki, all looted up now.
They were already driving somewhere, and turning around would be surrendering the route that they were going to. So you never surrender. Got to continue where they're going. And now, chat, we will talk about the fact that, yeah, I guess I actually can caster cursor. 90% water.
Jeez. That's brutal. I mean, it's great if you're United or Yo-Ho.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get man. We even say that is so much water, Matt. So much water.
Whenever you don't even have the western area past farm inside the circle, that
Hey, look, it's me.
Absolute nuts.
Why is there a poster of me on the side of that wall?
This is your building.
Huh.
Remember, we used to drop Zarky every once in a while.
We did. I like Zarky. because you don't have to worry about hot drops. I lose hot drops all the time.
No,
God,
you say that. You say that, but guess what? Never surrender, just chilling over here. You about to have some friends potentially, as Collectors is moving into the Zarky line, and I don't know, about 200, 300 meters away from them. So we'll have to keep an eye on if that brews. United, just center circle, looting, living the life.
They're so happy right now. And they should.
Whenever we need an United's comms, jump in right here.
Yeah.
Just listen to people like, wah, the whole time.
We finally got a circle. Like, I mean, look, they've been.
I like how we drop the sides off this so we can see the actual circle.
Yeah, we don't need side panels anymore, guys. This is brutal. All right, well, only 2 teams really inside the circle at this point, so going to be keeping an eye on that south coast and coming in from the north. You see Rumblers already on the move, so that's good news, as they may only run into Yo-Ho here and not have to deal with any of the other nonsense.
Well, Yo-Ho is a thing to run into as a problem, though.
Well, I mean, Sparking may want a little bit of revenge here on show for that kill that never happened.
Well, he fed that information over. We do not see Yo-Ho stopping on this line, except for Punage. Looks like, but he's just doing a vehicle swap. That is going to put him in danger range. Car's coming. That's fine. Just rocks. No problem. And Punage, beneficiary of rocks.
Somebody have their map open. Actually, Rumbler's going to send it even further in. And now you look at Yo-Ho, they've got 3. They've got Sparking trailing. And if they actually get set up here in a way to cause Rumblers to stop down in the middle of the road, then Sparking might be in a place to do a little damage. But it looks like, okay, yeah, Rumbler's just going to go for the other side of power.
Hey, that's not friendly driving skills there. Poor Valier got rocks
time,
coming after him, teammates that are just bumping him off the road. Luckily, United just doesn't care about the fact that they need to defend this one and is just going to let everybody come in however they want. I mean, it's too big of a territory to try to defend, so I like that they're just hunkering down on the places that they think have high value and are going to commit into defending those. Well, I said that. Kickstart's like, maybe this has got more complicated than he was expecting.
Yeah, he's all by himself here, and now he's got company off to the side as well. So Yo-Ho pulled in. Kickstart will open up with the mini. Big shots come through. No knock, though.
What do you do now, Kickstart? You got Rumblers on one angle. They just heard those shots, and they know it's close. That was an empty UAZ, I believe, that was rolling out in the middle of nowhere. Kickstart should know that there's some people back behind, and now... oh, what do you do? There is no way that United can commit back into getting this. That would be so dangerous. So many teams have come in. BBB is to the north of this and looks like they're going to be wrapping around the northern area of Milton Power proper. To the south, we already have the positionals that are going to be coming in from ADR, and Snow Patrol. So this is just going to get worse and worse for Kickstart.
It is. Now look at Light Shows come back, and it looks like they did send Flood to kind of save Private Kickstart, and looks like he will hear Light Show's vehicle, so they'll get him in and out of there as quickly as possible. So nice little reset there for United, and actually going to find Sparking too.
Oh, hey, well, Snaker is doing a good job on defending up on that angle. He's got vision for days and is going to continue to harass. You know that Snakers he's got some goals. Like we were joking about before everything started. Ooh, Short Circuit Gaming had a short circuit in rotation. Multiple members down, and that's going to be a flush. I think leaving just one. And Richie B does manage to make it away, and there's nobody in front of him for a while, so he should be safe.
We're going to talk about the fact that both Maji and Oldless had M249s. And they just completely opened up on them. The bullet hose.
You play to the weapons you are presented, right? I mean,
you know, it worked, and now he's got a nice little barrel for himself. No ammo, though.
Look what got you there, and now you're just going to abandon it. Feels bad.
I know. Kurt's rolling over in his grave right now. is not grave. You can't believe anybody would abandon a beautiful M249 like that. But okay, it looks like United, they were in a little bit of a 2-2, so they're just going to go ahead and put all 4 back here into Milta Minor, which we haven't seen a play from Mini Power in a long time, actually.
I think that's just a circumstance of the circle, since there's so little land in it. Trying to commit into a 2-2 whenever you have to assume that every building is probably going to get crashed is the safer play. I respect the idea behind it. Yoho is running with a different strategy of just trying to control as much territory as possible, and it is working against T8, forcing them away. There's going to be a new contender in TTG that's going to come on northern angle.
Attack 8. They'll get the logging camp for relatively free here. I think they were creeping down a little bit lower, looking at the compounds that Yoho was in, but Yoho have a big wide split going on right now. I mean, they've taken over 3 of the buildings on this road down here.
Oh, no.
As ADR.
Richie B.
Oh, Richie just barely gets out of there.
Well, he still's got the rumblers in front of him. He still has Snow Patrol. Oh, Pack 8's going to be coming in over here, and it's BBB that was waiting for them. That was a quick down and flush. So TTG is going to stop where they are at and just be content with those yellows.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for coming up here. Oh, Battlex going to get taken by the snipe from Keenan. Does that?
Oh, yeah.
Big Bang Boom wants this now.
That's points to be had, and so look at that. Patience coming in and rolling down. Guess what?
Looking for
Four Funners has no idea what's going on here. They're just roaming through. Their car flipped over, and it's going to be rolling as this is coming down the hill, making the push into what's going to be happening. BBB is just going crazy on teams trying to make this rotation, just roaming around. TTG still has not even had time to reset. Roth has already made the push into this, and Poro, this is a power play.
Look at just the confidence, the aggression here. Kickstart actually going to get the knock on the Raw here from range. Is now 3 up for BBB. They're having to fight their way through. Ooh, that's not a good flashbang. Pause down here. See if they can maybe get the res on the Roth.
Got to slow it down. They were not expecting 4 Funners, and that, had to clutter the comms. Remember that we do have Spicy Fish that is in the main part of Milta Power, so that's a new angle that they have to protect from. Keenan now looking through, gonna go ahead and get the flush, and this is just turning into more and more territory that they have control. But remember a second ago how they were holding down that position and kind of started this whole domino effect? 4 Funners has already taken that point, and now Spartacus with a shotgun is probably going to find himself in a bathroom pretty quick.
I mean, I obviously Big Bang Boom would love to clear this out, but you got to be careful about how you go about doing it. He's probably sitting there holding a shotgun. They're going to push in as a team. Love the work coming out from Bing Bang Boom here, not leaving anything up to chance. Nice shot. Oh my God. Oh no. He couldn't get the flush. He tried to go for it though.
No Cap is so mad right now.
Points though.
No Cap is so mad looking at that shotgun.
Why is No Cap in here catching strays?
Dude, I love No Cap. He earned he is my spirit animal. That's the way I feel when I hold a shotgun. So I am not judging him. I am mad about that shotgun spread as well.
Jeez. And Bing Bang Boom actually gets to reset off of this. I'm actually surprised for Funners didn't decide to crash off of that double knock. Might end up regretting that as Richie will go down.
I do want to point out that Immaculate was playing in Novo while all of this was going on and got themselves a boat. So
we never even talked about Circle 2, man.
Yeah. I don't even know, dude. It's still just the same. It hasn't modified much except for the fact that just go more Milta. That's about it.
Yeah. It's going all the way down to the coast. We're cutting out prison. We're cutting out shelter. We're cutting even the logging camp really is getting cut out. As everybody leaving that wild card. Probably the westernmost team here, just on the eastern edge of Milta. Although Never Surrender taking their time, coming in super late as we check in with Immaculate, rather, making that Normandy beach landing. Looks like they spotted out for Funners.
I want to remind everyone, in addition to all of this water, that area in between Milta Power and, just along that coast, that's a very flat open area that nobody can really play. Spicy Fish is running a 2-2 around it. You can see that 4 Funners is making their move in. That should allow BBB to make their move. Collectors could be falling back behind this at roughly the same time. That's kind of our moving features with the addition of maybe Never Surrender how they're moving over there. But Immaculate is going to spot out, and yet again, finding more and more success just holding down this one area.
Nice shots there. Catch Holdless just off guard. Not even sure if the fools knew. I don't know if they heard him coming through or maybe just came through when Oldest wasn't expecting it. Nice shots. Oh, Roth actually going to be the one that gets triple OG as Poonage getting robbed.
I mean, this is a wide split coming out from Yoho, as they don't have a choice in the matter anymore, as they have teams in between them. So it's just get what you can get. Now, Collectors, how can you get anywhere? It looks like they're trying to wrap to the strong hill that we know very often is going to get play. Instead, no, they make the shift into United's direction. They very quickly regret that and now have to move away from it. He's rolling in the distance, as now we just have one member there and Thunder trying to figure out where he can stop. And I hate to break it to you, there's not a lot of safety to be found.
Yeah, Yahoo, you mentioned the fact that they're down to 2 now. They had that big wide split going on the road that we mentioned earlier, and it looks like T8 was the one that crashed right in the middle of it, and they end up making Yahoo pay for it as Thunder does get taken down by Flood, so that'll be another point now for E9. I think they're up to 4 kills just playing from that Milton Miner, and they have ribbons right on the wall as Immaculate still doing work from this coastline.
No surprise, as the circle is going to shift, it sticks on the coastline, and so I guess really Milta Power.
I mean,
this is such a hard shifted area
until 4.
Milta Power proper is not in circle 3.
God, this is brutal.
That's the name of the game today. I know we've been using the word brutal a lot, but it is just brutal. What do you do in a situation like this? No cover, so much open space, so much water, and at this point, Immaculate might just get back in their boat because why not?
I mean, the problem right now, Rumbler's in a great spot. There's area to play, and it looks like 4Funner's going to try to go for the sniper tower right now. That's one of the few towards where this probably is going to end up going next shift. One of the few spots that's still really kind of available. It looks like they'll be able to get in there. Ooh, Rumblers will find J-Sank. But now Spicy Fish having to find, bing, bang, boom, coming in late, picking off the trailing member of Spicy.
Yeah, Spicy Fish is kind of separated across this to the south. You can see Pat Caps is taking some shots into Bing Bang Boom. They've taken that divot that they've got some control over now. As really the north is calmed down, it's going to be more feisty over into the west. Spicy Fish, Pat Caps still just trying to get vengeance on this more than anything else. The other 2 members can't provide any support. We do have Never Surrender that are going to be pushing by. Wildcard, Tac 8, going to go ahead and make a crash right into Yoho, but that's going to be Shinboy by himself, already getting the drop on 1, and you know that Yoho has the capabilities to try to work their way around this one and clutch it up. The problem is, this is a very disadvantaged fight.
Yeah, I mean, Poonage is trying to make his way over here, but you can see United's actually spotted him out, taking some shots, so that's going to slow down his rotation here just a little bit. As Shinboy will hop out the window. I think he heard Tater.
He hears it.
Yeah, Hooligan's holding that line, so Shinboy definitely needing to be careful. If he can slow this down until Poonage can get there.
Look at that. He's smoking out the top to slow down, so that way they have to be careful about how they're pushing up there and therefore thinking that he's going to be in that position. But now Poonage making the run across. He's going to get dropped by United. Shinboy now by himself has got to play this one, and he knows that this is going to be hectic. Can he get anything? Goes for spray. Does get Hooligan down. Every point from here on is going to be so important for Yoho, but it's not going to matter. Palix does spot him out, and Yoho is down.
Good work from Palix. I mean, unfortunately, they do lose Hooligan there. I mean, he gets a knock in the flush, but I mean, T8 had to kind of do a split hold there just because you never know what he's going to peek from. Is now Fools. Looks like they're getting pressured from Wildcard off on this eastern side. And keep in mind, Immaculate's still down there.
Yeah, I mean, just assume every rock has somebody behind it. And whenever you assume every rock has something behind it, just start throwing nades. And that seems to be the plan Wildcard is trying to execute. Going to be making it harder for Fool to deal with. Circle pops and finally moves away from water as much as it possibly can, really, but still leaving a smidgen for the plate.
Yeah, I mean, this is putting Wildcard in a weird position here. Yeah. I mean, taking shots over towards Fool, that's all well and good, but you got to find a place to play inside this new circle. And you can see Cal already starting to pull away, maybe scout out a next spot. I mean, that spot, that little ridge line just to the south of Snow Patrol looking good, but unfortunately, it's going to keep you, or you're going to basically be at Rumbler's mercy at that point. So.
Tough. Did we see one of the members from Full fall? And I think that there's a path back over there, but that's going to be at a bad time regarding how this is set up. Yeah, remember that one member for Collectors that popped over next to United? This is his life now.
He is just chilling.
I am one with the wall, and the wall is with me. I am one with the wall, and the wall is with me.
Well, there you go. Grant Lantis, I mean, he dropped down, but he manages to sneak up behind Wildcard, catch Nico slipping. So Adam trying to hold off the line here. Flashbangs come through to prevent the push from coming out. And there you go. Waikikamuka, nice angle from him. Will support his team now as Vegas and the rest of the boys trying to make their way through. Maji will find Adam. Waikikamuka doing big work, though, from range.
Waikikamuka is so damn good. And he's just picking apart off on this angle. And now that's going to allow the potential for reses coming into play. And this is going to be so close that it's going to now deny anything that Fool can do. Vegas knows this, and he's just going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle, and he's just going to try to roam away from this one. But that should allow a reset come out for Wildcard to have to deal with whatever's going to be coming.
I mean, hopefully they have the time for it here. They'll be able to get both of the reses up, I believe. But, you know, where do you go from here? I mean, Waikikamuka back on the motorcycle. I think he may be looking at that same little clip line.
United is dying right now.
Snake!
Collector. Just destroying him. They didn't even expect it. Nobody expects this angle. What are you going to do? And he's still clinging to life. You can see that United's like, what the hell just happened?
Oh, no.
They might have heard the tire pop and realized there's a car there now.
Yeah, I mean, he is just dug in there like a tick. At this point, you're just wasting your throwables.
Oh, and now he can move away.
The flashbang gets him, though.
This is so good. He's just juking around anything that United's going to bring, and he does manage to dodge it. It was going to be BBB that was going to take him down. Instead, find some safety. Wildcard now making their push in, and guess what? It's going to be in Snow Patrol's position, and multiple members are already down. Wildcard trying to make their push in, as it is just going to be a territory fight every step of the way for everybody that's going to be involved. Snow Patrol does move down, and yet again, Wildcard is going to reset.
Man, this wild card team this weekend has just been winning their fights, man. It's been so good to watch. Now, they've been playing as a group a lot more than they recently have. Oh, no. He almost got him. Look at him. Flood's half HP. Oh, my goodness. But, I mean, back to Wildcard. Like, we got used to seeing them play these big, wide splits. This time around, they're playing a lot more stacked, more close together, and it's yielding tremendous results for them here.
I just got to give another shout out to Ribbits. That was a stellar performance just to get as much as he got out of that. I mean, there's a world where he should have died a long time ago, and to still pick up several kills on top of that. Well done for him. Now we've got to look at how the pathing's going to come out. We do have Pat Caps that off by his lonesome, still shooting at BBB and trying to get that vengeance back for his teammate that he lost a while ago. And he's going to have to walk through a very just bad open area to try to get away from this one. But I think that the rest of Spicy Fish should be able to defend him as long as he can crest around him.
That's tough stuff for all these guys on the south. I mean, they still have a foothold for Spicy with Haydonix has that high ground. I mean, this is for Funner's life for the foreseeable future. I mean, they've got two alive. They've got the sniper tower. They've just got to hold off. Nobody's going to be pushing them on foot anytime soon here. So, but the South, man, the South is getting so stacked.
The 8 Stater taking shots into Wildcard as they're prepping to make their run into the zone. Tactical 8's about to have to do the same. I mean, luckily for both, United is going to be the team that might have the best angle into this, and we just saw the fact that they've taken several casualties. TAC 8, how are you going to navigate through? It looks like they're going to be doing a northern wrap, still continuing to scout. Wildcard going for a more direct approach. Instead, they're just going to try to book their way in and vehicle fortification and pray from here. This hill is going to have a recess in it and is going to break a lot of sight lines, allowing them to keep their vehicles up. This is really heads up. Issue is, are they watching behind them? Yeah, they are, because TAC 8's going to be coming into this area, and that means the fact that they are going to be revealed any moment now, and so the aggressor is now going to become the aggressee.
Yeah, TAC 8 in a lot of trouble here. I mean, Palix might be able to pull something off. They got a good amount of smokes. Tater going to get picked out by Nikos, though. Instantly finished off. So now Palix just hop back in the vehicle, see what you can do, buddy. It's going to be rough sledding, though.
Make the drop down, at least dodges Wildcard. Rumblers are aware of this, not going to get the cleanest sight line into it. Vegas is also going to take shots, and it looks like just into Rumblers' compound. Palix does collapse into this one, but now is just going to run into the building. Waldo's got a shotgun on the ready. Now Palix, let's see, Molotov to break the door. Any follow-up coming out and now being forced out of the building. That Molotov now slowing him down as well, so cannot continue the pursuit. Palix just bouncing between these windows, making it work.
Get him. Oh, how does that grenade not get him? I thought I had him for sure. Palix still alive though. Waldo has some backup here. Here's Palix. Okay, gonna go into the bathroom. Waldo switch back over to the shoddy. Hear the footsteps. Play the stairs.
Oh, flashbang's good. Oh, that one was just right in the face. I want to point out the circle has popped, and it is a no man's land of no man's land of no man's lands that we're looking at right now. So with this, For Funners has sent, actually, no, it's just Fools that has Vegas right over into this position as well, holding down right here. Wildcard's going to have to make a move into where we see Never Surrender at. United put in some work on the side of them, and it looks like they're going to have a precarious run as well. BBB still has a member up and trying to figure out how they're going to come in the circle. See, look, just look at the abundance of places to go, bro. It's just everything that you could want.
Yeah, tons of places to play around here. Is Never Surrender going to try to hold the push off from Wildcard here? United somehow manages to get away from that, and they actually managed to find a little bit of hard cover as well. As Pat Capstone and Hedonix, they might actually have an angle onto this, but what work the work that Wildcard has done this game. I mean, every circle is shifting away from them, but they've managed to keep 4 up, and they're getting some points off of this.
I mean, what you can get in a game like this is going to be everything. It's just about managing a way to find a way to keep that point per game up. With the shots, now they can continue to run in. Have got to be careful. Gonna lose one. Gats is gonna get dropped. Roth still playing in the smoke. Gonna peek the same side and has got to be careful. Trying to just get the flush. He's gonna go down. And Wildcard finally gets some peace and quiet.
Again, they still keep 4 up. I mean, this is just, it's been awesome. Okay.
That's this game in a nutshell, right?
Truly is. As it looks like somebody's gonna have to res Waldo here. Okay, there you go. Los is gonna be the one that does it, but Immaculate's been doing really well too. They've managed to fight their way. I mean, remember they came in on the coast in boats under the eyes of Vegas' squad there, and they've managed to keep everybody up for the most part here as well. Yeah, all 4 up, playing in from the south side. Now they got a little bit of a scrap here with ADR brewing.
Look at that overall leaderboard. Tough. I want to remind everybody, even if you look at Rumbler's position, 1 point's going to put them back up with 4 Funners. Just a squad wipe's going to put them with Immaculate. And yeah, I guess Immaculate isn't going to peek that angle anymore. They learned lesson off of that one. And shots are going to be coming out from Spicy Fish. So what you going to do, Snakers? Can you snake past it? I don't think that snaking powers are going to work. So now United down to 1.
Yeah, I'm guessing they didn't really have much left in the term of in the form of utility either to even smoke that off here. As Pat Caps and Hedonix will continue their reign of terror. Only 2 kills, but man, feels like they've just been kind of overseeing everything. And there's that shift. Okay, for Funners, down to 1. J-Sank, Monkey in the middle. Can he survive?
Did Wildcard really just get delivered a crate that they're going to be able to replenish armor on for as much as they're fighting, as many times as they've been knocked? If they can get to that, that's cover for 1, and for 2, that's a replenishment that they need desperately. They're the team that has a high ground look into everything except for Funners. So grats everybody. Figure out how you're going to assault Wildcard's Hill, because that's pretty much the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game of chicken at this point, isn't it? I mean, whoever goes first, if Rumblers tries to make their crossover there right now, they're going to get shot in the back by Immaculate and ADR. If either of Immaculate and ADR decide to go, they're going to be in trouble. So it looks like Rumblers already going to start to lay the smoke wall out. Immaculate, they've got vehicles, they've got smokes of their own. They're going to try to make the push as well. Let's see who gets there first. Oh no, it's too smoky.
The smoke causes a problem. Oh no, it's been a bottleneck. They've taken so much blue damage. That's not the way you want to start this one. Coming in now, gonna hit a rock. Luckily, there's firefights happening. It's just ADR that's taking shots into him. Rumblers were distracted at the time. Rumblers are gonna be run right past, and now it's just gonna be forcing their way right into Nico's to knock him into the zone. Dirty's in, at least gonna be able to take 1 member of Wildcard down with him.
Oh no! And now the last player for Rumblers. Or no, Waldo got res. Okay, so Wildcard, all of this falling apart so fast. Nikos gets knocked out in the blue, as you said. They should be able to get the res onto Adam here, but they've got to deal with Rumblers. Oh, there you go, Cal. 15 kills now for Wildcard, and they get the res onto Adam.
And they still have circle control. ADR are going to be making a push now into the shack, while Spicy Fish looks like they're going to be trying to wrap back behind this one. They do manage to take out 4 funners, so shack control is going to go over to Dylan. ADR now getting control over the south.
Dylan.
Spicy Fish trying to get into this one and is going to get it, even with some cover using the vehicle as well. ADR's positioning now does get angle onto them and might dissuade Wildcard, but I don't know. If they're smart, they just might let Mukau look that direction.
Gotta give credit to Dylan there for winning that fight, that 1v1 against against J-Sank rather, in the sniper tower, and taking that away from Funners. That gives ADR a lot more control in here. And you can see Wildcard trying to move it around and take out Catonics, but he's going down. Oh no.
Pat still just putting in work. Spicy Fish should have died. I don't even know how many times. Pat Caps is finally down, so Spicy Fish surrenders in the end. Wildcard, beaten, battered, bruised, looks down, spots out Greta the Goat, and now ADR has got to be careful. They've got themselves a wizard tower, but Wildcard has some goals.
2v2, this should be... Wildcard would love to be able to do something here before they can get that res, but good work once again coming in from Zray to prevent the push for now. Waikakamukau, though, he's going to send it. The smoke is down. They're trying to stick the res. They managed to do so. So ADR back up to 3 strong, but Cow is right on their doorstep, grenade in hand.
Drops the nade off to the side of it. They hear the sounds of the nade, realizing how they're going to have to be playing this Greg shot, trying to feed the information. If it does get the knock onto Dylan. Now in a 2v2. Waikakamukau so close, it's going to be a problem. Looks like they're trying to commit into the res. I don't know if they know how close he is. He's going to step around this one, find a free angle, get another knock. And now it is a 2v1. Jumped up, tries to go for the spray, but no! Wildcard reads it. A hellacious 19-kill victory after fighting tooth and nail.
What a win. That is a signature win for this Wildcard squad. They fought, as you said, from the jump. I mean, they had to fight for everything. They never caught a single circle. 19 kills, Matt. 2,600 damage. Unbelievable stuff from Wildcard.
I just don't even have words. That is just an astounding performance. We talk about clutching up when you need to clutch up. Try to get that qualification point because Wildcard wants to make sure that they can get those PGC points. That game is going to make them feel a hell of a lot better about trying to get there.
And I mean, think about this is coming off of that the reset. Obviously, you know, we don't want to harp on it too much, but I mean, the Wildcard had the bridge camp going on in the game that we ended up having to reset. That could have easily been a tilting thing right there to kind of lose a bunch of guys that way. But instead, Wildcard, they take the reset in stride. They come in and have probably one of the best games that I've seen from that squad since they've formed.
That is everything that we have wanted to see from Wildcard, and I'm sorry. I just need a minute. I need to recoup. My brain isn't even working because of what was all going on inside that one. So give us a second. Get our mental back. We're going to be back. We still have 4 more games to go, and you know after that last one, it's just going to be all awesome from here on out. See you guys in a second.
Welcome to Destin, the heart of the South and the city of the future. Here, your destiny awaits. Soak up the sun in your own beach villa. Feel the rhythm of Destin at the all-new concert hall. Become an outlaw and paint the town red. Or gain your wings and soar through the downtown district. Discover Destin. Discover the new you.
Are you not entertained? Wildcard leaves nothing on the table. They are a force to be reckoned with, and they come in bruised, fighting every step of the way to find a victory. And I mean, it's against ADR at the end, but it felt like through that game, it was the whole lobby that was against Wildcard.
9 kills and 1,100 damage for Waikikamu, Cal. I mean, the kid, there's a reason he came over here. There's a reason we wanted him, and we got him. And,
he can kick a Mukal for whatever reason he wants.
Oh, absolutely. Each one of those guys had over 500 damage. I mean, they were putting in work, Matt.
Dude, I just don't even know. It's astounding. Look at this. The amount of smokes, nades, they were in everything. And then with the amount of firefights that they were having to get in, you know that they were having to pick up tattered armor. They were having to pick up, like, just smokes, anything that they could find, as they were just literally crawling into the circle at different points. I mean, they even had one of their players launched out into the blue zone by a car, for love of God.
God, I feel bad for Nikos on that one, but you know, Adrenaline had to do something, didn't they? I mean, they had to make a push somewhere, and it was probably not the cleanest push that they could have hoped for. The rocks being the bigger problem there, as trying to rotate through the smokes is a difficult thing sometimes. But you know, obviously, all credit to Wildcard. 19 kill win, absolutely huge stuff. Definitely, I think probably. Well, I don't want to say definitely anything, but you feel like they've secured their spot in the grand final at this point. But United also had a really good game that time around as well. You know, probably wish they could have got a little bit more off a circle that falls on Milta Power, but still, third place, 9 kills rather, not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, if Collector wasn't where they were, Lord only knows what could have happened inside that game. There are so many moments to look at. I don't even know how long this highlight package is going to be for, because where do you even start? I do want to give a shout out to our spectating team. This was a hell of a game to spectate, and they were where they needed to be so often. Thank you so much.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing, man. It's definitely tough to keep track of all this action on circles like this. As well, I mean, poor Nikos, man. What do you even do? What do you? Dirty City even went down to the zone too. That just feels super bad.
GG next is about all you can say whenever that happens. I mean, it's whenever you just have to make a commitment, and that's what ADR's got to do. I mean, you saw what else could they do?
Tried.
They were trying everything. I don't think that they realized how close Waikakamukau was here, because they would have never gone for this res elsewise.
It was tough. It was tough. I mean, ADR, the fact that they even got to that sniper tower in the first place was huge. And I mean, they did really, really well there. But Wildcard was just, I mean, they were just on a different level, weren't they? 29 points, man.
That is just absolutely nuts. The more that I'm just sitting there looking at that, that's near on a third of the lobby that they killed just by themselves. And I mean, if you want to make a statement on why you should go to PGC, there you go.
I mean, look at it. There you go. And that's going to be enough to pump them up into third place, tied now with Dodge. And again, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, Matt. Dodge was sitting in third with 90 points, no games left to play. They had to be sweating, and they've still got to be sweating.
The benefit for Dodge and Tokyo Manji Gang right now is the fact that really point totals have kind of stayed consistent with certain teams, so the climb hasn't been too massive yet. But you can see E-United, Bing Bang Boom, they're still trying to make their climb, but they only have 4 games now to try to keep, an average of 10 points per game?
I mean, look, it's tough, but I mean, you're talking about teams that are more than capable of putting together double-digit point games. I mean, any of these teams are capable of doing the things that Wildcard just pulled off, and now that Wildcard has a little bit, the pressure is off. You got to wonder if maybe they'll kind of open things up a little bit, be more aggressive, maybe take fights that they wouldn't have taken if they were concerned about chasing.
And that is a scary thing, because you just saw what Wildcard can do whenever they get into fighting range. Now they're not going to be afraid to get into fighting range. So rest of the lobby, enjoy, because you can see the comparison right now on climb. This just feels unfair to look at. The average damage is comparable, average kills, but it's the placement, man.
Yeah. I mean, look, United's starting to get things done today a little bit more, but Erangel's just been rough for them. And even that game, I mean, that's in the United circle. They still managed to get a lot of kills, good points off of it, enough for third most kills or third most points in the lobby, rather. But you'd figure they'd want a little bit more off of that. But they've still got 3 Miramar games to go, and obviously yesterday they had a lot better day with their Miramar games than they had on Erangel. So maybe we'll see them turn things around here.
I feel like we might have lost the premise on, it's hard to hold down a 10 points per game average across the next set to try to make sure you can compete with that 90 points. Whenever we just saw 30 points, 29 in one game, it kind of throws and skews the averages, Boro.
I mean, when you get circles like that, that is just absolutely disgusting circle. And it feels like when you see the weird circles like that, it's more likely that you're going to see a team that just puts up an insane amount of points. This time around, it's Wildcard, and, all credit due to them, because they fought, like we've said, I mean, they fought their way through every inch of that game.
I'm just still in awe of it, and I want to see if this is just where we're starting, where we're going to be going. And yeah, Zray, ADR is being sneaky good right now. They're making it into the end zone a lot.
No, they're doing fantastic, and they have just as much a shot at making this top 6 as anybody. I mean, they're sitting right now currently in 8th. They've got it's what, 20 points away from Abstract, I think, at the moment. So if ADR keeps kind of doing what they're doing, they have a shot at this.
I'm going to try to be as quiet as possible for them regarding everything in this opening area.
First time for everything, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want it to be my fault, man.
Almost made me spit my water out there. I don't know why I'm taking a drink when I know that you're going to be the one saying all this weird stuff. But that, as far as planes go, that's probably the safest we'll get. I mean, there's still a shot at a military island, isn't it? I mean, it's our last Erangel game of groups of these regionals.
Look,
are we going to get another wheels off thing?
I passed it to you because I thought that the last circle was so cruel. You were supposed to be like the nice guy on this one, and you were like, no, 2 out of 3 military base island.
Nah, man, come on. You want to be here at this level, you got to be able to play anything. And I know these guys are more than capable. I don't think they're worried about anything. I think it's more the late, C5, C6 circle hard shifts that are more of a problem than these C1 pops. But we'll see. We'll see what the game decides to gift us with this time around in about 5 seconds.
Boop. Yeah, I told you I wasn't going to talk until now. Okay, now we're set. Okay, so looking through, Immaculate should have themselves set up for a pretty good game, as well as I want to point out SCG, Bridge Camp potential coming out, depending on how we see Fool and Spicy Fish play.
And Bridge Camps haven't been working out too great for SCG recently, though, so, I mean, I think if I'm SCG, I'm thinking more about trying to get to a looting phase done as quickly as possible, maybe get something a little bit more concrete to play towards the center, since you have the opportunity for it this time around. Now, looking at United, Yoho, all the teams, TTG, all these teams off to the edge, I would not be surprised to see them take their time with this one, maybe do a long wrap around to the north side and just slow play it for the most part, because this is probably about the most vanilla circle that we've seen so far.
I'm just so enthralled with everything that Wildcard is doing here that how could you not after this? Well, it has been the Sonic show for a while. Wildcard just stepped up and said, hey, no. There is the capability for there to be multiple stars, and now we're going to take a listen in to see how much that energy has transferred over after last game.
Oh, frick. Need a mini and a scope. Are we supposed to be like rotating or something already?
Bro, I literally just found a scout.
I don't know.
My first
This
gun.
is wild.
No, we're taking our time.
A good loot. No, I think he just means they're gone by now. Well and
Yeah. That's what I mean.
And I do not have the loot that I would say I'm ready to get.
Guys,
Oh, 70 primo players. Fucking heck, man. These guys are just spoiled brats. I can't believe it, dude. Like, why am I even IGLing, dude?
You're T8 in a car.
Oh, yeah, so many. Anybody need a cheek pad? I need a scope.
Yes,
An
please.
SLR here, Nico.
Got you, daddy.
I'm good. Just need the cheek pad.
Lots of util. I don't know if you're finding lots
T8
of util.
moving like green line-ish. I hear Dacia.
Need a barrel.
Smokes. Anybody need thumb grip?
Have a barrel. Do you have an M4, Nico?
I've got a fucking scar at the moment.
I mean,
It's a good trade.
I'd rather trade it, yeah.
Oh, why IGL that squad either? I mean, it's the hardest job in the world just to be like, go that way and murder guys. Jokes aside, Adam is a phenomenal IGL.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, hey, you can tell that the pressure is off a lot here, and it's actually interesting listening in all those comps because this is not a spot that these guys loot. I mean, this is not one of their drops normally, but it just kind of went this way this time around, and definitely telling about how they think that the school apps drops are spoiled. I like that. That's funny. So yeah, actually.
I like how it was all serious until suddenly Cal comes in and just brings Cal energy, right?
Like, I mean, how can you be serious in comms with Cal? Honestly, like the guy's just an amazing person to listen to. You can't feel bad hanging around with that guy. So I got to imagine it does wonders for the morale and for the mindset of all the wildcard guys to have a player like Cal in there. And it's even better when he can drop 9 kills and 1100 damage.
I want to point out as well, it looks like we are going to have a crate that's going to be landing right along the pathing for Wildcard. I don't know if they have spotted it out, but they might be getting some presents from heaven as this moves forward. It's going to be Yoho that's going to be in front of them, but I think it's going to pass this one by. Nikos or maybe even Adam should be able to spot it as it comes through. This is, we shall say, a fairly boring circle. Actually, no, it looks like Balefrost is going to stop and go for this. Is Nikos going to see it? Or did they stop? I can't tell.
I think Bale. Oh no!
Oh, there it is, right there.
He's thinking about it. I think he was thinking about it. I think the rest of his team was like, no. We saw the cars. Don't do that.
Yeah, I was confused because we saw him drive around a few times. In that amount of time, he might have actually been able to stop and get it and get back out. But now the question comes in: does Nikos think that it was taken? Oh wait, I think it was taken actually. Yeah, he did.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
The
straps are gone.
The straps are gone. Okay, my bad. I didn't. Oh no, Bale. You get the crate and now you do this. You're running over Sparky. Sparky just having no manner of luck today so far.
There you go, Nikos. Enjoy the scraps.
Rip.
Now who's spoiled?
Well, maybe he got something off it. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, they could have picked up stuff. Whenever somebody's rotating out stuff for level 3 is pretty decent something left behind.
Well, it looks like they did manage to get the res onto Sparking, and you can see Adam actually. I'm actually looking off to the north, so I think he might have spotted rumblers on a rotation as Wildcard just kind of methodically making their way through these fields. I think they know that Yoho is kind of posted up over there in Watertown, so just kind of taking their time with this one.
It's going to be a slow roll. I mean, everything is going to feel like a slow roll. We could have had a military base island after the last game, and it's still going to feel this is slow.
Yeah.
That said, this is a Gatka field circle with Everest and Rajak and everything else. It still even has Quarry in it, so there is a potential for some spice to be coming in, but everybody's playing center because why not at this circle? There's plenty of space for everybody to
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's tons of room. And interestingly enough, I mean, it seems like there's still splits, there's still spreads, but they're not very big, right? So, I mean, Immaculate probably has the biggest 2-2 right now, and they're maybe 100 meters apart, and Four Funners kind of in the same position just off to the south of Everest, as now we see United rolling in from the south. I was actually interested to see if they would decide to go around on that northern wrap, but this time around opting for the south side.
There's a lot to be looking at as we see this specifically with E United and what they can try to bring. I know that there's a lot of talk about what's going on with Wildcard, but let's not forget E United needs a climb of their own. They're sitting in 10th right now. Everybody would like to skip LC Last Chance Qualifier, but what do you do? Like, there's so many power teams that are playing in here. I've been so impressed. Like, Tokyo Manji Gang deserves the shot. Wildcard, after what we just saw, hell yeah, should go. We saw Sonics win just like 50% of their games. It is going to be so hard to fight for those top 6 spots. It's insane.
Yeah, it's tough out there, man. And I mean, all you got to really, all you can do is just kind of keep your head down and just keep on plugging through and hope that you can kind of find that one game that really puts you over the top. I mean, 12 games is brutal. It's really rough to try to get the points that you need to qualify for, especially for top 6. I mean, it's top 6, 12 games with these teams in the lobby is rough.
Snickers? Oh, they're just doing a stopover to scout. I was very confused there for a second. But yeah, I like this. Come in safe. They know the fact that we're about to see the two opposite sides of the coin, right? United is about to have to play hyper safe, scout everything, make sure everything's 100% secure before they go for their plays. And then Wildcard's still going to probably play pretty logical because Adam's not going to let them do elsewise, but it will probably be looser and more willing to take those shots. And hey, look, you might have a chance to get your weapon that you wanted a second ago, Nikos.
Be careful about how hard you want to peek that. It looks like Poon definitely spotted him out, and
Nikos, he might not get it the way he wants to get it.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to get the bullet delivered to him. There you go. Okay. Nikos trading back, and there it is. Nikos finds the angle, and Poonish paying the price.
Shinboy is here, so should be able to get the res. Are we going to see Wildcard already in vehicles to at least reinforce this one? Shot's going to be coming from Greg Shot, opposite angle to force this one away. Poonage now might actually end up losing that, as Nikos definitely wants that loot that he saw earlier. Circles popped, and we're going Everest. Yet again, this is a very similar circle to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, just honking the horn, let him know. Hey, I got you. You thought you were going to on me, didn't you? Yeah, I bet you did. Who's going to get the on now, though?
Nikos deserves it. Yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
Well, I mean, he got the angle on it.
I don't know.
He was the one that took the risk going for the crate earlier.
Look, man, Waigigamukau's got the hot hand right now. I would not be opposed letting him have that. But we'll see how it plays out. They gotta see if they can maybe sneak another one off of Yahoo here. It doesn't look like they will, though, as the circle did pop, and it is going to head back over towards the west. Looks like the majority of our team's already kind of centered up in there already.
Yeah, I mean, quick rotations, just having to make it out quite quickly. E United is one of the teams that's not quite in place yet. They do have Spicy Fish that's going to be behind them. You can see Adrenaline just watching the roam come through, as it's going to be Never Surrender that's going to be passing them to the north. It's going to be right in that chopsticks area, and man, just out of nowhere, making them stop at the worst possible time.
Man, Never Surrender. They're trying to make these wraps, but ADR, man, they are hitting these shots right now. ADR looking real good through the first half of the day here. Let's see if they can pick up some more points off this last Erangel game. Never Surrender, meanwhile, they've got to find some place to call home, and SCG already taking shots from range. You can see just off in the corner, they've got that unpushable compound. They're in a little bit of a 2-2 split. Let's see where Never Surrender decides to go.
Get ready, guys. I'm just telling you right now. Look at what we've got going on. Yahoo, 62 points, trying to crest into 6th. Back behind that one, you can see that the drop-off is going to be 51, 50, 50, 50. So we're going to have a fight brewing very quickly. Everybody knows the fact that they need to get as many points as possible. Snow Patrol already has one member down, but looks around, does manage to get the drop on the opposite end of this one. Has to be careful, as it's going to be a lot of Never Surrender that just made the forced push into this. The rest of Snow Patrol is going to be to the north, but oddly enough, it's going to be Short Circuit Gaming that's helping defend at range.
Yeah, this is a 2-2 from Snow. They left 2 over there by that radio tower. You can see Veronica knocked pretty low. They'll have to pause this down. I think Never Surrender more likely just content with staying inside here and just waiting for the push to come out, as SKZ to make a decision about what to do now. Oh, here we go. Mitchie and Cam going to go defend their teammate.
Making the roll in. Nobody really is going to have the clean angle except for Short Circuit Gaming. Are they coming in to fight, or are they coming in to save? Shots coming out as they come in, so that means the fact that we're going to see this lining up, and actually this is the aggressive side to come into. They're going to jump out, has to dodge the throwables as they're coming, but great job on almost dodging all the damage coming into this. Snow Patrol has got to be careful. Mitchie Boy finally getting caught by a Molotov and having to step up, but Snow Patrol has defended this line, and don't forget, E United is going to be to the south and now going to have vision. I don't know if we're going to see this play out the way that Snow Patrol wants to, with E United getting into this angle.
Oh, so close. One bullet shy, and there you go, Snickers. The rest of the United boys going to hear this going on. They're going to hit those shots every time. Snickers will get one knock, but has to immediately go back. Good protection there from SKZ.
Everything was going so right until it wasn't. Snow Patrol, they might still be able to reset around this, but has got to be careful. Never Surrender realizes that their life is clinging to this. Circle has popped, and it is going to be just to the east of this, not even in circle. So this fight is going to have to be figured out. Do we just figure out a way to disengage? The vehicles are down there. They can try to make a run, but with E United, we also have Short Circuit Gaming that's going to try to gatekeep. Don't forget the fact that we also have TTG that might be coming into this angle. So I feel like you just got to fight this one out.
Yeah, this is rough. The hard west shift immediately followed by a hard east. And, Waikikamukau. They have wildcard a little bit split up here. Waikikamukau, here's the footsteps. Going to find one. Nicely done. Maji will go down. The rest of the team now coming to provide some support. As Adam getting in there. The grenade on the lower floor might be able to find Maji, get at least that knock. Oh my God, Waikikamukau is doing work. There you go. Maji getting flushed out as wild card, surrounding this team like sharks. And just like that, easy peasy, 5 more kills in the bag for wild card.
Remember that whole be afraid lobby because Wildcard's feeling it and now knows that they just have to get a few points? This is what we're talking about. That was a very aggressive push into a place that's outside the circle. Now they're going to hear BBB fighting and might make a play for that one as well. Snow Patrol has managed to reset. Throwables coming out on their side. E United has shifted away, so it's going to provide the opportunity that they wanted to have before. Trying to get the lineup into this one. Gonna finally be able to take down Never Surrender after it got precariously close to them going down.
Nicely done from Snow Patrol. Don't take the knock there as we cut back off to the north. Bang, bang, boom. Spotting out wild card again. Roth is going to be the one that goes down here. Waikikamukau getting spotted out by Sharp Shot. Big shots coming through from Sharp Shot. No! Adam immediately turns on him.
Gats now the only one up for Bing Bang Boom, and you can see defensive positioning coming out Going to go looking in, and my God, man, Snow Patrol just can't catch a break. Do defend up, and now Train to Go still going to continue path, but that should be the end. I want to point out E United already shifted and has taken down a gatekeeping position. What's going to be going on? Wildcard still trying to crest up into this position. Gats all by his lonesome, and it's going to be Nikos that's going to be running up and ducks the bullets.
Oh, Gats. He's got this smoke cloud to work around. Maybe if the wild card plays this a little bit too loosey-goosey, he could end up with a couple of 1v1s. Good flashbang, though, and that'll be it as Adam cleans it up. But, man, you got to give credit to SKZ from Snow Patrol. He's coming up with some huge shots right now to keep his team in this.
They got Cal back up. I want to point out Yahoo is at the top of Everest, taking shots into Wildcard now, as Spicy Fish is going to have to contend with a different form of problem, as I believe it's going to be Short Circuit Gaming that has managed to crash very close to them. But they can't go for peaks either, because it's going to be for Funners to the north of them. They're going to have an angle into what's going to be going up. This is just a party, no matter where you look. There's vision for everyone to have. So if you're trying to make moves around or just go from building to building, it's just going to be a battle for every inch.
It's rough, and if you gotta expect the well, goodbye Cam, goodbye Snow Patrol. Good effort on the part of them, good fights, but they end up going down to E United. But yeah, I mean, if you're Spicy Fish at this point, you got to expect that shotgun, so you have to be careful about how you want to push in. As see Hazel, nice shots from the low ground onto Balefrost.
And Nikos is down. Wildcard, you got your kills, you got your gun that you missed earlier, but they are going to be out. Now, Collector, they're going to have to make a move past Rumblers. Spicy Fish did take down Short Circuit Gaming, and the trend continues as the East is still going to be the moving factors.
And rough stuff for Short Circuit yet again, as they now have 3 games left on Miramar to try to make that push up into 14th. It is going to be tough work, though, here as we check back in with Yeho. Still on top of Everest, still looking for the next place to go. Good scouting being done by Balefrost here, already Sparking and Shin inside the cars, so they may be heading over to wherever Bale is spotted out. Is Collector going to try to find some way to get into this circle? Rumblers, the firing line already set up, ready to go, not finding any damage though.
Yeah, now it's just going to be them weakened, roaming into E United, who also are trying to have a big game. And you know, after what they just saw with Wildcard, we're going to see Yahoo and we're going to see E United trying to pop this one up. Rolls right through, Flood pops them out, saving Snakers off of that one. That was potential drive-by or at least a bumper to the face. But E United holds the line that Rumblers started off for him, and Collector is out.
Oh, Collector getting collected there by E United as they keep all 4 up, take no knocks. And now they have a nice little spot on the western side to play with. Yahoo, meanwhile, this is what they have to push into. Sparking immediately goes down to Dirty Zin, as Dirty Zin doing a hell of a job holding that really solo. Will go down, though.
Yahoo just trying to get into this building. Shinboy now down, only going to have 1 member up. Balefrost could make the play to get the res over there. Not too much movement coming out from Immaculate. Nope, I take that back. We can see the fact that now starting to sneak in at range. Looks like Rumblers are trying to make their move around 4 Funners, as 4 Funners is trying to make a similar move. We might see a couple of friends coming to join the party that's going to be going on. So Immaculate has got to be careful. They might find themselves in a party situation that they were not expecting, as yes, 4 Funners is going to stop over in the east.
Such a hard compound to hold, even if you have all 4 up, as you do lose Dirty Zen, and I think that was what Yahoo was anticipating, was that they could maybe crash a compound, find themselves in a 3v1, take that win, but Dirty Zen proving to be a hard nut to crack here as Immaculate now. Oh, fire!
Oh my God, E United.
E United deciding to come in this as well. What is the party?
Right in front of 4 Funners who just made their landfall. They jump out and spin on them, just trying to get inside this. Now just trying to make the push in. 4 Funners is going to get eliminated, and this is a pop-off position. Everybody fighting for it. It's center circle, and it's where all the fun is happening.
While all this was going on, TAC 8 managed to take the fight against Adrenaline, and they win it. They managed to keep 2 up. They should be able to res everybody, get 4 back up. But this is the height of activity now in the middle of this compound. And now Rumblers, are they? Oh, there's no way. There's no way.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They're sending it in. They're coming in the same angle that Yahoo came in. This is a weakened angle that they're trying to defend up. They don't get a knock into it. Finally, somebody does. But it's Rumblers coming in with 3. Make that 2. This is just a continual firefight as everybody is trying to vie for this position. Finally, starting to calm down as, don't forget, guess what, Poro? TAC 8 still needs to move, and it looks like they're thinking about wrapping to the north along a similar path.
Please don't do it, TAC 8. This is looking like such a nice game for TAC 8 if they can just avoid all of this nonsense. I mean, this is going to have to clear itself out eventually, you have to imagine, but I mean, it is dead center circle. Looks like Rumblers should be able to reset. Can Waldo get back to show? Can they get that res off?
I don't even know at this point. I can't figure out what angle is even being watched. There's so many teams that are just stacked up in here.
He actually gets them. Yo, still keeping 2 up here. You got to give credit to Immaculate as well. I mean, remember, they were in here as a 4-man defending this whole territory. They lose 1, but they've managed to keep all 3 up. The rest of the 3 up, rather. United, meanwhile, get all 4 into that corner compound. And TAC 8, Palix, what are you doing? He's scouting this out.
He is. He's trying to see what's going on.
He's going to see his cars. Just cars
just
and
a million. Actually, there's so much smoke down. I don't know if he can see, but he's at least going to spot out some people. I feel bad for Spicy Fish, who are the only team that's really not participating on what's going down here. They're trying to take pot shots into the south.
Vibing.
But yeah, I mean, let everybody kill each other.
And look at BattleX. BattleX, the last player up for TTG. He's actually going to spot out Tater. He's all by himself in a compound on the south side. He's having a great time.
Boy, this group, even a boring circle, they're going to make sure to make it as interesting as humanly possible. Gatka finish? No. Hold my beer. We're going to go ahead and make this one a banger too.
Look, man, you gotta give Erangel a proper send-off here for groups, and this is about as proper of a send-off as we could give it, given the circles that we've gotten on Erangel so far. These guys not wasting any time, but it looks like things have slowed down here for the time being in Gatka. We'll wait and see what the next circle decides to give.
I mean, everybody's got to be out of bullets at this stage, right? This has been going on for so long. Jokes aside, they probably are sitting fine with resources.
Oh, yeah.
Circle, it can't go south. Just do it.
Just pull away. Just pull away from Gatka. That's all I want. I need to see it. I mean, if it does, United's in a great spot. I mean, they've got their vehicles down there. Unless T8 has some kind of angle, and it looks like they've already spotted them out. They're going to take a few shots over in that direction. Where are we going to go, though?
We're going to stay in it.
Of course
we're going to stay in it. And now Spicy Fish, T8, BattleX.
Just play the field, man.
Welcome to the party. Yeah,
just play the field. Why not?
Hay bales are your best friend right now.
You're not going to crash Gatka at this point, are you? There's no way.
I mean, there's not enough shooting even happening to, like, you can see this is what's going on. Everybody is just holding the angles onto their building because they're afraid of another drop that's going to be coming into this. You can see it's like, okay, this is where everybody keeps coming from. Let's make sure we keep eyes over here because there's like 56 cars stacked on the outside of Yoho's building. I want to see at some point, spectators, if you're listening in, I want to know how many cars are behind Yoho's building, if we can see that at some point.
Look, there's 19 alive. I think if you're Spicy Fish, your TA, your TTG, you know exactly where the majority of those 19 are. Shimboy trying to see if he can bait somebody to do something as everybody's just holding their angles. There's no reason to do anything but at this point. As there you go, you get to see a few UAZs, a little bit of buggy right there. This E-United car. Actually, I'm not even sure if E-United has the vehicle.
Oh no,
T8. Oh my god,
United. They say no. No, there's no more contenders that come into this one.
I mean, United just has freedom to just free farm ADR out, or free farm damage rather out onto this. As PackCap's actually going to steal that one away. Hooligan will go down. Looks like they should be able to get the res on a Tater, but what kind of hard cover does T8 even have to work with here, if anything?
There's a crate.
Oh,
that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's not even a hill really that you can use. There's no dips. There's nothing.
Hey, Spicy Fish, you see what's happening to T8? Guess what? You're about to have to make a move too. How's it feeling?
I mean, Immaculate's just keyed in, looking down there too.
And BattleX is inside the circle. He blends in with the mini map down there, but he is in there.
You just crawl on out there. I mean, I think Spicy Fish might actually have a little bit of a dip to work with here. That might be okay. But the problem is BattleX, isn't it?
I mean, everything is okay until there's, I don't know what, 14 people that are still alive looking that one direction.
Oh, the smoke might have given you away, man. The smoke might have given him away.
Yeah.
I thought he was real sneaky, but that smoke thing just it's like putting Carmex on a canker sore, man. It's letting everybody know it's there.
Okay, well, what do we got? Is he going to throw the nade? Oh, does he see it coming? Oh, it's not going to make it far enough. Yeah. I respect the attempt, though. This is one of the reasons I actually really do like TTG. There is a no relenting strategy, and they're not a team to just turn around and die to the blue unless it's just no option. If there is a chance that they can find a point, they are going to try to find a way to get it. New circle pops, and hey, most of Gatka's still in there. And Alex, you don't have too far to go this time. Drop your backpack and crawl, buddy.
That's about all he can do. I mean, Yahoo and Immaculate kind of have to make their way off to the east. Rumblers and E United clearly just playing castle defense at this point. I'm not even sure what Simply Matt and Pat Caps can do. I mean, you got all of E United, all of of Immaculate can just stare down and wait for you to kind of reveal yourself here. As that crate's out. There is one crate that's in that Palix. If he can get sneaky, he might be able to make it too.
I mean, that's the only coverage we had. Hey, Shinboy has actually finally left the building of death and destruction as smoking vehicles surround the area. The thing about it is this has to become a thing sooner or later, but you thought the last game was a game of chicken poro. This one feels like it's the moment one person makes a play, everybody's just going to dogpile on it.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games that I wouldn't be surprised if we see 13 alive here shortly. I mean, all credit to Simply Matt and Pat Caps. This is going to be really rough for them to get in alive, and the only way they're really going to be able to do that is if Yahoo decides to do something, or one of these teams decides to start to get a little bit more aggro.
Hey,
10 kills for you. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a big game for them. Now already in that 8th place position. Looking through, wanting to make sure they can pick up just a few more. I mean, if they take down Spicy Fish and Vehicle almost managed to pick him up. But if they can just pick up a few more, actually the car did get him in the end.
What is it with Simply Matt getting killed by cars, dude? Oh no.
Bushes are your friend. They can't see you. They can't see you. It's fine. Just keep on juking it. No, Pat. Oh, firefighter.
He tried. NT. We still have 5 teams left.
Hey, but guess what happened? While that was going on, Palix squeaked his way into the circle.
Of course he did. He's got a little bit more to work with here, I think, than the Spicy Fish lads did.
You know he's playing the Metal Gear Solid theme right now in his head. Is he sneaking in on this?
Dude, watch Patlix mess around and get second in this, or hey, you might even get first. I mean, look at this. Oh well, the circle doesn't do us any favors, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean,
what do you got cooking? Are they going to try to make a vehicle fortification and just skip around this? Is that the plan? That blue zone hurts too bad to be trying that.
Yeah.
Plus, turning on an engine right now is going to have everyone in the world looking at you.
Yeah, I mean, it's already smoking. That might have been the goal. It might have been. Shimboy might have been trying to see if Balefrost would somebody would peek that.
Ooh, gotta be careful. Keep in mind, Yahoo and Immaculate are our teams that do have to move. They don't have to move far. I mean, Balefrost is pretty much already in the circle, and he does have a sightline block onto the Rumblers, so they should be able to get in fine. Immaculate's already got a building inside of it. It's just got to be Skaska that's going to go meet up with them. The cross could be harsh, but with Yahoo dropping down these smokes so that way Shinboy can pass, yeah, Skaska can go too with his smokes, and it shouldn't be any losses yet. Well, I don't know. Are they committing?
I like that. It's smoking off Immaculate. It's offensively smoking Rumblers, but oh no, Rapini!
Immaculate.
What a shot from Rapini!
I mean, Rumblers were even waiting for it. You could see all of them were lined up over there.
Well, they were smoked though. They couldn't have seen it. I mean, Rapini, he had the smallest window to be able to get him, and he hit the shots. He hit the shots exactly when he needed to.
Immaculate are playing out of their minds. Like we were talking about it so much yesterday. Alex, can you do it? No, I think he's just going to pass it over through the zone. No surprise at this stage.
Yeah.
This group stage is so just nuts, dude. There's so many good teams. I'm so impressed with North America as a sub-region and half of combined with Latin America and what we've been able to do and how much really we've grown in the past year or two.
No, it's been awesome. It's been awesome to watch. It's been great to see these teams coming through Open Qualifiers, even finding some success here. As Balefrost staying alive here, managed to pick one off of Rumblers. Didn't get the flush though. And there you go. Oh, Rello gonna be the one that gets it from downtown. The Molly.
The the flat top up there is so strong. I want to point out something we didn't get a chance to talk about just yet. But hey, you know how Circle 9 works. It's going to collapse in the middle. Guess who's got the middle? That's going to be United. So now they're lined up. They've got the buildings. They've got the high ground. They know where the approaches are going to be coming from. So utility, aim. That's all you got if you're trying to make a push.
Oh, nice grenade from Valier. That'll open up a little bit of a door here, but Rella, this spot right here is huge. You can see he knows Waldo wants to peek it. And keeps playing around. He's going to take the low ground now instead, and Kickstart actually going to get flushed out by Valier as well. Good stuff from Rumblers. Just look how low Snakers is now.
Got to be careful. They have a split offensive that they're trying to really hold up. Immaculate coming in from one angle and Rumblers on the other. That means that while they do have the position, everybody is moving in after them. Immaculate now coming up and touching the building that they're trying to defend. And yes, while they do have the high ground with this one, they have got to be careful. Rumblers have been just popping heads every single time they pop up. And now nades prep, cooked. Are they going to drop another three-pointer on top of them? It's going to connect. Relo is going to find Finny on one side, but Flood's going to go down.
Light Show is doing work here for those Rumblers. Will go down to the zone, though. It ticks his toes. And Skaska's still alive, though. Don't forget about Skaska. He could get some work done here. Valiate will find Snakers with another grenade, and now it's just one. There you go. Immaculate goes down, but it's down to just Relo. A 1v2 against Waldo and Valiate.
He's having to defend up. He's got a position. He knows the approach that they're going to be coming from. It's a bait and switch to see how he can line this one up, if he can play opposite sides of this building or at least hold the window. He doesn't know the angle of approach. They're actually crawling over on the other side of it with the way that the vehicles have lined up. I don't know if he's going to be expecting it. He hears the footsteps. He's already looking up. He's got a read on how they're going to be coming in. He's trying to deny it. Goes for the right, does get one, but he gets dropped instead. And Rumblers finally find the victory that they were wanting.
What a wild game. I mean, that was anybody's game there at the end. And I mean, Immaculate doing everything they could to try to work their way over. It seemed like United was in the perfect position. 4 up, dead center. They still managed to get 13 kills, 2,300 damage, Matt. Fantastic game from them. But, I mean, that was just so close there at the end.
I'm just astounded still. That is, United's going to be so happy about that when that's the climb. They need big points. You don't always have to win. Just getting high kill counts late game, that can keep that points per game that we're talking about. That is so important for these teams right now. And Rumblers getting that energy that they needed on the leaderboard finally.
I mean, it was going to be rough. I mean, just the fact that United was on the flat top, so the grenades for Rumblers were way easier to hit than the grenades from United onto Rumblers, because they were obviously on that angled roof. So United doing everything they could, but Rumblers, I mean, fantastic, hitting the shots exactly when they needed to, hitting the grenades, hitting the utility exactly when they needed to. Really, really good stuff from them.
Well, now we're going to have to see what Wildcard is going to do and if they're going to continue to make rotations problematic. We're going to have to see how that's going to be going with BBB and the other teams around them, as there is a team that, with Wildcard, that can sometimes be, I guess, defensive in their point totals and try to keep some people out. We're going to go ahead and start trying to figure out how that's going to go, as we're going to make the switch over to Miramar. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in a second. I don't even know what to say. We are seeing such amazing play coming out from everybody, just scrapping for every single point that they can find. Rumblers find the angle of approach, and EU United find the kills, climbing the leaderboard more and more as it's just going to be a stack leading on who's going to be able to skip the last chance qualifiers. And right now, it's just getting closer and closer.
It's wild out here. It's the Wild West, Matt. It's everybody's given everything they got, fighting tooth and nail for every single point that they can manage to muster, and it's starting to show on the leaderboard. That thing's getting real tight.
Dude, this is the way we're going to be ending it. Shifting off of Erangel, now going back into Miramar. You can see Rumblers. The damage isn't the highest, but it's hard to get damage whenever you're the team that comes in after all the fighting has stopped and nobody wants to peek anymore.
Look, hey, they don't need the damage. They got the 9 kills. They got the dub. That's all that really matters in the end. And the end game potential there is very clutch. They managed to hold it on, and kudos to them, credit to them as well, because they needed those points, Matt. They really did.
Yeah. Rumblers have been more quiet than I was expecting them to be in this one, but again, with the amount of teams that are just finding strength in these newcomers and these new players, it's made it to where it's so hard to find any points. So anything you can get, you're going to have to take, especially whenever we have teams like, Wild Card, and then we see EU United. Sonic's down and out today, but that means the fact that it's just anybody's game, hunting kills as they go.
Yeah, we were hoping that maybe Sonic's being out, Luminosity being out, maybe the Point Sharks had left the building, but that just kind of made things a little bit more difficult, didn't it? Everybody out here is just, look at these shots. There's just no free points in this lobby anymore.
Yeah, every single thing is going to be important, and I wouldn't be surprised. And that's one of the reasons why Palak's feeding it over to the blue. It's so close. We see 1 point separating out so many teams coming into this, and it's just insane to see the aim and the focus that these players are bringing out, because they know everything is now on the line.
These guys they're playing great, and all the teams that we were saying need to perform, need to show up today. Well, they're all doing that. They're all showing up. They're doing exactly what they needed to do. And now that we're about to have that map switch on to Miramar, I don't know what to expect, Matt. I don't know what to expect at all. I don't know if it's going to simmer down a little bit now that we're over to Miramar, or if it's going to just get even more crazy.
It's however you want to see it. Rumblers do get 19 points, as well as EU United, but since they managed to take the chicken dinner, they're going to be first on our board. Immaculate back behind that with 8, Wildcard with 8, and you can see it's just a spread of kills down behind that, as placement points were hard to find.
It's nuts out here. What I really want to see is this overall leaderboard. This is where it's starting to get interesting. 3 games left. Let's see that overall. There you go. Your top 6. Look how close that is, Matcham.
Looking down the leaderboard is just 69 points for Abstract, 69 points for EU United. Nice. Yahoo just 1 point behind that. It is so nuts, and we still have 3 more games. And if they keep splitting the points the way that they're doing, it's oh my god.
The 14th cut line is just as close. So even if you don't have a shot at that top 6, you still have a shot to get in the top 14, get to that last chance qualifier, and rest your hopes on coming into that top 4 next weekend.
There are so many moving factors in what we're going to be looking at. Abstract, they were talking about it, the fact that they're probably going to be going to the LCQ. They know that, but with this, that means that other teams are going to be having to chase what's going on. And I think that we might have some factors that are going to be adding into that. We talked about Wildcard and the fact that they're now capable of playing more loose. United are going to have to be playing more aggressive, Poro. There are a lot of storylines to keep up with.
Yeah, talking about Wildcard playing more loose, there was so much stuff going on. We didn't even notice the fact that Wildcard dropped school apps was them hot dropping Bing Bang Boom. So now that we're moving over to Miramar, definitely all eyes on Wildcard, all eyes on Bing Bang Boom. We'll see if Wildcard continues to play that aggressive style, knowing that BBB is trying to chase.
Yeah, and we want to give you guys some insight on what's going on with EU United, as they're having to deal with some outside influences. As you can see, Snaker is talking about the fact that both shot callers having COVID, but they still after some bots. I don't feel like this lobby is too body right now.
Yeah, the bots aren't showing up as much as maybe they were hoping, but you know what? The fact that 2 of them have COVID and they're still playing like they are today is obviously impressive. I mean, I know that we've had lots of players on several different teams that have had to play through illness this year, and every single time it's absolutely impressive. It's huge. It just shows you the dedication that these guys have to this game and to each other,
especially with IGL. Like that's aim is really hard just whenever you have a cold in general, because if you sneeze or cough or something like that, your mouth can shake. But just being able to try to process that much information whenever you've got COVID, I couldn't imagine. I just want to be sitting there laying in bed and then like watching some Netflix or something else like that until I fall asleep for a nap while I've got the fever. And these guys are out here like keeping track of the kill feed while also figuring out the next place that they need to go.
Yeah, man. I honestly, I can't relate, and I'm glad I can't relate, because I've managed to so far duck COVID for the last 3 years. But from everything I've heard, it sucks. It's trash, and nobody should want to get it. Nobody should have to deal with it. But the fact that these guys are doing it is all the more impressive. Obviously, fortunately, at least they get to play it from the comfort of their own home. So between games, they can kind of relax a little bit and maybe recoup. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Now, eyes on drops and see how close Wildcard can drop to some of their friends that they're just wanting to share the love with. I mean, they're just wanting to give them some bullets, make sure that they have some ammo, and they're delivering them by firing them into their chest.
Oh, it's so kind how they
Such
do
good
that
guys.
loot delivery system. You know, it's you look like you were running low on a little 5.56. Here's this mini. The fat. It's just like throwing a box of bullets, right? Except faster and more accurate.
Yeah, and you just need to unload into them. See the drops coming out. Wildcard does look like they're going on a different pathing. We saw a lot of power grid yesterday, and I'm hoping that we can get some variance away from that one. We'll see if we have any mix-ups in drops, as there could be some.
Yeah, it looks like Wildcard's going to power grid. Yeah, Wildcard's sticking with it. And honestly, Wildcard was having to deal with Dodge. Kind of doing the same thing to them yesterday. Dodge hot dropping Wildcard over power grid after Dodge felt that they were secure, and at least with 3 games left, they're still secure. But we were worried about Dodge coming in to today with 90 points if they were going to be able to make the cut line. And so far, so good, man. They've gotten fortunate through 3 games.
Yeah, but it's just 3. We still got the next 3 to go, so nail biting might start kicking off. Los Leones, just north of it's going to be the center of the circle, so E United and SCG feeling pretty good. Yoho going to be hanging out just to the north, and Mitchy Boy might find himself in a problem as he is a sandwich between 2 different players from Yoho, but that shouldn't be too big of an issue. He'll probably just retreat back to Azahar with the rest of his friends.
Yeah, I think Mitch should be fine. Probably looking for vehicles. Maybe this is going to be another one of those slow games you feel like early on, at least, as 100% playable. Lots of room on the south side for these teams to make long wraps should they decide to just kind of slow loot on that northern side. Wouldn't be surprised to see Fools do it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Never Surrender do it. T8 to say as well. So, these guys have all the time in the world to really kind of take their time, scout out their next move before making a push.
Pretty calm right now, as that's going to be Miramar at the get-go. We do have San Martin that looks like it has the capabilities of having something brew over there, but San Martin is just so big you can dodge out most of the fighting and escape if you would like. Everything is just going to be about the build up to where we're going to be going. Los Leones has a lot of high ground positions, and I know a couple of our teams really benefit from exploiting those. You shouldn't be surprised that Kickstart is already getting pretty close to those high points around Los Leones. Yoho might be making a move for them pretty soon as well.
I got to tell you, man, through today, my eyes have now become firmly planted on teams like Abstract, teams like Immaculate. These guys are doing so well here with all this pressure, adrenaline as well. All the pressure in the world being put on these guys' shoulder, and they are just delivering as well as they can. Snow Patrol even has had some really good performances here. They just, again, as we said, there's just no easy outs in this lobby right now.
No easy outs, and every rotation, every kill is so important. So I want to remind you guys that we are doing squad streaming. You can click on the squad mode button right next to the follow button and watch us in the map at the exact same time. I promise you it has value, so make sure that you pop that one open. You can even just take it and put it in 2 screens if you want, whatever feels best to you. But
2 screens?
That's my de facto.
What are we, rich?
Yeah. We're in the world where people have like 50 screens, right? 2 screens isn't too much to ask for.
As I sit here with my 3 screens, I'm so bougie.
Look, judging me just because I have my 2 and cell phone. Yeah.
As I sup on my caviar and sip my champagne while watching Urban's trying to pull up over here. I'm not sure where the damage onto Los came from. If it was one of Collector's other teammates, and Ribbons, if he would have pulled just over the top of this, he might have spotted him. Yeah, they just saw him just the last bit.
This is that San Martin stack that we were looking at. Do point out Wildcard is looking to the north, so might make this even more complicated, as Ribbons does seem to have an idea on what's going on around him. Not too much movement's going to be capable of happening to the east with both of these teams, because they also do have 4 Funners that's holding down that Hacienda line. More compresses are probably going to come in with Snow Patrol, as well as BBB coming into the north, but they're probably going to shift to the east, closer to where 4 Funners is at.
My man, sticking with the VSS. The VSS Mini.
The meta has started. Sonics have proven the strength yesterday, as we just saw Tickleton destroying teams with the VSS. Let's listen to Wildcard and what they think about the VSS.
It's a team driving past tire pop.
Okay, I'm leaving. Only got a 4x, but so be it. I need to read that. 2 nades, 2 mollies, 2 suns, 7 smokes. Extra 3 back in cigar if you desperate cow. I haven't seen an extra scope for you though, brother. You still on the 3x? Okay. What's the plan here?
Got in tire popped his tires.
Okay, we have a lot of north teams, guys. So we just go south. We just like fucking go.
This guy's just holding me at the bowl.
I think we just do 2, Greg. I think you and I just play somewhere around here.
To the high ground.
Yeah, to the high ground.
Okie dokie, bud. I'm gonna be looking south from Nico Snumpin.
We're just assuming that's Boom. They haven't got Nox or anything, have they?
Who?
We're assuming Boom's somewhere near San Martin, hey?
Yeah, we are assuming. We have no clue.
This is okay. Yeah, me and Greg are gonna hang out over here and just like get ready for wraps and stuff.
Yeah.
Boom!
Me and Nico got the buggy, Nico, right? Yeah.
You guys back here. Do you know where this guy's gone, by the way, Adam?
No clue.
Anyone need an air flash?
From somewhere far. I don't know where.
No, I've got a spare air flash.
Everyone's good on the air flash.
Nice.
I have no smokes, by the way.
I got 4. I got no first aids.
I have 4 first aids.
Sometimes I'm it rotates through me.
Assuming this guy just ran
good.
down from top.
And they come into me. Yeah, you're right. And they come right into me. Yeah.
I'm assuming this guy's kind of running us, trying to kill us.
They might not anymore. Since
still the guy in the apps on yellow or on green. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see what we did in the scrims, but we actually did to them yesterday.
A wide spread across the map, going from San Martin to the south of Power Grid and even overlooking Picado. Everything that the light touches right now, they should be able to see. And unfortunately, there's just not a lot of movement in this area. Everybody is leading Los Leones already, so while they do have the vision, there's not much to exploit.
I'm so glad we have the listen-ins now. Waikikamuka is so much better at filling dead time than we are. I could listen to that guy talk all the time, but it's interesting because you know that they're on the hunt, man. They really would love to be able to take out Bing Bang Boom and kind of clear their backs a little bit. And this is all going back to that overall race for PGC points. Bing Bang Boom, Wildcard, Luminosity, all in that hunt, all right on top of each other. And if Bing Bang Boom somehow doesn't make it, it's obviously would be huge for Wildcard. I mean, it looks like even if Bing Bang Boom does make it, they're gonna have to go through LCQ at this point. Is what it looked like. But 3 games left. Who knows?
Right now, people are trying to flex just to avoid having to go to LCQ for all the reasons we listed earlier, as LCQ, for just lack of a better term, can just get wild ass and kind of unpredictable. So whenever you can, try to avoid it is the plan for most of these teams. Bing Bang Boom knows this and now pushing down to the south. They should have a pretty free pathing into this. Most teams are, again, leaning Los Leones, so shouldn't be too much chaos.
Yeah, I mean, look, we say all that about LCQ, but you know, if you go back to PCS6, Sonics had to fight their way through LCQ, and ever since they were in LCQ, they've kind of been unstoppable. Like they've been pretty insane. So maybe that's the kick in the pants that they needed. Maybe it could work out the same way for some of these other teams.
Looking through, not too many big shakeups. Wildcard looks like they're stretching down into Picado with Waikikamuka holding down that position. 2 members still looking back in the Rumblers and all the mess that's going around San Martin, but nothing's really developing out of that. As Silence still pretty much contained. Finally, somebody taking shots at Yahoo, who does spot out Snow Patrol, but they're pretty far at the range opposite side of this one. Get some damage in on Mitchie Boy, but that looks like about as much as they're going to get.
Yeah, stopped him down at least, and it's like Mitch just kind of using this opportunity to heal up and scout out the next move. Probably going to leave that buggy, or maybe not. Never mind. We'll go ahead and take it. He didn't lose any tires on it, so no harm, no foul. But you can see his tires are not doing great, though.
I want to point out Spicy Fish in 15th place, wanting to at least get into LCQ qualification range.
Yeah.
Is doing a very long wrap, playing that Highway 1 over to the east and just avoiding everything as they come into this. Snow Patrol, the closest team to them, and that's, what, 700-800 meters away? So they're still taking the time to make sure they scout it cleanly. They need to pick up just a squad wipe to at least catch up to Snow Patrol, who is the team that's closest to them on the map and on the lead.
All right, where are we going to go? Okay, sure, why not? Hard down to the south. Looks like a number of teams already kind of anticipating that. SCG, T8 already in the western part of Los Leones City. See Adrenaline already hopping in the vehicles, starting to make moves, but where do they go? T8 taking shots over towards them. The south side completely empty, Matt.
Yeah. With the plane path into the way we've been seeing the rotations and everybody hoping that this didn't go to Los Leones, south is going to be available, so Spicy Fish in their wide wrap is going to be rewarded. Late rotators are going to find a lot of problems, specifically over to the east. You can see it's going to be BBB that's going to be bumping into Fool, as well as TTG on that pathing. Back behind them, it looks like 4 Funners could be coming on the similar path. Now, as we're going to be looking into it, Wildcard not taking such a big movement. Collector watching the rotations that are going on around them, making sure the fact that they have control over this area before they make their rotation.
Everybody, I mean, and this is the positive part about this circle, right, is that you have time to kind of stop down and scout out your next move if you need to. As we cut over to Yahoo, we're getting real close to E United. Actually spotted each other out there for a second. It looks like they're going to be able to bail out of that.
United now rolling, got some good vision into this. Not too much movement they're going to have to do. Yahoo now just trying to get away, but there's not too much going on the low ground around them. TTG not in that area just yet. It's going to be BBB that does spot out 4 Funners. We were talking about a second ago. That's just going to be the west of Impala. So Roth's going to go ahead and pick up McLovin and pick them up a kill point as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for Funners there is Bing Bang Boom. They were kind of just making the same moves, and Bing Bang Boom managed to find a spot where they could stop down and hop out, where 4 Funners just wasn't expecting it, so they lose 1. Fortunately, they don't lose any more than that, at least yet here. Keenan still has an angle.
Pathing past this looks like it's pretty clean. Everybody's still leaning more centered, as that's been favorable with the way that these circles have been going. With the hard shifts of they've been coming in, just getting centered gives you at least some variance of mathematical favor to not have to move. So not a lot of edge play happening inside this lobby, as everybody knows every point is so important, and placement points are a lot easier to get pending on the location than the firefight.
Collector 4 deep in, managed to sneak their way past Wildcard, and actually going to drop people off here. Just play the north side, 3/4 back towards the circle, not committing, trying to go too far to center. They know they're coming in late. They haven't really had a chance to really scout out the situation. So just taking what they can get, and I like that. That's just kind of slowing things down a little bit. Now, if this thing does hard shift off to the north, they're going to be laughing.
Well, Rumblers in no rush at all. They had a very busy last game, so they're kicking back, making sure that they get firmly looted up before they make their move. They're only 1 point back behind BBB, as well as TTG and ADR. As sure, let's just keep everything 1 point separated for as long as possible.
I mean, look, we already talked about the fact that the 6th place cut line is being held strong there by 3 Group B teams that are no longer playing. So United, Yahoo, ADR, they all have a very easy goal placed in front of them. Once you get down to that 14th place cut down for last chance qualifiers, though, that's where it starts getting tricky because all of these teams are still playing.
Yeah, this is comfortable still. Los Leones can support a lot of teams. New Circle has just popped, and it keeps a majority of Los Leones, but really it's the hills to the east of it and that area to the southwest that's going to be very, very active. With these rotations, we should see some wraps coming out, most notably from the teams in the west. So we're going to keep an eye on Never Surrender. They're going to have an easy pathing into this. Wild card coming in late also finds themselves with the potential of a favorable push. On the opposite side of that, Collector, you're going to be charging right into where TTG is going to be at, and potentially with Yo having some oversight.
Yeah, you can see TTG, the trailing duo, Spartacus, pulling away while getting defended by their other teammates. So good work from TTG there. Oh, fools! Spicy Fish right on top of each other in the compound, immediately traded as Pat Cap's gonna find two. Pat will go down to Grey Atlantis though, as now it's all down to Maji. What can he do? Hey, Donix has that hard cover. Maji gonna stop down to heal.
1v1 lined up at the time. One member Spicy Fish already flushed out. It's utility coming out to see how they can connect in. Flashes. One side, got to be careful trying to ground Maji down low on life, but it is going to be Fools that end up picking up in the end. Now it's about the chain res, and nobody is around a third party.
I mean, you can see Vox just barely off on the distance on your mini map, but he's got no interest in trying to come over here. SCG has such a good position in the center of the circle. So good stuff from Maji there. Super clutch. Shimboy gonna find ribbons as Collector's still just struggling to find somewhere to play.
The push is going to be coming into TTG as was expected. Karam looking around. Yoho still with the high ground advantage onto this fight. Gonna have to be careful every single time they go for these peaks. That's been the name of the game for everything so far. Got to be careful of these third parties. The high ground. Spartacus trying to come in, but it's going to be Yoho that is harassing. He's just trying to dodge it as he's running it down to 4 life, and that's going to stall him out.
Good hold so far from TTG. We'll find Hazel as Collector laying that smoke wall down thick, trying to see if they can stall this out a little bit, but look at Yoho now. They have perfect vision over this, and now Vegas finding shots on the Battle-X. Spartacus, though, does Collector know he's there? That could be a huge grenade.
Oh, the bounce is going to go in the opposite direction. So Spartacus just trying to get into this one. Karam does get vision on Triple OG, and he's going to go down. So now Collectors have just one member up, and it's starting to calm down for TTG. See how this comes through, and nope, doesn't get the connection, but they already know. Are they going to try to catch this during the res?
I mean, this is tough stuff. Battle-X with the shoddy in hand. They're going to actually have to allow Collector to get these reses because they have Yoho and just kind of overseeing them. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom over here on the western side. Rumblers pulling in as they were trying to set up this fight against For Funners. They'll find Yaxley. They have to hear the vehicles behind them as Rumblers now finding some good shots. No knocks yet, though.
An unfortunate pinch, entirely unexpected. Now having to fight backs against the wall, and Rumblers on one side of it, 4 Funners on the other side. Keenan's already going to go down. PBB looking up the hillside, just seeing if they can assault, realize the fact that they need to at least make a push to get away from one of these teams. Spots out what's going to be going on in front of them. Peek around the tree, along the hillside. Not going to connect enough damage, but it's still got to continue to press, and he's going to go down. Now it is this Roth sharp shot on low life already. They at least managed to take down 4 Funners. It's going to be Rumblers behind them that is stalled out as Fool has started taking shots into them, and they cannot pursue.
Oh, that was huge for Bing Bang Boom. They knew that they were pinched. They had to make a decision. They've decided to just W key right into 4 Funners, and they end up winning that fight. It's huge. And now they turn on to Ralliate. They find one.
Looking into this, it's a wide open terrain that they can navigate. Looking in, they even managed to spot out everything that's going to be happening inside this fight. Roth going to be down half life with the push coming through. They've got the angle into this one, even finding it underneath the tires. Collector's going to be eliminating the fight that we were talking about earlier. Bing Bang Boom now looking up Rumblers out and realize the fact that Fool is close enough to take shots, but not close enough unless they really want to take the fight. But Fool has been charging everything all day.
Oh, that is a statement fight for Bing Bang Boom. They should have lost that so many times. It was such a difficult position for them to be in, but to manage to get through the pinch, to manage to get through both of those fights with 7 kills and 3 up is absolutely huge for this team.
Well, apparently that wasn't the fight that Fool was wanting to chase. Instead, it's going to be Snow Patrol. They just roll right into this, just crash in, and it's going to be Mitchy Boy that takes a motorcycle to the face. Vegas is going to go down. The rest of Fool cannot pursue what's going to be going on. It was a split push into this position, and while Mitchy Boy goes down, Snow Patrol manages to hold it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Snow Patrol has, they've got the spot, don't they? They are dead center circle. They have the compound. It's impossible to push here. Wildcard, meanwhile, they're going to lose Greg Shot, but the fight's not over just yet.
Snow Patrol flushed out Vegas by running him over. I guess that's some retaliation back in as TTG is going to go down. More kills for BBB, more better. The climb continuing. They see Yoho in the distance of that leaderboard, just 11 points behind.
Rappa, last player up here for Never Surrender. Try to avoid wildcard, maybe survive a little bit longer. The blue not ticking too terribly bad just yet. The problem is you got to go right through wildcard and right into T8's line of sight here. United still 4 up as well on the north side, trying to pin down ADR.
ADR having to take fights on a lot of different angles. They still have SCG that's taking shots into them, and there you go. Never Surrender is going to get picked off on their approach. And now back over to the E United flank that's going to be shooting down. E United and High Ground going to find their strength in absolutely punishing ADR on this angle. They're going to be kind of forced along this path, and Yoho could reveal themselves if they get caught tunnel visioning into what's going on with ADR. Yoho can get some shots into him. Flood is actually going to get a run over knock on to Dylan.
Jeez. Somehow Innate managing to... Never mind. Escape that, and then there you go. Oldest is going to spot him out. So, yeah, ADR in a real tough spot there, but end up going down. Now United still have that high ground, but they are right on that edge of the circle, as you said, Matt. And now Short Circuit Gaming, Extreme, and Vox basically playing as 2 solos.
So separated out. Vox has got Fool next to him. He's got Yoho next to him. E United could potentially have vision. He knows where the lineup is. Sparking, at least putting some damage into Fool is going to make it easier for Vox at the end of the day. But high ground advantage now in Yoho's favor, looking down this hillside into a hillside, as it's just E United looking into Yoho and Yoho looking into Fool.
Jeez, Sparking with 680 damage. Somehow Yoho only 2 kills after all of that, but might be able to clean up what's left of Fool here if they can pick out the split. Shimboy, Shimboy goes knocked low. Oldest just on that low ground. This is a tough fight for Yoho.
Zone is coming in, but the wall is going to block out E United's angles. Punaj is going to go down from Oldest, who finds himself a pop-up moment. Instead, he's going to take some damage. Balefrost is going to start making the assault. You can see Punaj trying to call forward to get the information, but Oldest is going to go down. So moving forward into this, it's going to become more problematic. Maji, the last one up for Fool, and does not want to step into E United or Yoho's sightlines.
Oh, and look at Vox, the sneaky snake on the top side, still managing to do some damage here. Adam will go down for Wildcard as Bing Bang Boom and Wildcard fighting on that south side. So a number of fights between big teams going on right now.
Bing Boom is going to go down to Wildcard of all teams, just to add more insult to injury. Vox looking down into what's going on with Yoho, realizing the fact that, all right, I can take some kills or I can try to sneak away with it. E United has shifted to the south on their hilltop and is actually closer to Extreme's position, looking in the T8 direction. So did, I guess, good reposition on that one, and actually beneficiary for Vox.
I mean, Bing Bang Boom goes down early, but still a hell of a game for them. 9 kills, managed to hop up into 9th place. And speaking of which, E United now have managed to break the cut line. They are in 6th place, moving Abstract down into the last chance qualifier territory. Yoho, though, 1 point behind.
Both still having 4 up. Wildcard still up, and Shin Boy is going to look back at Vox and get the knock onto him. Remember, Extreme is still alive, and he's caught in between T8 and E United. That's how come we didn't see an instant flush on it. Now just going to clown car their way right next to Snow Patrol. Use the hillside to block that out, and are now inside the safe zone, as there are only 18 alive, and I feel like 2 teams are going to be looking to kill every single one of those remaining 14 on the opposite side.
Oh, where's the circle? Oh, the circle centers directly onto those open fields. Now, Snow Patrol's compound still somewhat in. T8, though, they have to make moves. And keep in mind, like, you're looking at that mini map, or the map, I guess, in general. United have that high ground. Can't necessarily see T8 making moves right underneath them, but they have to know that they're there. Now, if Zenny and Palix can get under there as well, that could be huge for T8.
It's just about how E United wants to use this. They've had that high ground for so long, but it's becoming the double-edged sword. They're going to have to figure out how to get down through this one, and gravity has not been kind to E United in the past. Short Circuit Gaming finally does get eliminated as Tater spots out Extreme, and now the lineups are sitting. Yaho coming up right next to Snow Patrol, and that's about all you can do. You've got to make the push. Smokes are now out, and Poonage right at their doorstep.
Yeah, it sucks for Snow Patrol. That side of the compound is pretty easy for Yaho to push on just because of the lack of windows. And you see they'll smoke off the one lines of sight that they can actually get. The Sparking trying to push in. The rest of Snow Patrol starting to regroup in the one building that's still inside the circle.
Sparking thanking Vegas right now, as it looks like he's going to be able to pick up some loot moving into this next fight. Yaho now has managed to get all of their players into fighting range, but it's going to be a longhouse, and longhouses are notoriously hard to assault. Snow Patrol looks like they've got the line defense into this one. Yaho doesn't have to push this yet unless they just want to make sure that they're clearing it out. I want to point out Wildcard is still alive and have shifted down to the south, and E United have also managed to make a push into the north and use the hills to creep back down into that low ground and are looking at T8's direction and absolutely ripping them apart.
Yeah, you've got 3 of E United just kind of keyed in on T8. Meanwhile, Snakers is watching this fight over here to see if he can maybe find an angle onto any of the Yaho boys. They've got to be careful about how they approach this. The smoke wall's still down. The utility a little bit low for Yaho if we're looking in their pockets here. Snow Patrol, meanwhile, for their part, they're just waiting for Yaho to make the push.
Snaker's actually stopping a lot of Yaho's movement with those shots into it. Wildcard now getting vision on E United, most notably Flood and Relo. Kickstart still trying to move closer to T8, and E United has got to be careful. They've got a lot of aggression as multiple teams now looking at them. Into this one, Yaho, I think, finally feels like they can start to make their assault into this one, but this is going to be do or die. It's still 1 point separating them and E United, and the push is coming out. The charge down the hallway of death, taking it slow, taking it steady, making sure that they get the read every step along the way as Molotovs are going to come out and stall them.
Yeah, Molotovs, this is basically the play here for Snow Patrol. Meanwhile, United, the problem for United was that they got the knocks onto T8, but they couldn't get the flushes, and now they're pushing into Wildcard as we see Yaho still seeing if maybe Bale can get the high ground. Snow Patrol, they're dug in. They are not giving an inch.
Circle pops, and really it's just going to be Wildcard that's going to be in it. This area not going to be inside the circle. So now desperately going to have to finish this one off pretty soon. Utility now coming out. The footage is going to go down to Nico's at range. Right as Shinboy is going to come in. That's going to be Yaho just falling apart, and Longhouse pops off again, and it's going to be Snow Patrol that manages to stay alive.
I mean, this is why we say the longhouses are some of the most brutal houses in the game to try to push, as Yaho just gets dismantled there. Now they did, Snow Patrol, obviously a great hold from them. They got a little bit of an assist there from Wildcard, but most of the work there, though, done by Lamborghini with that shotty in hand.
Alex still clinging to life as E United wants to finish him out, and if anything, that's stalling E United managing to make it into the circle. This is an open circle, but also has a lot of hill line breaks inside of it, so that means that you can rotate around, and it's not as barren as it actually seems as far as cover goes, but it does mean as you start to get these peaks into different areas, you are going to get a lot of sightline vision, and a lot of people are going to be able to see you as well.
Oof. Yeah, E United starting to wrap back over there towards Snow Patrol. They do manage to spot out Sneezo as he will go down, and then Lamborghini not too long behind him, so that is going to do it for Snow Patrol. United have this high ground still to work with, and they're actually going to spot out Cow as well, so this is setting up nicely here for E United at the end. But I don't want to call it for him because, man, we never forget Tokyo Manji Gang as United trying to make moves here.
Comes the play off on this one. They're going to opt into the opposite side, so wrapping into this with what's been going on with Snow Patrol and Yaho, that they know that this is going to be the easier way to assault. Wykick and Mukal does get vision and does get the drop onto Snakers. Looking into this high ground, they have got to be careful on the assault, but manages to pop him in the head. Now just Nico's up. Alex on the other side, beneficiary of this fight and the attention that Wildcard has now managed to draw.
What a shot from Relo. I mean, Cal gave him next to nothing. Nico's, I think, is waiting for him to go for the res, had the grenade in hand, but we'll use this opportunity to get the res on his fallen teammate. 9 kills for Wildcard. They've looked so good today, Matchroom.
What can they do from here? With the res, they know exactly where the assaults are going to be coming from. Flood has now gotten a position opposite of the circle to look in, make sure that he can track whatever action is going to be going on. E United tracking the numbers that are still going to be alive, realizing the fact that since there was only a knock, that there's going to be multiple members in this angle. So starting to make the push in. Throwable's coming out and does connect for some of the damage. Starting to crest up this hillside. They're just waiting for it to come. The flashbang is going to connect. Nico's going to be blinded for just a moment, but does look up into a kickstart. Managed to get the drop onto him, and there you go. Wild card is eliminated, and E United looks Palak's direction. He is all by himself, but does get the drop onto Snakers at least. What can he do from here, as there are so many people still alive for E United?
I mean, this is a win for Palaks regardless. I mean, he managed to snake his way to second place. He can get another kill to go along with it. That'd be absolutely the cherry on top. But it looks like they will get that revive onto Snakers. See if Palaks can do a little bit of 1v3 action. United need to be careful. Don't give him 1v1s and don't line up for him. He'll just spray you down. But there you go. Kickstart will be the one to do it. And E United, the 9-kill victory.
And that was a circle to try to get it in. E United high ground finding their effects. There are a terror whenever they can get the information and whenever they can harass at range and they can start to control a game. You can see that so many movements and so many firefights, while they only walk away with 9 kills, a ton of kills got shifted over to other teams just by them herding them into other teams and forcing a fight.
Their Miramar has been great. It really has. And it's, we've still got some time left to see if they can maybe add to those stats that they've been able to accrue on the dusty dunes of Miramar so far. But we obviously talked about wildcard, but United has been having a hell of a day themselves, and they managed to claw their way, fight their way back up into that top 6. So now they don't have to worry about going through that LCQ just yet, although it's not done just yet. But they're looking pretty damn good.
2 games, but we've seen some big pop-off games already, and Lord knows what's still in stake. Miramar being the quietest of the games that we've seen so far, Poro, is absolutely insane. I've got to go ahead and get some water, refresh. With these last 2 games, you know they are going to be vicious. We will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Come on down to Destin's Swampland, located only 5 miles from downtown Ripton. There's no better way to see the sights of our swamp than on our one-of-a-kind airboat rides. Feel that warm breeze blow through your hair as you leave your worries behind. And who knows, maybe you'll get to see some local wildlife. If you're the outdoorsy type, don't miss the chance to visit our hunting lodge and try your hand at our target practice course using our new O12 shotgun. Come on down to Destin. Tythonic City.
It says something when our calmest game of the day is going to be an open field Miramar game, and EU United finding themselves with success. Palax is going to put up a valiant attempt, but really it was just settled way before this once EU United got the high ground and was assaulting so much of what was going to be happening, picking up 9 kills and doing, I'm willing to bet, a lot of damage to the teams around.
I mean, they were great. That was a typical United game, right? When they do get that high ground, but it's the shot calling. They're putting themselves into really good positions, and they had to fight their way to get to that point. So all credit due to them. They've had a fantastic day so far. Them and Wildcard now both 52 points on the day. As we take a look at the damage put out by the boys there.
Because I want to point out, yes, high ground, we all know it's king. It's great. It gives you so many advantages. But it also does have some downsides, specifically in trying to focus fire. That is a big component of making sure that you're firing at the teams that are most, vital at the time. Whenever you can see everything, choosing the target and IGL target selection is so important. It feels like EU United has that down to a science.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's no surprise that high ground is such a priority for a lot of these guys, but it's one thing to get there and to kind of ADR farm from there. It's another thing to hold it and get there and hold it against all comers that try to take it away from you. And the United has managed to get that down to a science. I mean, they're looking real good. They're looking real good. I mean, after a little bit of a shaky first day, this is the United that we came kind of expected more to see.
Looking back through the highlights, most of them actually going to be pretty high ground, I'm willing to bet for.
Yeah, it's highlights, high ground highlights. It's a thing. But
now all we just need to do is be in the high ground Discord.
Yeah, jeez. I'm scared of that place. It's a scary place, guys. Don't want to go there. But I mean, T8 did their best here. United had them kind of pinned, and yeah, it was just rough sledding for them. They managed to get down to Palax, and credit to Palax, he managed to stay alive and snake out a second place finish for T8.
I mean, they were the original target from EU United well before a lot of the other things that happened in this one. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 teams before this one.
Yeah.
And I do like the fact that Palax at least goes for the attempt. He knows that he's going to be walking into a full 4-man squad, but he's like, I got this. I don't even have nades, and I'm still going to go for the try into it.
And it's huge. It's huge for T8, the fact that they managed to get the second, because they still have a shot at getting that 14th place. They're in 16th right now currently, but only 3 points removed from that cut line for last chance qualifier. So every point that T8 can manage to get out of that is absolutely huge.
United 19 points, wildcard with 14, Snow Patrol with that 10 points that they're going to be loving, Bing Bang Boom, finding their ways around the messes that wildcard are trying to set for them, picking up 10 of their own, and like you're talking about, TAC 8 picking up 8, as well as Fools. Yoho going to be back behind that in 7.
Yeah, Fools, again, another one of those teams that's right just below the cut line right now. Immaculate is barely holding on at 14th place. As we take a look now, you can see 44 points for them. Fools right behind, TAC 8 right there too. 4 Funners still have a shot at it. Spicy Fish as well. E-United managing to get into that top 6 finally. Yoho still on the chase though.
Yeah, you can't call this settled. Whenever you see what's going to be chasing back behind you, you're still going to have to try to pick up as many points as possible. And whenever we're looking at this, there's a pretty decent chance that Yoho and E-United both step up and are going to shift down Dodge and Tokyo Manji game.
I was going to say, you think Dodge and TMG are sweating a little bit now? 2 games remaining, and Yoho and Bing Bang Boom is still on the chase. You know, the only thing for Bing Bang, but look at that. Look at the difference. 52 kills to 9 placement points, man. 9 placement points.
I mean, Bing Bang Boom has an approach and a style, and they know what they're going after, and they are accomplishing it.
They're scrappy. They're scrappy. They're coming in. They're what it feels like it is that they're coming in later into these circles. They're playing around on the edge. They're taking these fights on the edge. But I feel like they're getting 3rd and 4th partied almost every single time.
I do want to point out the fact as well for Bing Bang Boom, as a team that likes to play edge when we're seeing as many hard shifts and crazy circles, and if you're a team that's on the hunt for kills, a part of the reason they can't find those placement points is because they are always chasing a circle. And I mean, it's hard for everybody out there right now, to say the least.
It has been a struggle, as you said. These hard shifts have been brutal, but that's what these guys need to do. I mean, if you're going to make it to the grand final, you have to have a way to deal with those situations where the circle shifts away from you and puts you in a bad position. As we check in with this E-United Yoho comparison, Yoho, I mean, considering they're in 7th place, they're right on that cut line. They're doing a pretty damn good job. They're looking pretty similar to E-United there.
It's just the kill differential, most likely. Just that's it. If you look at it, I mean, they're so close in average placement points. It's just being neck and neck climbing up through this one. Yoho, we haven't even had a chance to really focus in on all the stuff that's been going on with them and the capabilities that they could bring, because it's just, there is so much happening inside this one. And even if you are a fan of teams like Tokyo Manji game, you got to give them respect because they've been holding on to this position for that long. I have firm hopes that if Tokyo Manji game gets kicked back down, they are going to be able to move back in and they're going to make it through the LCQ.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And, you know, you look at Yoho, you look at Bing Bang Boom, with 2 teams that are kind of, Bing Bang Boom playing more of a style that Yoho, we're used to seeing Yoho do, where they go out and they hunt kills and they hunt the kill points, try to get their money that way. Yoho actually coming up with more placement points this time around, or at least a little bit more of an equal kill and placement points for themselves. So maybe changing things up a little bit there. And whereas Bing Bang Boom is just balls to the wall, just throwing all caution to the wind, trying to get their money through kills. Yoho a little bit more spread.
And I mean, this is a harder lobby than we have normally seen. We've been talking about it a lot. Bing Bang Boom probably wouldn't have had these same struggles, even if chasing circles and going after the violence that they oh so love. I would say 6 months ago, they would have had a far easier path getting into this. So we are about to get our game underway. Actually, we're just going to go ahead and hop into game as we have 2 more left. And I don't even know. We've got to look at the cutoff on who's going to be going into the LCQs. We got to see who's going to be able to bypass the LCQs. We've got some rivalries that are going on, and we've got some hopes and even some COVID that is all a factor inside of this game.
I mean, everything is going on right now, Matchroom, and a lot of stuff to keep track of, guys. So make sure you keep an eye on that live updating leaderboard on your left-hand side. If you haven't done it yet, open that squad stream, get that map up for these last 2 games, because it is going to be... It's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts to keep track of.
Big shout out to everybody that has been watching the Latin American side of this that has just managed to wrap up. We're going to give you guys some information on what's going to be going on with their LCQ teams and who's all going in what positions. So Now we're going to see the plane path that's going to be coming pretty close to Oasis and going over Los Leones to end in the south, as Vegas is just doing a nosedive. He's got goals on exactly where he wants to be.
Man knows what he wants. Match, I mean, you gotta respect it. You gotta appreciate it. Speaking of
last game he showed us what he wanted too. He wanted that building and brought that motorcycle right into it.
Well, that probably scared the hell out of Mitchy boy there. He finally got a tire tattoo on his forehead as Vegas went in there. But yeah, Fiumba popping the dang heck off over there in LATAM. They did come in first place overall, and they have been looking at real strong. So obviously several other Latin American teams will keep you apprised. We'll get you educated on what happened down there, but safe to say Fiumba looking dangerous once again.
We've got some stretches going on in drops. Snow Patrol pretty close to Yoho around Death Star Trench to the north of Minas Generalis. Rumblers are going to continue on their way to Chumacera to nobody's shock, and a northern circle moving their way up there. I know I've been asking for an Oasis circle for a while because I love the new Oasis, but we still have Pozo, Crater. There's just so much to be looking at here. I'm not even going to take a stab on where we're going, but I will say that southeastern area is tricksy to play around.
Can't think of Oasis without... Come on, Mitch, you got this. Okay. Well, there was the back when I was a kid, and you know, your parents take you to school. My mom always used to listen to this one smooth jazz radio station called the Oasis, and that's all I think about whenever I think about the Oasis. I got the smooth jazz playing in my head. Like, what music did your parents listen to in the radio when they were dropping you off at school? Or did they make you walk? You had to ride a cow. You had to ride a horse to school, didn't you, Matt?
I did have to walk to school to start off with. That is 100% true. But anytime we drove anywhere, my dad is ex-military and we're a ranching family. So
country.
Who would have thought it would be country music?
You know, it's crazy. Like, I never even listened to country that much when I was growing up, but I know so many country songs by heart just through osmosis of living in Texas. It's wild. It's wild.
What you got to do. And yeah, while we're talking about music and radio stations, it's because nobody has even pulled the trigger in a while. And we're just in the looting stages. We do have Immaculate that is moving pretty close to an approach into Cabrera, which might put them into Never Surrender sites. But that is about all that's really going on right now. Everybody else just wanting to get looted up for wherever the circle is about to take us.
Yeah, this is one of those mixed blessing type situations where you get the dead center of the circle if you're a team like Never Surrender or even Immaculate, really, where you know, you kind of have the option of where you want to play, and this is what might happen. You pull right up and you get roasted. Skazka gonna get spotted out by Reno, as Reno getting some love there. Another old name there.
Bye motorcycle, bye body, just finally coming to rest. Don't worry, you still got one more game to work with. And Reno now looking around like, where's everyone else? As that was a very advanced scouting that's going to be coming in. I think that Dirty Zen does get vision, but look at the range that's going to be coming into that. Never Surrender doesn't really need to hold on to this, so they're just probably going to regroup at the higher point on this hillside.
Yeah, now Reno taking that high ground just to kind of scout things out, let the rest of the boys know what to expect while after they move out of La Cabrera. I'll probably bring him some ammunition. Obviously, he needs it. Only 30 rounds there for the Mini, but he does have an 8X, so that's good news. As Never Surrender should be able to get that high ground, and we'll see if they send all four up here if they try to do a 2-2 split, which we do see quite a bit with this spot in circles like these.
We do also see Waikika Mukau taking position on the opposite side of these hills. Looks like that's where Wildcard is going to be setting their sights. They do have an inside track to get to that point from their power grid drop. Looks like they're going to be able to get in a strong high ground position, as well as that is often the case whenever you're looking at Miramar. You get that high ground point, you can be looking down at so much and control so much, as we just saw in that last game.
That's good stuff. Adrenaline pulling out of Pekadu. Trying to backfill right around TTG. Okay, they pull up. They're going to go in power grid instead. And that's good news for them because Wildcard's already dipped out now that Waikika Mukau's found a spot just off to the south of where Never Surrender was hanging out. But it's still a lot of teams off to the south, Matt, that still have to make their way in.
I feel so bad. You can see that ADR is roaming looking for vehicles. They're having to be careful.
Nothing, man.
Going to go ahead and get crate, but look at the leaderboard from 10th all the way down into 13th. It is still so close, and even Immaculate is just going to be a few points behind them. Fool only needs to get 1 kill and is going to step up into their position. T8 is going to be able to step in there. Every single kill from here on out, if you can find a way to rat into a circle just to get 1 more placement point, it is going to be so important.
Oh, yeah. I mean, every placement point you can muster, and we saw it from Palix from T8 last game, like managing to get that second place finish. You know, they put themselves right within striking distance of 14th place, getting into that LCQ, and that's absolutely huge for the T8 boys. Fools, meanwhile, they are right on that cut line as well, and they have themselves a crate. They had Bing Bang Boom right behind them, but it looks like Bing Bang Boom
never surrender.
Pull off to the north instead.
Be careful. We've got a roaming wild card that is going to be right at your foothills. And Nikos is going to, looks like they are starting a push up that hillside. I think that they're probably going to find some clues of some things that were going on before here, but Wildcard's not going to be distracted or dissuade from this point that they're trying to make the climb up. While we do know the fact that they're going to be going after some kills, they are definitely going after that LG position and taking second place. Rafa is going to go down from Waikakamukau, and high ground control looks like it's going to start shifting into Wildcard's favor. So Waikakamukau is just going to have so much vision from up there and be a distraction that I don't even know if Never Surrender realized they're this close.
They don't, and that is by design. I mean, that is just beautifully done by Wildcard. They put Cal up on the top side. He's going to be the distraction, as you said, while the two close man, Greg Shot, Nikos, try to pull a little bit closer. Cal just feeding this intel over. And Adam off in the distance as well, but you can see Immaculate. Now, Immaculate.
Problem.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of an angle here. They're going to actually re-knock Rafa. So I think Wildcard hear those shots. They're like, oh, okay, this is taking a little bit too long to develop. We'll just pull away.
I mean, they've had control of the hillside all the way up to here. They can just do the Everest play, step away from it, and let them have this angle, and then just play around where Kikamukau's already got control over. Other rotations coming in, it's really just about the teams that are going to be coming in pretty late, such as Rumblers, Spicy Fish, TAC 8. You can hear some shots in the distance, but it's just going to be E United, I think, shooting at Collectors, and still going to be Kikamukau shooting down at Never Surrender.
Yeah, I think Tetramate had a little bit of an angle there on the Nikos and Greg, but Waikakamukau forcing his head back down once again. So the high man here, the Overwatch position, Waikakamukau more than suited to the task, as Wildcard now have their central location around those crates. Check in with SCG. They are just behind Snow Patrol. You can see they're just off in the distance. Nefahor spots this out for sure. May stop things down and see exactly where they're going to go. Or just hit a rock.
Yeah, I mean, with the hillside that Never Surrender and Wildcard are trying to hold down, that's why we're not seeing any long-range shots. It's right in the middle of the circle, and it's kind of became its own line of demarcation that nobody can really see through. That does mean what's going on to every single vector around it, be it to the north, south, east, or west, is its own contained fight. So there's not the chance of a fifth party, which we've been seeing be pretty popular today, but still possibilities for third parties, as TAC 8 is going to have some shots thrown at them by ADR. But there's still plenty of pathing options in front of them. They have to be careful not to slow down. The Spicy Fish is going to be hot on their heels behind T8.
Yeah, Adrenaline having a great weekend so far, and got to feel like they're looking pretty good for making that LCQ, as TAC 8 still fighting for their spot in. And, you know, we talked about SCG just moments ago. They still have a shot. I mean, it has been an awful weekend for SCG. Like, there's just nothing's been going right. Everything's been kind of falling apart, but they still have a chance. They still have a chance to get to that LCQ, just completely reset going into next weekend.
Everybody down to 20 still has a chance. I mean, that says something, and that's ridiculous that we could see almost everybody that is in the LCQ have their position removed in these two games. It's conceivably possible. So that's one of the reasons we're also seeing a lot more passive play and not the aggression we were seeing in some of those earlier games. Whenever you see it compacted like this and it's so dangerous, LCQs are bad to play in, but missing the LCQs entirely is something that everybody is trying to avoid.
Oh, yeah.
About the most Madden sentence I can say. Oh, nobody wants to get disqualified. Who would have thought?
Well, here's the thing about points. You get them if you get the kills and you finish high in the leaderboard. As
can't win if you don't get a touchdown.
There you go. Yeah, you can't get points if you don't get the scores. Well, the circle will pop. It is going to go right over that crater. So wild card right in the dead center. Pretty much everybody already has a little bit of a foothold in, or Yoho, if not being out there a little bit, at least have scouted out a spot in, or at least some kind of way, as we see Bing Bang Boom slowly making their way. And Rumblers, I think they're the only other ones really that have to find out how they're going to pull in here.
Yeah, wild card is going to be vibing in this position right now. They just have to make sure that they don't have anybody that gets frisky and decides to assault their positions. Snow Patrol is going to be rolling right along next to SCG. We'll see if we have any drive-bys. That's going to be a feature that's going to be going on for quite a while right now, as these guys are going to be getting pretty close to each other. Collector's already going to be making a move pretty close to ADR, going to be bypassing TTG, as now we're starting to get in range, as with the shift into this circle, means the fact that, yes, the mountain is still centered, but everything's going to be popping off into the east, and there are no options on pathing, as this is extremely vertical.
Oh, Snow Patrol. It got a little bit dicey there for a second. SCG had them right in the line of sight, and will pull away now. But now Snow Patrol continuing to go on, and they're going to find themselves just off to the north of E United. That's a little bit dangerous as well. So nothing really great for Snow Patrol here to play, but they find somewhere at least they're not getting shot at for the time being.
Well, Yahoo is going to find that that's going to be off. Not actually sure. So Gaming is going to be the one that's going to be getting shot at, as them and Yahoo are very close. Neverhor is nowhere around this position. So it's just shots to try to discourage Yahoo, but they've already got a foothold and a strong point onto this one. SCG is playing the opposite end of it. Vox looks like he does have some angle to work around, but not the cleanest one. Gonna have to keep an eye on how Neverhor wants to hold this. He's at least taking pot shots into the back of him, but Extreme already down from a grenade from Shinboy means the fact that this is starting to side Yahoo very quickly.
Yeah, the problem here, I mean, that knock was absolutely huge. And as you mentioned, the fact that Nephahor is not really anywhere near this, Yahoo is
now starting to move.
Starting to make the push in, and nice work from Poonage as SCG. I loved the flank from Vox to begin with, but Nephahor not being there was just unfortunate, as now they're down to 2. We'll see if Richie, it looks like they're going to try to get him out of there, but that's a really tough escape. Yep, Shim not going to let that happen.
And Neverhor is now so close to this. He's got to be careful. E United has got vision already taking the shots into him. No matter where he goes, it's probably going to be bad. He does have a path that he can narrowly navigate along this hillside, and there is a building that's going to be open in front of him, but it looks like Fool might be along that path. Instead, he's going to crest down the hillside. E United still going to keep vision on him, and if he leans to the north, he could be safe, but he continues on the road, he could have some trouble, and it looks like he is shifting to the north.
Oh, you gotta survive here, Neff. You gotta do everything you can to stay alive. SCG desperate for those points right now. You can see them down there with 35, the cut line just 10 points above him. And if he can survive here, get something done in this game, get a few placement points or maybe a kill here or there, it makes things a little bit more manageable for this final game for SCG.
It's kind of funny, the aggressor right now in Wildcard has so much vision to play from, but nobody really wants to come play with them right now because nobody wants to climb that hilltop. So not going to have that option anymore, as Wildcard's still going to have key position in the circle.
Let's see Bing Bang Boom already on the move, and are they going to commit to going into the crate? It looks like Roth's starting to sniff around that area, but I don't think they want to push into that low ground. There's no reason you'd really want to do that unless you were just playing the survival game at this point. And it looks like they might be heading towards Adam's spot here as we check in. See Immaculate right on the other side of Valley. Valley is not expecting this guy on the middle of the field. What's he doing there? Oh.
That one's going to hurt with the setup, and Immaculate is running. Valiant is all by himself, so they can collapse into this one. Rumblers are going to be to the south of this and going to have to run through Immaculate's defensive line to even get here right now. But I think that Dirty Zin might be having his own problems that we're going to have to begin with, so we're going to have to see how that line comes back in with him and see if maybe he can get saved. Now we have Spicy Fish that's going to be taking shots into E United that are making a very brazen move right in between them and ADR. Nobody going down, though, but Simply Matt's angle is going to change that with Kickstart going down.
Oof. Yeah, it's rough. It looks like Snakers might still be on top of Kickstart, actually. As the smoke laid down, we'll try to go for that res, but Simply Matt still has an angle onto the tires, so United definitely not out of the woods just yet. They do manage to get 2 free and clear. They might get the res on a Kickstart, but they're going to be a little bit split going forward.
Never Surrender did shift to the other high ground point and is looking down on this one. Adam's got some vision on what's going to be going on with them, and that's where we just saw the knock coming into place as Adam is playing a peak point pretty close to BBB, oddly enough, as this is probably about, what, 500 meters and all of Never Surrender in between him.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's got the high ground. I think BBB is just kind of low beneath him. Yeah, you can kind of see it just off in the distance there, but I mean, Never Surrender. This was always going to be a tough push to get across here. They managed to stay alive, keep 3 up at least. Veronica's still down in the low ground. Meanwhile, Yahoo, we mentioned they were the ones on that northeastern side that had a long rotation ahead of them, and they're still on the move now as Rumbler's taking that fight back to Immaculate.
And Valiate is still alive, so the lineup coming from Rumblers is going to be able to save him. Immaculate is going to move out of this position, and Valiate is going to be saved. So now they're going to have a foothold spot that they can play from, and he's going to have a good angle into this rotation. Dirty Zin is still even out in the blue, not capable of moving due to the Rumblers lineup.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Nefahor for SCG is stuck out in the blue as well. I think for Funners, I don't know if they spotted him out or if they just have an inkling that somebody's back there, but he is pretty much pinned down. So SCG may be out here very shortly as Yahoo has managed to creep in on this north side, get a little bit of high ground to work with, and there you go. There's Dirty Zin. Rumblers know they know to expect somebody behind them. They just may have lost track of where he was. Remember, he was in the fields on the north side of the Valiate's compound.
Now sneaking in, Circle is still leaning into a Wildcard's hillside as now everybody is going to have to start participating in an Everest-like fight. We still have the factory position that's going to be to the north of it. And Dirty Zin, looks like he's found himself a friend, and he just wants to say hi. Oh, he might even get 2 of them with it, and
oh no,
canceled the nade off. Now he's going to just get in position, get the meds up, and it's a sneaky game. He's going back to playing that Aaron Gill game we saw just a moment ago. Hey, by the way, Immaculate, the other side of your friendship is not going too well, as it looks like you're going to be getting some company by Yahoo. Now Dirty Zin's going to have to be doing something with this one, as this is just starting to get messy for Immaculate. They've got to get these points, or at least keep him alive.
Yeah, unfortunate for Immaculate. That's going to bounce away. Rumblers should survive this. Dirty Zin might find himself the last player alive on his team here very shortly, though. Although Shimboy does get spotted out by Sharp Shot, so maybe things turning back a little bit more in Immaculate's favor. Although it looks like Riopini's nowhere near this. So, okay, 2 alive still for Immaculate. Dirty Zin should be okay.
BBB has Gats that is very far to the south. Remember, we were talking about him right next to Adam. So, got to be careful. Never Surrender got kicked out of that position by Wildcard and now are going to be flanking onto the side of this fight. BBB has got to be careful. They're already in a bad position and now just going to get pounced from behind.
It was Tetra. Tetra just got 2 of them. Never Surrender. Sneaking up behind Bing Bang Boom. What a play from him. And now Bing Bang Boom, the worst case scenario. Gats now the last player up. And he is a very good player, but they are in the chase. They are on the hunt. And they're now only going to have 1 game left to do it unless Gats can pull off something magical here.
Yeah, this is just getting harder. Sparky's still trying to make the push up the hillside, and it's going to be Reno that gets the drop into it at the end. So, finding some semblance of safety after a long hunt against Wildcard, Never Surrender, get control over a sector of the circle. United now starting to make pathing of their own. They've got Spicy Fish that are going to be to the south of them. Flood is going to be the north. It's going to be looking into ADR. So, 2 different teams. This has been the theme for United so far on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of slowly taking their time. They're playing on this edge. They're waiting for teams to make the moves around them. And so far, it's paying off. There you go. Spicy Fish eliminated. And United now up to 4 kills. Still got 4 alive. They've still got to play. They've got a foothold on the south side. But Rumblers, remember, they were doing that long wrap around on that south side. They're going to come in from the west. And if United's not careful, they may get taken by surprise.
This could be a very big game for Rumblers and Fool, who still have multiple members up and can finally get some distance on this leaderboard. Fool is just trying to get away from the firing lines that Wildcard has managed to set up. Is going to put him pretty close to where the remnants of 4 Funners are going to be at. Flood's still going to be harassing out as they make their movement forward as Collector is eliminated. The south is going to be popping off as Rumblers are going to be coming up back behind E United while this is going to be going. Snakers are going to be going down. We've got E United's comms, and let's see how they're going to try to navigate this circle.
That guy across the road stopped. He stopped shooting. He stopped shooting.
I'm safe with smoke, I think.
Flood, you need to come. You need to come over here. Flood's getting pushed.
I'm not pushing. Don't push.
We have the whole green line. There's one on green.
They're just peeking him.
We don't want to get to Flood. We want to hold this space.
We need to hold room.
Yep.
I can come towards you guys. Two close on me. Two literally close on me. On my ridge. Southwest of me. Southwest on my ridge.
They're nading us?
Yeah, they're nading. We need to get into Rello's ridge.
I need to smoke up.
They're like here in orange waypoint.
They might be wrapping left on me.
Then we play from in zone. We
play from this ridge. We play from this ridge 100%. It's insane. I'm fucking prone. If we can force them top right, it's really good for us.
Jake and Flood just watch over.
I'm making a risky cross. Hold on.
Can you hold the bottom left, Jake?
Okay, cool. Flood's one of the top rocks.
I have bottom left.
It's better to hold from our spot.
I think we just force them into orange waypoint. That's where they're gonna go.
Flood, I think there's another ADR guy somewhere.
No, I got bottom left.
Yes, okay. I can. I'm exposed to the high rocks though.
I see too high still next to you guys.
I'm literally stuck on these fucking
one molly.
I have
both being in the same spot. My mark on the ridge. What the fuck?
Oh, that guy's right in front of me on green.
I need to heal Flood.
They're 3 men there, I'm pretty sure.
Their initials may be EU, but they are powered by Fs, and they have 0 Fs to give as they're now trying to make the push. They hear the fight going on between T8 and Rumblers, and it looks like they're trying to pounce on it. T8 trying to hold the line up and doing a good job. E United can't even make the play into this one. They're being harassed on a different angle. Kickstart's going to be going down off of a fight, and shots coming up from Snow Patrol, who have a good gatekeeping position onto where all of this is going on.
Oh, so unfortunate for Rumblers there. They had that set up really nicely to take the fight to E United, and then T8 just comes in right behind them. They do manage to turn back around and do a little bit of damage as Palix has managed to get a little bit of a high ground spot here. Tater will get flushed out. Zenny, you pick him up. Yeah, maybe try to go for it. See if Palix can give you a little bit of cover. And it looks like they might be able to get away with it. E United, meanwhile, gets to just kind of pull away from this fight for free.
Oh, running out and just getting spotted. That moment is going to hurt. Palix on his own again, and this is starting to feel familiar. How can he sneak his way into this one?
I mean, Palix tried to do his best to give him some support, but he just got instantly peeked by 3 Rumblers, and that was not going to do it. Camberghini, meanwhile, Snow Patrol still has that high ground to work with. They're finding a little bit of an angle here. Kickstart going to go down. 8 kills for E United, but they're down to 2.
United is qualified. You can see that Snow Patrol is trying to find a way to get more out of this, and Relo just absolutely demolished Rumblers. He's got a path that he is going to try to take now. He's got to be careful as it's just him and Flood is very far away.
I mean, while all this is going on, Wildcard now just down to Adam. Never Surrender actually putting up some work here as they've got 8 kills and 3 alive still from that north side. They've got some high ground that they can still work around with. And Immaculate still have 3 up as well. And they could make their way in. Bing, bang, boom. I'm sorry, actually, Immaculate down to 2. It's Gats is the other yellow player. Gotta love the same colors on these.
All of the yellows. It's always the yellows and it's always the grays that fight each other, right?
It is. It's driving me crazy. But there you go. There's your 2 for Immaculate. I think Adam had him a little bit pinned, so
yeah, start being careful about how we phrase that one though there, Poro. Looking into it, Adam's still got his high ground, and you can see he's trying to put in some work. 9 kills, so they're still vibing up there and have managed to pass LG in second place. Remember, LG is no longer playing, so feeling pretty good about that one, and still not relenting. And they realize the fact that they could harass Immaculate because, sure, why not? They've been shooting at each other for quite a while now.
The problem for Adam here is he's finally got to leave his high ground. I mean, Wildcard 9 kills. I mean, they're vibing. They're happy. They've automatically not automatically, but they've fought for their qualification spot. They've got their grand final spot selected now. At this point, it's just cherries on top for Adam if he can maybe take care of these guys from Immaculate. Nice spray to start things off against Rapini. Only 1 left.
He's got the angle with it. Can he follow up another one with those shots? Gats is actually going to hear what's going to happen, and as well as Never Surrender. Never Surrender is going to be moving into a more aggressive angle into all of these solos and the remnants of teams because it's just everybody has just been damaged. Alex trying to dance around. He's going to get spotted out, and Adam is just still continuing to find more and more. It is unrelenting. It's solos and solos and solos, and he is finding all of them.
I mean, this is huge, though, that he didn't manage to get that knock on a Dirty Zen. You can see Immaculate right on that cut line at 15th place. If they get one more point, they're going to be in 14th and in that LCQ spot. And let's see if Never Surrender can actually make a push here. They are doing work this game, Matcham.
Menace is now down. Opposite side of this one, it's going to be EU United looking to four funners. McLevin's going to go down and get flushed. Now just one on this side. Nobody coming into this circle at full strength. The strongest one going to be Never Surrender with still 3 up. And really, it's just flanking movements everywhere. Solos stacked on top of each other. Gats here's pitter-patter footprints and doesn't going to be able to do anything out of it. And he's going to go down. Are we expecting another one? Sure. You expected first solo. Have you heard of second solo?
Oh, well, Dirty's in. The work is not job done just yet because unfortunately for them, Never Surrender is actually just putting on a show right now. So they've managed to hop over Immaculate and take that 14th spot. But maybe Dirty's in can get some stuff done here. The circle does pop and it does cut off to the east. So Relo and Flood somehow, some way, United fighting from that south side managed to get 2 in. They've got 12 kills already. United putting on a show today as well.
This is, and not stopping. We saw the fact that there is some COVID struggle that's even going on. That's not stopping them at any stage. Never Surrender does have the numbers advantage. They are playing the edge. Circle advantage right now feels like it's more in EU United's favor, but it's kind of mixed. The big problem with it is going to be Dirty Zen, who could approach right back behind Never Surrender, and I doubt that they're going to be expecting it after they think that they've cleared everything.
Yeah, that's going to be crucial here as to how Dirty Zen decides to play this. If he comes up and gets a good angle, I mean, you could see Never Surrender. Their triangles are looking right in that direction of E United. It's Tetra just below Relo. Haven't been able to spot each other out. Meanwhile, Flood, you can see just barely on the eastern side. He's wrapping around to the south to try to get a different angle here. So nothing cut and dry here for Never Surrender. This is going to be a tough win.
Got to be careful. Oh, he sees it range, gets the shots in. Dirty Zen drops Tetra. That's going to even it up against the United side. The damage is now done. It's a straight up 2v2 high ground advantage going to EU United, who spots out Veronica out in the open. This is going to be 2 different angles that have vision on what's going to be happening. I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a 2v1 in just a matter of moments.
Oh yeah, Veronica, he's just dead to rights here. I like the idea of trying to go low here, but just unfortunately Relo. Yeah, Relo just had that beautiful angle. And Relo versus Reno, the battle of the consonants.
Play it slow now, getting their damage in. They were wanting to see if they can find out exactly what's going to be happening.
Flash,
Reno is going to be trying to climb up. This one still got more flashes, going to be throwing them out. Going to be very close on these peaks. Does flat out. Relo's going to get the damage in and does get the knock. Now it is just going to be Veronica. They know exactly where he is. It's going to be 2 different angles and no cover to be found. Yet again, it's going to be E United with 14 kills.
Nicely done there in the late game there. Reno tried his best. Those were great flashbangs to protect Veronica. But in the end, Relo wins that 1v1. And there you go. 14 kills, 2,100 damage. E United. COVID be damned. They came to play today.
Got to kill COVID with strength of mindset. It feels like they're just trying to climb their way up that leaderboard and climb their way out of feeling bad and having some fevers, as there is now 1 game left for them. We keep talking about, hey, these teams need to get distance from each other and they need to do this. Nope.
It's been tough.
Probably going to be pretty close.
It's been tough, and United kind of turning things on, especially in the late day here, now starting to sponge some of those points away from these other teams that are so close to each other. So, 1 game remaining, as you said. There's still so many things up in the air. We're not only looking at that 6th place cut line, but the 14th place cut line, the last chance qualifier cut line is so close, Matt.
Well, now we are going to have to get everything set up for the last game. Who's going to be going to the LCQs, who's going to qualify advance, and who's going to be going home. Just a few minutes, we're going to start that game and find out. Make sure you stay tuned. It has been an unrelenting day as team upon team is trying to stack as many points as they can, but we are now entering the finish line with United finding themselves a chicken dinner to get even more points to deny those teams that are trying to avoid getting entirely eliminated. Let's see if we can manage to get anything together, Poro, as there is going to be so much to break down in this. We have so much to talk about. We have to talk about that last game. We got to talk about what's going on in the leaderboards. We got to talk about what we're looking at as far as bonus prizing. We got to talk about what's going on in Latin America. My God, man, there's so much.
A lot of things, man. All the things are happening. But there you go, United, 14 kills, over 2K damage. Not even a lot of grenades there. It's been mostly done with the bullets, and I guess that happens when you get a little bit of the high ground there. Although they didn't have it for most of that game. They were fighting their way from the south, pretty scrappy.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody had a clean path thing in that. Even Wildcard, who got to that position pretty early, were having to deal with the fact that there were so many teams that were having to assault that hilltop. I mean, that was a variation of an Everest game. And if you know Everest very well, you know it's going to be all about traversing and trying to find the angle in. That is a very land and wide open area to try to come through, but there's just so many teams you can't defend it.
I mean, the biggest problem for Wildcard, they had to deal with Never Surrender. I mean, Never Surrender waking up in that game. What a great game for that squad. Unfortunately, they can't manage to snake out the win, but still a great game for that squad who's had a pretty rough go of things so far.
Oh, and here we go, kicking it off. United doing the gatekeeping. You can see the fact that we're at phase 4 and already 4 people still alive. A second ago, and I switched over, so that's why I did the word as it switched in. But yeah, this is just about very difficult rotations. I mean, yeah, especially whenever we've been Destin, casting just the two of us.
Well, yeah,
5.5 games.
This is your third day too, isn't it? You're an Iron Man. I'm telling you. I just came in here for the last 6. I got it easy, but look at Relo. I mean, that's just beautiful stuff against Rumbler. Now, United did get a little bit lucky right there. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like Rumblers had the better position in that fight, and then all of a sudden they get taken by surprise by T8, and United end up getting everybody out here, and they managed to put themselves in a nice spot here to get the win.
All right, well, here we go. United, 24 points. No surprise on that one. Never Surrender picking up 20 points, and that's going to be yet another shakeup. Wildcard finding 12. Immaculate only getting 6, and you can see whenever you're not even hitting double digits in that 4th place position means the fact that it's going to be scattered down after that.
It sure is. That is tough stuff, but what a game again from Never Surrender, and that's actually going to be enough to put them in the 12th place spot, put them in the LCQ, at least for now. I mean, look at that. Look at the 14th place cut line. I mean, 56 points for 10th. Here we go. It is tight. It is so close.
Let's be real. We knew we had some expectations for Sonic's Wildcard, Luminosity, and United qualify, as well as Dodge. Yoho is still approximately, 9 points behind Tokyo Manji Gang right now. And Tokyo Manji Gang has been playing their hearts out. Just because they're not playing today, no disrespect. Yoho needs to at least get 10 in this next one. Looking on the opposite side of it, Immaculate, only 3 points behind Train to Go, who is tied with Adrenaline, who is only 1 point behind Never Surrender, who's only 1 point behind Rumblers, who's only 1 point behind Snow Patrol. And my God, Boro, this is... What do you do? What do you do?
It's wild. It's absolutely nuts, man. I mean, going into today, honestly, I didn't say anything, but I was almost 100% certain that Dodge wasn't going to be above the cut line. I thought, I mean, given that we've had 95 to 100, I thought that was pretty much dead on. And now today, Wildcards come in, United's come in, they've scraped up all these points, making that cut line a lot lower than maybe we were expecting.
I mean, it's a rough life out there for everybody that is trying to move up the leaderboard, but let's continue to cheer on those that are finding success, as we do need to walk through our potential prizing. Don't forget the fact that in addition to $25,000 overall, we have a ton of other prizes that are going to be going through. Top killers are going to be Mime up at the top of right now, but don't count out Nikos. He's still playing, and he's only 2 behind him.
It's still close, and I mean, especially the way Wildcard's been playing today, especially after they managed to secure that regional qualifier spot. But Mime up at the top there, H-Win, Tickleton actually going to be at the top for assist. It's going to be a lot of Sonics, guys. It's going to be a lot of Sonics. That's what happens when you get 100+ points in one day.
I mean, they were just dominating so much. But that being said, even with their domination, you can see just because of the fact that they've got 2 in those categories, the others are still trying to assault with 1 game left. I do feel like some of these may be settled. It's going to be hard to catch up to Tickleton's damage.
I don't think they're going to do 2K damage in 1 game.
Like a team can do 2K damage. Snakers, I respect you, man. Ethan, I respect you. YKKamuka, I respect you. That's going to be hard to catch.
That is nuts. I mean, Tickleton's just on a whole other level right
I do also want to point out the fact that we have a $250 bonus for the team with the most chicken dinners.
Shocking.
Yeah, we pretty much know where that one's going to be going as well. There's a lot to look at. I do want to give you guys a heads up that, again, Latin America did just finish out, so we know who's going to be going and being able to skip the LCQ and who is going to be going to the LCQ. So we will try to get more of that information. We've got some of the information right now, but it's better just to go over it all at the end as it starts to reveal itself, I would think. Poro.
Yes.
Where do you want to start, man? 1 game left.
Where? Yoho. I mean, my eyes are just going to be securely fixed on Yoho. 9 points. It seems like it shouldn't be that much for a team like Yoho, and it isn't for them. But it's been so difficult. And now traditionally we go into these final games, the wheels just come off. It gets crazy, and you never know what to expect. And 9 points is it's a lot, you know. All things considered.
I mean, with the way things are going today, it's a struggle to find 6. I mean, remember, 4th place, I think, had 8 or 9 points in that last game. So if you're not first, you're last, it feels like in this lobby.
It definitely seems that way. I mean, the top teams are getting fed a bunch of kills to go along with their placements, and it's been scraps for everybody else. So I'm interested to see if anything weird comes out in this last game. I don't think there will be. You know, the only we saw Wildcard do a little bing bang boom drop on Erangel. I don't think that'll happen here. Bing bang boom's pretty much guaranteed secured for last chance qualifier. At least I don't think they're going to get knocked out of it. But you know, there's still a lot of teams that have a shot at that LCQ, and it's so close, as we said. So we're just gonna have to keep our eyes glued to that leaderboard, Matt.
It's one of those shut up and clutch up times. Yep. Prove that you deserve it. Prove the fact that you deserve to not be just kicked out of the entirety of the event, and yet you have a chance at the LCQ. Prove the fact that you deserve to skip the LCQ if we're looking at the eyes and Yoho. I mean, Tokyo Manji Gang, you do have to admit, they put on a hell of a show the past 2 days. They deserve the option on trying to avoid it. So now it's just a matter of, was it enough work, or can Yoho clutch it up here at the end? They are going to be dropping pretty close to Bing Bang.
Yeah, not a bad plane as far as things go for this last game. At least we won't have any completely wild circles. Or, well, I say that now. We haven't seen the circle pop just yet, have we? Where is it going? All right, that's not terrible. We take those. Los Leones, southeast of Los Leones, we see those quite a bit. So, you know, things starting off not too bad there for SCG, who still has a shot.
Say, Yoho and a bang bus off the start isn't the best of feelings, so we'll have to see how that rotation goes. Yes, I am going to point out underneath of where we see our picture-in-picture, there is an island in the circle. I don't think that we're going that direction.
It's not there.
We're staying on the main section of the, I guess, this isn't an island like Erangel. I guess it's just part of the continent?
Sure. We'll call it that. I forget what an isthmus is. What is an isthmus? Is that like?
Bro, I don't even know. It's a
like
pretend word.
fjord?
That's a pretend word in my mind.
Come on. Oh, what? I'm thinking back to like 3rd grade geography, and 3rd grade was a very, very long time ago for me, guys. So
I grew up with a lisp, but there is no way in the world that I could say isthmus. And then whenever I was a kid, it was just not going to happen. Looking through, Church of Los doing Los things. So.
Would have seen back in his natural habitat. I'd like to see that.
Just make sure every single time you guys that are watching come into the Church of Los, you leave at least some 556 for the spirits of Los's past.
And a shot of vodka.
Yeah, or an energy drink. I guess that works too.
Yeah, or milkshake. Actually, McDonald's milkshake, a McFlurry. Yeah. That's what you leave in.
Oh no, Yoho! Not like this! Bing bang boom! Okay, well, unfortunately, there is a giant mountain in the way, so that's going to stop it for now. But Keenan has a goal. He jumps out, and he's going to pick it up, and oh my god, they now know who they're going up against. They're running into this one, and you can see it's just a matter of trying to pick up loot. Keenan has done the damage, but how much more do they want to do? Shotguns in hand. This is going to get more problematic as that mountain just came out of nowhere and stopped the push.
Oh,
Bing, bang.
Bootage. The M16 is back, baby. Oh man, if Bing Bang Boom doesn't, if those two guys don't fall off the mountain, if they, oh god.
It is important Yoho did get the res. That is a way to start. Look, it's a good thing. BBB just came in and made sure that Yoho was awake and ready to do this game. Good guy, BBB.
I mean, jeez. Well, you know what? I respect it from BBB. I think they're looking at this and they're like, you know what? We're secure for LCQ. The only shot we have at just passing LCQ and making grand finals is to just collect a just boatload of kills. So let's start off early. They try to do it. It didn't go their way. So you know, nothing lost.
All right, wheels off time. It feels like everybody realizes they need kills, and kills are going to be the factor for everything. Driving through this with T8, it's going to find themselves being harassed by SCG. They're going to go ahead and make a passing and do manage to avoid Spicy Fish onto this angle, but you can see that SCG is not going to relent onto this one. Oh no, the rotation.
Sharp Shot just got two of them.
He was all the way down and like he's just right next to Kristen Island along that coastal road. Sorry, that distracted me for a second. Richie B is also going to go down as Tater and the rest of T8 still want themselves some more points. Remember, they're still on the hunt just to try to make it back into the LCQ lines.
Yeah, man. That sucks. That sucks. SCG should be able to get this res back onto Richie. I mean, they're not. Well, I say they're not completely out of it, but they're pretty much completely out of it at this point. T8 though, as you said, they still got a shot. It's not too far fetched if they can manage to pull off some of the reproduce some of that ESL2 magic.
Bro,
it's been lacking.
What's
so
going on
far
over
today.
there?
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows
Snow
what's
Patrol?
going on in this map, Matt?
We have all of these teams that have already collapsed into a 1 kilometer square. I want to point out that Kickstart is also starting to venture close because sure, why not? Let's just make it a full-on party. Snow Patrol are feeling, I guess, secure if you think about the fact that they're in 10th, but feeling unsecure if you think about the fact that they are only 4 points away from not being able to be in the top. Nope, it's going to be simply Matt that does get the vision on to Neverhor and is going to get down on flush onto that one. So SCG on their hunt and looking down that hillside is going to find the fact that they're now going to be more vulnerable than they were expecting. But hey, Pat Caps is too.
Yeah, I mean, this is all, if we're being honest, this is, you know, none of these teams that are fighting each other right now have a shot at LCQ. This is making yourself feel a little bit better. You know, GG go next. You know, it was a tough weekend for the Fish, and you know, obviously we saw them have some success in ESL2 once they picked up Ice Tech, and Ice Tech again, you know, they end up having to replace him because obviously he was not wanting to play anymore. He was going to be retired. They pick up Hedonix, a little bit more time to prep this time around, but again, you know, picking up with the new player, it's tough, and this time around for Spicy Fish, it's not going to be enough to get them into that LCQ.
It's a historic roster, so you know they have the capabilities, and it doesn't look like they're counting themselves out yet. They think that there's more kills to be had, and unfortunately the kill that they're going after is going to be EU, so while Moody did have a nice Batman capability, it's just looking down onto it, EU's already just got this mountainside under control.
I still can't believe Yoho ended up losing 2 to Sharp Shot. What what unfortunate luck there. I mean, we didn't get to see that fight, but has to feel pretty bad. There's Hedonix. Okay, I see. We'll pop off and get the knock on the Snakers there. Check in with Rumblers. Meanwhile, wanted to let you guys know our top 6 out of Latin America: Fiumba, 22 Esports, 4 Poor Men, Team X, Trogloditas, and Synergy Esports have qualified for that grand final. We'll take a look at our teams that are making it to the LCQ once today is all done. But those 6 teams have secured their spot already in this grand final. So congratulations to them.
List of usual suspects inside of that one. Fiumba doing Fiumba thing. Don't always get it. We're doing just American, but Fiumba train to go just got popped. Waldo spun back around on that sign coming up big for him, and now it's going to be Crum that's going to get vision of what's going on with Rumblers, and so I guess you take some, you lose some. Now we're going to have to see how TG handles what's going to go on. Grenade's going to roll down into Rumblers, and it's a moral victory to say the least. I want to point out
TTG.
Yeah, this is big for
they're holding on to 14th place. So I mean, Rumbler is pretty secure, but this could mean the world to Train to Go if they can kind of separate themselves a little bit more from that pack that's chasing them.
Rumblers going down early is going to be its own inherent problem. Let's see what's going to be going on. They're just cutting to the hills. Yep, that's going to be kills going over. And yeah, that sign deserved that, so going to go ahead and remove it as well. Now, most of our teams are going to be playing to the eastern area of Los Leones, and that's going to be where the cluster is centered up. Remember that whole mess of fighting that we saw earlier where we saw Spicy Fish and CCG and TAC-8? That's our center point, and that's where everybody is going to be aiming their sights. To the north and south of it, at least trying to avoid Los Leones. Our latecomers coming into this one are going to be Immaculate to the north, Never Surrender to the northwest. It's going to be Due West for Wildcard, and then down to the south, it's going to get pretty interesting as BBB is still on a path that could bump into Yoho, and this is just good. Could this be how it ends of always?
Stop it down. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, you got to play real safe here now. Sparking, big spray. Get some damage, but won't get the knock. Trying to trade it back just a little bit. You can see Balefrost already making his way in. Nice, sharp shot, man.
I do want to point out, though, with these shots that have gone through, TTG is still holding down that position where they were at beforehand with the Rumblers, and guess what? They just have a trail. It's a snack. It's saying, hey, come over here. It'll be perfectly fine. Taking the shots into it, and nope. Not going to be able to pick up that one, but damage is done. Yep, got to pick it up in the end. Bing, bang, boom is done. And I think that's going to make it. I think they're pretty okay.
This man left a snail trail of loot across the road. And look at TTG, just like that. 5 kills, and they are in 10th place. They were holding on to that 14th place position, but they did. I mean, that was a great fight against Rumblers, and then they just get gifted the kills on the Bing Bang Boom. So their spot in LCQ, you got to feel like it's pretty secure. Look at that circle. You had to say something about the island, didn't you? You just had to. You couldn't resist it. No, don't you start with me. You said it.
I did say it.
I know you did. We all have. I've got the evidence. We've got you.
I'm trying to use my powers for good, Poro.
HD. Well, speaking of the cut line, ADR now in 14th place, and look at where they are at. It's kind of sitting on that coastline. Not too bad of a spot for them, 4 up. And if they can kind of keep things going here, they might be able to prevent those chasing them there. As you can see, okay, more Immaculate, 3 points behind. Fools still have a shot. T8 still have a shot, although they are down to 2.
Most of the circle has calmed down. TAC-8 is going to be regrouping. That's going to be pretty close to ADR's position. They are going to have high ground advantage into looking into what's going to be going on here. We do have Rumblers that are going to need to move in from the south, but that's going to be much further south, even past Stowe Patrol. So, TTG Battle X.
Oh, we got another point.
Instantly flushed. Yep. Balefrost finding something to make it work.
This is huge. I mean, this is the spot that Yoho is in, right? I mean, they're 5 points back of Tokyo Manji at this point. Or wait, is it? Oh, I'm sorry, it's a little bit blurry on my screen. I can't see just how far it is. Is it 81 to 86 or 88? I think it's 88, isn't it? Yeah, they're 7 points back.
Yeah, I have to look in. Yoho is going to have a Herculean task ahead of them, but again, clutch up when it matters. If they can just survive, if they can get to the end game, if they can pick up a couple of kills. This is a crazy circle. We still have a lot of water that's inside of a Miramar game, and a lot of people are playing centered. So there are pathing options in which Yoho can try to exploit. TTG, you've seen, have been the beneficiary of just finding people along the path. Now, the issue is, I think that Zinni has also been found along his path. The Short Circuit Gaming has 2 people on opposite sides of him, and now Flashbang's coming out. What we're going to be able to get out of it, they have to be careful with Palix, but I don't even think that Palix has a clean sight line into what's happening here. Richie B does, though, and is going to get the job.
Good spray there on the Zenny, and yeah, they know it's for one.
Hey, Alex has been the survivor, right? He's done a good job on finding some points for him.
He absolutely has. I think SCG though, they're kind of swarming. You can see Palix on the move though, so they may have lost track of where he is, and the circle will cut down to the south, so that'll do a little bit of good for him as he's hiding behind the rock. We'll try to get. Oh no,
Extreme. Oh, I missed Extreme.
Oh yeah, GG to TAC 8. They gave it a good shot, man. They gave it a good shot.
They are our first Group A team to be eliminated now. Yoho still coming in pretty slow. All right, let's hear what they've got planned, because Lord only knows when you've got the combination of Sparking, Balefrost, what they're going to do next. Get an idea with those comms.
Since whenever.
He's not sitting still. You want it? Ready? Shoot now.
Headshotted. Nice.
Watch your health. Watch your health. Yeah.
Just. I think you just pull up on it.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they lost one early.
I'm not sure about that. But it's wildcard, so they're usually really split. Just like either pull up in maybe pull up in front of it or on it. I feel like either is fine.
13
Probably in front. Probably in front.
I have no idea. Where'd you knock him exactly? Orange, right?
Yeah.
I'm hearing cards. Call me right now.
They're trying to save him. Pulling up southeast to Bell. Or
southeast me.
Yeah, they're gonna be on that ridge working.
Running right.
They're running right. Above the bike sparking.
Okay.
Yeah, far right. You see him peeking. Careful.
Nading him.
Okay, sparking's fine. Sparking's fine.
That's stuck here. I'm waiting.
He's stuck, but he's fine.
Doing left now.
Yeah, he went back left.
If you can flash them for Sparking, it's good. He has to move in a second. Sparking has to move in a second.
Nading me and good though.
I'm gonna just fight you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna nade them and switch them, bro.
Yep. Getting this head peek.
One is still top of the hill, probably nading.
Yeah, he's nading me. Oh, one's.
Mark one.
Nice. One's from.
He's tagged.
Oh, one's left. One's left.
One top right, one down left. Okay.
One top right, one top left. Bottom right.
Yeah. One on Bell's body, and then one just now running down. Yeah.
Yep. They're gonna be both burning up.
Close already.
Comes.
Left more. Yeah.
Dropping down, Sparking is surrounded. He's trying to outrun the flanks that are being set up, but it is going to be too much. Wildcard is going to take down Sparking, and therefore, Yoho is going to have to play in the LCQs, and woe be to anybody that has to deal with that burden.
Man, that's already looking like a really, really rough last chance qualifier. You got Yoho in there, bing, bang, boom. Those are some heavy hitters that had a little bit of a rough weekend so far. Here's, okay, well. Reload, that might have been a DC issue, who knows. But yeah, no, that LCQ is looking pretty stacked already.
Rolling down the hillside, you got to be careful not to run over your teammates coming through this one. Looks like Kickstart is going to be able to stop up. Yeah,
that's okay.
Let's probably just pick him up. Looking through, E United though do have themselves a pretty center position inside the circle. It's going to be. Again, nature of the beast. Poro, every single one of our in circles has been pretty barren.
Yeah, I mean, this Collector's in actually a really good spot here. Obviously, United as well, looking pretty good. Number of teams still have to make their way in, but who are we keeping our eyes on the closest right now? It's got to be Immaculate and Fools, Adrenaline, Never Surrender, all still fighting for those last spots there in the cut line at 14th.
This is getting to be just absolute. It's just by a thread. Some of these teams are trying to hold on. A kill, something you didn't manage to flush beforehand, is going to come back to bite you. Palliato is going to find TTG, finish them out, pick up another point for them, trying to make their climb up there. Adrenaline also going to spot out, movement coming up from the opposite side of it, and now finding herself quite quickly surrounded. ADR trying to formate around this, but they are doing a good job on holding them.
hell of a job there from Adrenaline. Nice split on both sides of the road. Never Surrender in a lot of trouble. All of a sudden, Veronica, Reno, the last two up. Reno might be able to go for this res as they'll try to stop things down, but you can see SCG starting to creep over. 4 Funners smell a little blood in the water as well.
Looking down into it, getting the damage into ADR, and ADR wants this one, but also SCG trying to make their climb up. They're starting to get within touching distance at 7 kills. Do not count them out yet. ADR wants to get this fight off, and they want to pick up as many kills as they can because it's going to be NS that is going to be chasing right back behind them on the leaderboard, so they know if they can take them out, they will have an even greater opportunity, and it's just Ray left. Goes for the shots into it, going back and forth, but no! It's going to be Adrenaline that goes down. Never Surrender, doesn't surrender, and stays alive.
Oh, that was heartbreaking for Raven there. I mean, he had the spray, he had it, and it just, the bullets just didn't go where they needed to. All right, well, let's see if Never Surrender can actually keep things going, as we saw 4 Funners start to creep over in that direction. And as you said, SCG, they're down to 2. They've got 7 kills. They've got a lot more work left to do, though.
Only another 8 points. That's the way to look at it. See, smaller numbers. Everything will be fine. They can get there. Rumblers and Snow Patrol just trying to make sure that they cling on to whatever points that they can find. Circle is going to continue to go in that EU United Field direction as a reminder to everybody. So now it's going to be about everything that's going on to the east. Immaculate still has multiple members up, but are going to lose 1 to 4 Funners who find an angle onto what's going to be going on. I remind everybody to open up the map stream because we're about to see a lot of movement in the east.
Yeah, absolutely. As 4 Funners now 10 points removed. Immaculate lost 1, but they're only 5 points back. Fools still have a good shot at this as well, playing from that north side. They've got nobody really around them except for Immaculate kind of creeping down there. As Rumblers trying to survive a little bit longer. Snow Patrol will spot out Lamborghini. Good shots from Los. We'll take care of that issue. And now it's just down to SKZ for Snow Patrol.
Got to be careful. Wildcard did hear those shots and started glancing over there, but you got to be careful with it. Snow Patrol now going out. It's still staying jam-packed as there is still an opportunity. So many teams that are back behind this are trying to make their climb up. Skaska down, Immaculate, want to get more, but they only have 1 member up. This is where you got to start making those hard choices about going, okay, we've got to play for placement points. We just got to start trying to scrap for some type of kills. We need to secure just a little bit more.
Everything falling onto Rapini's shoulders now for Immaculate. And for Funners, just on the hunt, man, as Wildcard will get spotted out. And Greg Shot going down. Once again, mini shots from Valiate and Los HD. They're stepping up here late.
I just got to say, 4 Funners and SCG, they want this. You can tell they are not relenting. There's even a push coming out from Extreme onto 4 Funners to the north of this right now, while Rumblers are trying to contain what's going on with Wildcard. Going to connect some shots into that one, and Extreme getting 2 downs while this is going on. Rumblers is going to go down. We're going to see Los looking up into this one, and yes, they do get finished out, but SCG is still finding success and still trying to climb now up to 46 points.
There's no way that SCG does this, is there? There's no way.
They're at a point where if they just start to survive, the placement points are going to be such a large difference that it might be a thing. I mean, Fool also still has a chance.
They're going to lose Richie, and now, Fool's going to run it. There you go, SCG. Dream going down there, but not dead for Fools yet. As they find themselves, 7 points out. That's only their first kill, though.
See how this is going to go from here. Veronica is presenting like maybe another kill as well. Immaculate still just trying to keep themselves alive by more points. Veronica in that same area as well. Realize the fact that they're on the cusp position, so it's all a survival game going on. And with this circle, and as open as it's about to be in the center of it, that means that this is going to be a lot of slow movement, which is going to counter the exact opposite of what Fool is trying to do. They want kills, and they are surrounded by solos that are going to be playing it sneak.
That hard shift to the south not doing them a whole lot of favors, as they're going to have to deal with all these, as you said, the snakes in the grass. I mean, Veronica, Rapini, just surrounding them right now, and then it's just it feels like the number of kills are starting to run out here for Fools. They need to start finding something. Maybe Spicy Fish.
Nope, this is the way to go, Spicy Fish. They do manage to survive. But Immaculate solo does see what's happening. Are they going to pull the trigger right up in the face? You don't have a choice anymore. Already got spotted out. Going to go for the shots into Fool is going to lose one. And while the damage has been done to SF, now there has been some return damage done onto Fool. Quick reposition away from that one, understanding where the grenade's going to be coming from. Can Immaculate hold it together? Just a few more points. Got to be careful. Fool still trying to make their climb up. This is going to be such a big fight, and it is going to be Immaculate going down. Fool now has the blue zone behind them, and they have got to go. Pressure is on. They've got to survive, and they've got to get at least a few more kills.
Oh my God. You talk about trigger discipline for Rapini. The man was practically kicking you in the jaw before you even pulled the trigger there. Veronica's still alive. The blue on the back. Fool down to 3. They still have a shot at this, but they're going to have to push through that hard cover Collector. They've got Ribbons and Triple OG holding down the hard cover. Oh, Veronica gets spotted. He's going to go down to blue. That sucks for Fools. That would have been a huge point.
I do want to point out we see an odd position coming out from E United where they do have some center control, but they also do have Rello all the way to the south. And so Collectors is running a 2-2. They have one inside the compounds to the east, but are then in between E United, and that could come back to bite them. All right, Fool.
Oh,
what can you do?
This is
pound car to qualify. Are you kidding me?
Oh no, and they're gonna fall right.
One.
Oh, United. Kickstart gonna find Vegas. There's another one. He's down to no HP. Grant Lannis, can he survive just a little bit longer? Oh, he makes it.
He does. He's inside the circle. Collector sees him. He's down though. He should be safe. He has managed to drop to his belly, but oh no, the other members for Collector are now starting to make the push in. Oh, the nade lands on him, and I don't know if it was enough points.
Oh, they finished 3rd, but I don't know if that's going to be enough placement points to do it. It was so close, and now Collector, 7 kills for Collector already. They're going to run face first into the Groza of Snakers.
E United on the hunt for another chicken dinner. Saw what Sonics was doing and said, hey, we aren't done yet. Still 2 members up, 5 kills to work around. Collector trying to end this on a good foot, but that means the fact that they're going to have to contend with Kickstart and Snakers, and you know Snakers has been bantering on Twitter. He wants to bring it. Circle's going to pop, and it does favor Collectors.
They've got the center. They've got a good idea where Snakers is. But a little spread here from Kick, and Snakers could be trouble if Collector plays too loose and fast here. They got to be careful. They don't want to give him a bunch of 1v1s, and they don't want to line up for him.
Man, this is just so back and forth in positioning. Collector understand where they need to go, but it's just trying to take a fight this close range with Snakers is its own beast entirely. Now taking the shots, he has revealed himself, but that is going to be favorable for Kickstart's angle. If they do line up against him, Kickstart can absolutely destroy them. He's still got to take care of the area around him, though. Shots going to be coming out from Thunder as he has been spotted. Both members of E United now located. That means Collector knows exactly where they need to be making their movements.
Yeah, I mean, like Collectors, they know that they've got the center of the circle here. They're just kind of dancing around on their ridge lines. They know exactly where the United boys are, so they can just kind of avoid them for the time being. They can take their time with this, really. They've got center circle. They got all the time in the world to try to see if they can maybe clutch this last victory out, and he's going to get a Groza of his own now, so Snaker's not the only one.
Groza v. Groza for the last match of the group stage. Collectors have separated out, and they just have control over so much of the circle. Snaker has got himself some aim, and that's going to buy its own level of control. Kickstart hasn't still been able to move as he is very pinned down, and that's probably why we're seeing Snakers try to breach this direction, see if he can get some damage onto Thunder, but that dip in the hill on the opposite side just doesn't give him an angle to provide any support.
Yeah, I mean, United, they could take their time with this as well. If they want to, and it looks like that's what they plan on doing. Thunder creeping back up towards that center circle position that CLR was holding before. As Triple OG and Ribbons, they will make their way back over here and provide a little bit of support. But yeah, United not taking this lightly. They're not just W keying into the middle of these guys. They would absolutely love to get this last win.
And see Kickstart and what he has to try to run across with multiple members of Collector now looking at him. It's almost like just trying to provide distractions. They're going to try to move down into this dip, realizing how Kickstart might move. Kickstart's got his own goals, though. You know, EU does what EU does, and it's not always the most expected thing, but that's how they can find successes. That means the fact that now Kickstart is going to be in the next circle that has popped. Oddly enough, it's Triple OG that's the only one that is not inside the circle.
Yeah, they're taking their time with this one. No sense in just taking any unnecessary risks, especially if you really want to get that win. And obviously not really a whole lot going to be done from either of these. I don't think Collector's going to get enough points off of a win here to qualify for LCQ. And E United, well, they're comfy going to the grand finals already.
Sometimes it's about the moral victories, and Collector wins to get this last one. But E United has now regrouped. The firing line stacked up against each other. This is turning into a close-range battle, but that means the fact that E United has the numbers. They're going to be able to balance this back out 2-2, and now this fight that was contained by Collectors is going to start finding its problems.
Okay. Triple OG down, Groza out of the mix, and actually, Collector looks like they're smoking off their man, thinking about maybe going for that res, but United going to do enough to just dissuade them from doing that. The hard cover's still inside this circle, man. They don't have to make a push away from it just yet.
Thunder still moving back to get center control.
Who's going to go for the res?
Yeah, they've got their backs to the wall, so they're going to try to buy this. And now E United moving forward into the smokes, realizing the fact that they have an opportunity in this one, making the push. Can they find the angle through this one? Right as soon as the res comes off, they hear what's going to be going on. Flashbang's going to be coming out. Instead, now moving into the smokes, there's no vision to be had. Flashbang's coming out one side. Kickstart does manage to find Thunder and get the drop onto it. Snickers picks off another one, and this is turning up real fast. Rivets, though, does find the angles for it. A Collector with 9 kills finds the victory.
Big victory there for Collector at the end. 19 points. I don't think it's going to be enough to get him into that LCQ, but that's still a huge win, especially a 3v2 against one of the best teams in North America, E United.
I mean, if you can't, sometimes it's just getting yourself through this next phase, because let's be honest, it's a long time until the next PUBG North America or even America's event. So coming out, picking up the last victory is going to give you that moral. It's going to be the thing that keeps you warm and cozy at night during that cold winter while you're waiting for the next set of qualifiers, because Collector, proving the fact that you've got it. Now you just got to keep it.
It's a long, cold winter indeed, Matt. But yeah, what can you say about these games today? It's been super exciting. Obviously, E United showing out today. Wildcard doing the same. The fight for 14th, the fight for that last chance cut line was so clutch. Even the fight for 6th. I mean, those are some big names that we're going to be seeing in that LCQ next weekend.
It's not going to feel like an LCQ by any means. I'm hoping Latin America and what's been going on in their group stage is going to be bringing it, because this is going to be a strong squad moving themselves not just into the grand finals, but into the LCQ. We're not taking a break. We're trying to get everything together right now. We want to make sure that we give you the information, the stats, and I do want to also let you guys know there is an interview that is going to be coming, and it is going to be Greg that we're going to be sitting down with. So you're going to get some insights from what's going on in their team from the man himself, Toro.
Yeah.
Highlights, and let's get this thing cooking.
Let's go. We got to get the Greg shot, baby. We got to figure out what he's got to say. Well, it was tough sledding from the jump for Yahoo, man. They had 9 points that they had to make up, and it started off so well. Bing bang boom. Tried to do the sneaky thing there. Tried to take him out. They managed to take 1 off of BBB, but then Sharp Shot takes 2 off of them, and it was just kind of downhill from there. Sparking doing his best at the end against Wildcard, but it just ends up being just a little too late.
I mean, you can see everybody was trying their hearts out that game. Problem does come into play whenever you're at the last game. It's so much pressure and everything has to go right. And with the way that the circles have been going, there's no way to make it go in your favor. We even saw more hardships coming into another open circle as E United, even themselves, find themselves with their backs against the wall inside this game and trying to fight their way out of it in what was a very prolonged 5-man fight.
it was always going to be a tough fight for United there. Though that opening knock onto Triple OG and the smoke wall into the push, knowing that they were going to be going for the res was huge. But Ribbons, the snake plays, absolutely huge for him. And there you go, 19 points for Collector and the chicken dinner, the final chicken dinner of these North American regional qualifiers.
I'm looking down at Fools, and I still don't know if it's enough. Short Circuit Gaming, man, I hurt so bad. Let's just get done with this one. We all know we want to look
rip the Band-Aid off. Let's see.
How's it going to go? Tokyo Manji Gang does hold on as we knew over there, but looking through the list, it's going to be Adrenaline, and it's a tie of all things Fools. So close.
The placement point tiebreaker going in favor of Adrenaline. Absolutely huge for that squad. Gonna love to see ADR in that LCQ Snow Patrol. Gonna be excited to see them as well. But Fools, immaculate, so close there at the end.
I gotta say, all the way down through this, Fools, Immaculate, For Funner, Short Circuit Gaming, Collector, Tac 8, Spicy Fish, Mercy Gaming, Aces Crew, Hustlers Academy, all of you had star moments throughout this weekend, and I've just had a blast casting through all of it. So yes, while you're not going forward, hold your hands up high, because this was the most brutal group stage for North America I have ever seen.
Oh, it was tough, man. And it just keeps getting tougher. It's going to be tougher the next time we find ourselves back in this same situation. Even still, there you go. Your final prize pool for the regional playoff is going, well, there you go, to your top 6. LCQ has their own prize pool, so no money for them just yet. We'll see how they play out next weekend.
Do want to also shout out Tokyo Manji Gang. Newcomers on the block, skipping the LCQs and finding their way into the grand finals is a big thing. We've talked about it in the past. And again, you guys have seen these games. You don't just walk into the top 6 in the slots.
You really don't. And I mean, this one was, this is just nuts, Ahmad. I'm so shocked that the cut line was as low as it ended up being this time around. I mean, that is 88 points. It has been 93, 94 plus every single tournament this year at 6th place. And this time around, though, between Sonics just hoovering up points in their 2 days, and then E United and Wildcard doing what they did here today, Tokyo Manji Gang just, they could breathe a big sigh of relief. Same with Dodge.
I mean, it's just a breath of relaxation that's going to be kicking off. Again, kudos to Wildcard Gaming, Sonics, E United, Luminosity, Dodge, Tokyo Manji Gang. We've got more money that we've got to walk through, though. Don't forget about all of our bonus prizes that we have lined up. So we want to make sure that we're going through and giving all of our awards and accolades. And Tiggleton, Sonics, and Mime with highest kills.
It's a lot of Sonics Blue showing up there in the bonus prize.
Shocked.
I mean, look, man, they obviously we didn't get a chance to see the Sonics play today, but the first 2 days were just incredible. I mean, they were putting on a show, and if that's the kind of thing that we can expect to see from Sonics in the grand finals, it's gonna be an even bigger show yet again.
Well, we still got a show that we're going to be going to, as the interview is going to be lined up. So that means I'm going to have to go ahead and bid adieu to you, Poro. But
no,
before
I'm
you
not
go,
leaving.
Gotta go ahead and give us your final thoughts. Say something. Give us an idea on the takeaways. Looking forward to the LCQs and the group stages.
I mean, what else can we say? The LCQ is going to be absolutely stacked. I can't wait to see how these guys perform now that their backs are truly up against the wall. Final 4 spots on the table, on the line for some of these teams, especially like Bing Bang Boom, that has a real true shot at PGC. Yeah. Can they manage to clutch it out? I'm just going to be glued to the edge of my seat this weekend.
There is near on no time, as you've got to mentally reset and prep for the LCQs. With this, we've got our top 5 plays that we're going to be running through while we're going to go ahead and get our interview set up with Greg Shot. So stay tuned. We will be back in just a few moments. PCS7 North American Playoff, day number 3, top 5. Number 5.
They have wildcard a little bit split up here. What can we got? Here's the footsteps. Gonna find one. Nicely done. Maji will go down. The rest of the team now coming to provide some support. As Adam Getting in there, the grenade on the lower floor might be able to find Maji, get at least that knock. Oh my god, Waikiki is doing work. There you go, Maji getting flushed out as wild card, surrounding this team like sharks. And just like that.
Number 4. So, starting to make the push in. Throwables coming out and does connect for some of the damage. Starting to crest up this hillside. They're just waiting for it to come. The flashbang is going to connect. Nico's going to be blinded for just a moment, but does look up into a kickstart. And to get the drop onto him, and there you go. Wild card is eliminated. Number 3.
One's on the barrier in the street.
On your side of
Sharp on the barrier, guys. 1 HP.
Barrier.
I'm healing.
Barrier's
1
HP.
Yep.
You guys play together, Sharp. See,
I knocked the guy.
I'm pushing him. Just take your time. Just get these kills. They're two up. One's on barrier. One unknown.
Looking for you, Sharp.
He needed his teammate for barrier.
Play together.
Barrier's
nice. One active.
Where?
He's propped down bridge or something. Get your flushes on you.
I'm not kidding.
I'm trying to res Roth.
Hurry, you gotta go quick.
Yep.
Sharp, look for the other guy. Yeah, he's down bridge.
He hit me. I have to heal. I'm healing.
You're good. We're in the smoke together. Sharp, you kill this guy. You're so much better. Insta stick this guy.
I'm med kitting and then I'm gonna res.
He's 1 HP.
Okay, I'm resing.
You got him.
Sharp's gonna kill him, Prob. You have a nade, Sharp.
We just all drive by. Heal and then we all drive by.
Do I have time? Do I need a bandage first?
Sharp's gonna kill him right now with a nade, Prob.
Get it?
Take your time,
Heal
Sharp.
and get in the car.
Nice. Kill him. Nice. Now slowly work down the bridge. Just drive to yellow and reset.
Number 2. Waikiki does get vision and does get the drop onto Snakers. Looking into this high ground, they have got to be careful on the assault, but manages to pop him in the head. And your number 1 play of the day.
So ADR back up to 3 strong, but Cow is right on their doorstep, grenade in hand.
Drops the nade off to the side of it. They hear the sounds of the nade, realizing how they're going to have to be playing this Greg shot, trying to feed the information. If he does get the knock onto Dylan. Now in a 2v2. Waikiki so close, it's going to be a problem. Looks like they're trying to commit into the res. I don't know if they know how close he is. He's going to step around this one, find a free angle, get another knock. And now it is a 2v1. Jumped up, tries to get over the spray, but no! Wildcard reads it. I mean, that was the game of the day. Big plays coming out from Wildcard. And I know you guys have been listening to me for 3 days in a row at this point. But guess what? It's not just me. I've got Greg Shot that's going to be coming and hanging out with me, giving me some insights. What's up, Greg?
Hey there. How's it going, Matrim?
Oh, dude, I'm vibing. You guys put on a hell of a show and made it fun to cast today. Starting off with, we got some listen-ins with you guys. Obviously, feeling pretty good. Eyes now set forward. I gotta say, moving into like PCS7, we know PGC is what everybody is going to be looking at. What are you guys doing? What are you guys making modifications for? What are you guys looking at from this point forward?
To be honest, we just need a solid tournament to qualify and making sure that Boom and LG stay out of the top 4. As long as we can guarantee that, I mean, the last PCS we came in 3rd, and we're feeling pretty confident right now with how we're playing. As long as we keep playing that way, we'll be able to do fine and qualify for PGC pretty easily. Today, we quickly realized, like the very first game, we were making mistakes similar to what we were making in ESL finals, and it was really nice to see us make an adjustment just instantly instead of like wasting 2 games, 3 games. We immediately made an adjustment. Immediately, we're back on track. So it's nice, and I feel like we're on track to qualify for PGC this year.
Well, you guys found yourself with a good position, and also it felt like you had some goals against Bing Bang Boom on some of those Erangel games. Was it unintentional or entirely intentional?
Oh, no, that's 100% intentional. I mean, I don't know how much more obvious it can get. We're literally like hot dropping their drop spot. And I mean, they're a pretty smart team, obviously. So the very first time our plane path was over Prim, and they didn't see us drop in our drop spot. So they clearly know we're going after them. So they didn't even come. They went to our Sev spot. And just that is enough to screw them over, I think. It hurts their game and allows us to play our game comfortably and knowing that they're in trouble. And then anytime we see them in the feed, we just straight up int into them. So and that was as well on the Miramar. But at that point, once we're on Miramar, like, they know that we're not hot dropping them, so they can't even drop on their normal spot, and they were just in shambles, basically. It's too easy.
I mean, you guys got the highest skill count game that I remember seeing in a while off of a ridiculous set of circles on that Mill to Power game. It felt like watching this was the hardest group stage. I kept saying it time and time again. This feels like the hardest group stage in North America that I have seen in a long time. And as somebody that was in the trenches with it, did it feel that way to you guys? I mean, at least the circles felt that way.
I mean, it could seem that way from an outsider perspective, but for us, I feel like we're so confident as a team, getting so good as a team together that it felt like just routine work for us. When we're in solely NA lobbies, we should be top 6, we feel like, and putting out consistent performances in this group stage format is something we're pretty good at. So we're pretty comfortable. We didn't feel like it was too much pressure, especially after first day dropping 60. Came in today basically trolling and like did better than yesterday. So I feel like we're pretty good at this part of the game. We just need to make sure we're perfecting the finals when the SA teams come along.
I just got to say, it makes it fun to be able to cast all of the slight trolling that comes into play and the fun that's going to be accompanying it. We're going to go ahead and close it with that, but you go ahead and take a moment, talk to anybody that you want to, give some thanks, or just talk about any topic that you would like.
Yeah, well, I just like give a thanks to Wildcard. They support us a lot. They message us all the time, giving us hype. Shout out to the fans as well. I know there's a lot of you. Muchas gracias, los fanáticos. My Spanish fans, I've got a lot. I get a lot of DMs, a lot of support. I really love you guys. Really appreciate you guys. You keep me going. You keep me confident, and I'm more confident than I've ever been. So it's all because of you guys giving me love and support. And thank you guys for doing a great job on production. This is an awesome production, probably the best I've seen in a while. So awesome. Thank you guys.
Hey, I'm working all 3 days, so I'm just going to take that as no, but it's the people in the back. They're doing a great job.
Carrying it, baby.
Thank you so much. Hey, well, you guys have been carrying some weight of your own as you guys put up a massive set of games today. And again, just an absolute pleasure to talk to you and an absolute pleasure to be able to cast some of that crazy stuff that went down. You guys go ahead, go celebrate as we're going to go ahead and close out the day. Thank you so much yet again, Greg Schott, for coming into this one. Now then, we still have a few more things that we need to talk about, chat, as I'm going to be glancing off to the side real quick. Got to make sure I reference it all in the row. Don't forget, we do have our last chance qualifiers that are going to be coming up this weekend. It's going to be on August 27th to 28th. Easy to remember, just Saturday and Sunday. And it's only going to be 12 games. We're bringing in 8 from North America and 8 from Latin America. And it is going to be spicy. The teams that are going to be competing in it: Yoho, Abstract, Bing Bang Boom, Rumblers, AKM, Peak FA, Young Kings, A Future, Never Surrender, Train to Go, Snow Patrol, Adrenaline, Nice Try, Erosguri, High Stress, and From the Ashes. It is going to be absolutely nuts. Remember, there are still PGC points on the line. There are still so many break points that we're going to be looking at. Latin America moving into PCS7 still has some opportunities on how they're going to be navigating and making their way into PGC. And this is it. The path that PGC is going to be ending as we move through the last chance qualifiers and then the grand finals just a few weeks later. I gotta say, it has been an absolutely phenomenal set of games over this weekend, and I've had a blast. Thank you for tuning in with me. I know some of the jokes have been out in the wall and been kind of crazy, but I've been seeing the fact that you guys have been loving them, so thank you so much for giving me the energy and helping push through what has been a very long weekend. Also, shout out to all the players. You guys have been phenomenal and should hold your heads up high even if you did not qualify. Again, just a great weekend of action. I've got my eyes set on the LCQ, and on behalf of production, everybody back behind me that is making everything work, from our spectators to our producers, everything that is going to be involved, thank you so much for tuning in. We could not do this without you. PUBG Court appreciates everything that you guys are bringing. I do too. This is how I pay my bills. Love you guys so much. I've got to go ahead and get some water, get some rest, because it has been a weekend. See you guys soon. Downed player limp swimming his way into...
Get out of the water, the blood attracts sharks!
I don't think it matters at this point. He's shark food one way or the other. I guess it could be either crab food, fish food, or shark food, so get your choice.
He's 1 HP.
Okay, I'm
We got him. Sharp's gonna kill him, Prob. You have an 8 Sharp.
We just all drive by. Heal and then we all drive by.
Do I have time? Do I need a bandage first?
Sharp's gonna kill him right now with an 8 Prob.
Get in.
Take your time,
Heal
Sharp.
and get in the car.
Killed him. Nice.
Oh no! It's been a bottleneck. They've taken so much blue damage. That's not the way you want to start this one. Coming in now, gonna hit a rock. Luckily, there's firefights happening. It's just ADR that's taking shots into him. Rumblers were distracted at the time. Rumblers are gonna be run right past, and now it's gonna be forcing their way right into Nico's. They're not coming into the zone. Wanting to make sure they can pick up just a few more. I mean, if they take down Spicy Fish and Vehicle almost managed to pick him up. But if they can just pick up a few more, actually the car did get him in the end.
What is it with Simply Matt getting killed by cars, dude?
Like the move count does get vision, it does get the drop onto Snakers. Looking into this high ground, they have got to be careful on the assault, but manages to pop him in the head.
Down 8 kills for E&I, but they're down to 2.
United is qualified. And you can see that Snow Patrol is trying to find a way to get more out of this. And Reload just absolutely demolished Rumblers. Right as soon as the res comes off, they hear what's going to be going on. Flashbang's going to be coming out. Instead, now moving into the smokes. There's no vision to be had. Flashbang's coming out one side. Kickstart does manage to find Thunder, get the drop onto it. Snickers picks off another one, and this is turning up real fast. Rivets, though, does find the angles for it. A Collector with 9 kills finds the victory.